Wakanda Forever in there. I don't know if it was in there.
No, I don't know what to say. I don't know. We live though. Oh damn.
I like that shirt.
The title is not correct though, and it says playing Fortnite. That's not right at all.
Lord.
Them technical difficulties, man. How do I change this? Yeah, I hear you said last week. Yeah, I know. Okay. Here we go. I can change it though. I can change it right now. Okay.
Coming back here soon.
Save.
It's too early for y'all to be starting like that. At least let us get 30 minutes in. It's something.
It says playing Fortnite. I don't know how to change it though. Should I restart? It's not right at all, bro. And I don't know why I did that, because this should have updated right here. So what the fuck? Hold on, man. Let me see. Let me see my lost in here too.
Inside, come here. You okay?
Whatever. I'm not restarting it. They'll figure it out. They'll see we ain't playing Fortnite. Straight up, man. I'm still getting the hang of this. All right, now people last week they was trying to tell me to add them and I'll tell them about it. So, okay, let me go. Let's see here. Like, how am I supposed to tell you? Like, leave a comment? Like,
You might just gotta, if you're capable, just directly message them.
though these crypto dudes hard to get a hold of. Like, they got Telegram. I barely be on that. And I don't want to shield myself. But here, let's, I guess we could do that. Let me hit up Sonny. Because he said he wanted to come in here. I don't even know what the... I'm going to just hit him up in Telegram. And then somebody else wanted me to tell him... Let me see here. Okay. So, let me know next time. Okay, I'm going to let you know. And then St. James.
It says the Truce Show. Why you mad? It don't say Fortnite.
Yeah, but on Facebook, the category says playing Fortnite.
Oh.
So, it don't matter. It don't even matter. Alright. I'm going to hit up the Telegram. That's it. I'm going to be done with it because I don't even care this stage of the game. Leave this page. What? I did. What are you talking about? I don't care. All right, but yeah. So y'all got anything y'all want to talk about? Any save rounds from the last 3 shows? Before I drop some topics. You ain't got your... I need to pay y'all all out too. I'm sick and tired of rolling over because I'm losing track. I got some of y'all points on my phone, some of y'all points on a piece of paper, some of y'all points screenshot. I need to get them all together and pay everybody out from these shows.
With interest. Thank you.
Now it's going to be what we call a big negative. So you owe me. Actually, inflation. So your rewards, the longer you keep them, the less they're worth. So your $6 worth about $5.15 right now.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Let me go down. Why is her phone so down?
You sound just like the government.
I'm better than the government.
I'm about some damn inflation.
That's central banks.
My topic would be my nephew. I'm sure nobody wants to hear about that all night.
What happened?
Nothing happened. He's just here. It's dope.
No. This is the title is why you mad.
Oh,
Not why you
that's
happy.
not the reason. Well, I'm mad he stole my nap today. Little nap thief.
Kids was still your whole world, but nothing is yours anymore when kids are involved.
I
Not
was
your
telling my
time, not
homeboy
your
that
nap, not your nothing. It's theirs.
the other night. I said, "This is his place. I just pay rent here. This is
Right.
his spot."
Well, I just told Sonny that he lost his bet, so I'm sure him and his squad will be in here shortly. Because Ernest said that he was going to download MetaMask and have a wallet and all that, and he doesn't have it, and he already admitted to me that he doesn't, so ain't no going back on that. Luckily for Sonny, he didn't bet me anything. I bet him. It was a one-way bet, so I just don't have to pay him. So got out of that.
You never did respond. I asked you to give me his contact info.
I don't work for you.
I know you don't. I asked. Notice I said ask.
No.
Okay, and did it? I guess it didn't happen.
You such an ass.
I guess it didn't happen. What do you want me to say?
Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. Oh well, your loss. See, that's why I'm at. Sonny ain't on here yet. He'll be on here. Oh, shoot, we got somebody just wrote a paragraph. This got to be a spam. Is it? Oh, let me read this in my mind first.
You say my.
Oh yeah, somebody on here shilling, trying to make $5 to $10, telling me they're a graphic designer. Man, I feel like that's a bot. That ain't no real person. Says, yo, what up, dude? I'm a local graphics editor here on Twitch. If you don't know that, or if you don't know what that is, basically, I'm a graphic designer. I do full revamps, including Twitch banners, profile pics. All right, I'll check you out. I'll check you out after the show. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I need Brian to get in here. He told me about some kind of podcast thing he wanted me to look at. I never looked back at it.
You lied.
You know, people tell me a bunch of stuff I'll never get back to. Brian sent me a message.
Exactly.
He sent me a message about.
I'm telling him that it's lies that you're going to get back to him after.
No. I didn't say I was going to. Hold on. I didn't say I was going to get back to him. I said I was going to check him out.
Same thing. Keep lying.
You don't know what I'm going to do.
Never leave you alone now.
Okay.
Feeding a stray cat.
Hey, I'm just. All right. Ooh, keep coming back to my stream. Thanks for the views. Like.
I said he gonna be in your inbox. He ain't gonna be on.
And look at me. And do you think I'll be caring and be checking out? You know how many inbox messages or whatever I have? I could probably go to Discord right now. It was 2,723 messages that I didn't read when I opened up Telegram. So okay, that don't scare nobody. Like, I'm perfect for that. Please inbox me. If everybody just send me stuff in the inbox. It's not gonna get ready. You can be talking to yourself.
Why do you think that's okay though? To just be an a-hole.
Exactly.
That's not even being an a-hole. How's that being an a-hole? You want me to sit here and read all these messages?
The definition of a-hole.
That is not being an a-hole. I'm gonna tell you what, an a-hole would read the messages and respond and say something smart remark or something like that.
That's not true.
That's being an asshole. See, I can't hurt your feelings if you never knew I didn't even read your message.
Look, y'all,
They can tell you, Rick, because they can tell when you're online.
Y'all know what time it is.
Okay. He know I'm online. Ooh, he don't know. I could have left my phone on. I could have left my computer logged in. He don't know.
He got the shades on. Y'all know what time it is.
You already know what time it is.
Bullshit.
Tell me why you mad. You know what I'm saying? Tell me why you mad. Tell me why you mad. Is one of the reasons why you mad?
My motherfucking glass set.
Yeah, get that glass. Let me biggie size this chat.
Remember to be drunk as soon as I get on here. I got to start off now.
Girl,
Hey.
take another sip. Come on, join me.
I got a pregame for the Truce Show.
Dang. That's why I moved to the Saturdays. You know, maybe people ain't got work on Fridays. Maybe they'd be more relaxed or whatever. Maybe they'd be more nicer. But I see Alicia; she don't follow that.
What's that, Ernest?
I'm very relaxed. Today was a great day. I prefer
Talking about
Fridays
last week. You prefer Fridays?
I do personally.
Don't you work on weekends or whatever?
It depends. Like my schedule is funny, but I just for this particular show, since it's been like implanted in my brain
For Friday,
like,
yeah.
Fridays, it's just been Fridays. And like another reason I was late, my husband's family does a Zoom on. It's not every Saturday, but then
Oh.
I try to like reserve Saturdays for the kids and family, But I mean, I'm here, so it is what it
Well,
is.
I mean, I feel like I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I'm probably gonna go back to Fridays because we're so set in stone on Fridays. I just want to do it just to see. Maybe we did it. It would have been like everybody be like, oh yeah, this is a lot more better. I'm not fresh off the work week, but and then like I said, Sunny does a show too. A lot of people from Sunny Show wants to come here. What up, James? Though, welcome to the live chat. Big T in the building. Woo! A lot of people.
It's a long weekend too, though. So I think.
Oh yeah.
More
Yeah.
like for today, because just for the fact the weekend's a little bit longer. I mean, I would have got on regardless. But so like if this was like every Saturday, there would probably be a lot of Saturdays I wouldn't get on just because, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do probably Fridays, but like maybe holiday weekends, maybe get some leeway or something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll do a special. Well, I don't know. I don't even get too carried away because I was gonna say, well, maybe like a holiday stream or something. Depending on the holiday. Yeah, there's a lot of something going on. A lot of holidays, people with their family. And some other holidays, people would just be chilling. They don't really celebrate those holidays. Like this last time, all of a sudden you heard a lot of people not celebrating 4th of July. Like that was kind of news, like stuff like that. So, I mean, truth. But I mean,
but even tonight, you see shit. I was like almost an hour late, but.
Well, that's how the stream go. I mean, I try to kick it off at 8, but go ahead, Ernest. What you say?
I was just asking if we were still on, so I'm about to take mine.
Oh, hit it.
All right, let's do it.
I'll take a shot with you later, but I got to drink this first. Last week I was fucking with you and about to die of alcohol poisoning. I was double fisting. Nah.
What the?
Girl.
Okay, y'all drunk.
No, you remember I said double fisting like last week I had what was that, Hennessy punch I was drinking, and then I was taking shots with him. That's what I'm referring to.
Oh, good Lord.
I said I'm not doing that this week. I said let me drink this first and I'll take a shot with him later.
Yeah, it got kind of real last week.
I was so bad. I still got up early as shit the next day. I was hungover all day, but I couldn't sleep. I got my ass up. I tried to go run and sweat the shit out.
Man, that'd be the worst. I used to be like that back when I was younger, man. I can't do that.
That's the best way to get over hangover for me now, though. Go sweat, run.
Shoot, I'd be done passed out. They'd be calling the medic on me.
How many like how much water you drink? Like
at one point, what's her name, Avante?
Mm-hmm.
She was like, "How many shots is that you done had?" I was like, "I don't know."
Oh, dang.
How many? I was like 5, 6, maybe 7.
Like, you don't make me go back and watch.
We was going to back, and I was drinking. I had the same big old glass, but it was Hennessy punch. I think I nursed the first one for a while. Then I made a second one. But in between all of them, I'm taking shots of Hennessy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I'm already tipsy off of this little bit of drink, so no, there's no way. I can't take no shots.
I'll take a couple, but I ain't gonna go like that. I can take shots and be fine, but I went too hard because I woke up like, where am I? I'm looking around the room like, oh, okay.
Oh, no.
We're in a hotel, so I'm waking up like, am I at home? Yeah.
You ain't used to the hotel by now?
I mean, I'm used to it, but still, I have those moments. Like, that's how fucked up I was. That's my point. I'm up like. Then when I finally got on up, I was like, okay, let me go try to jog or do something and sweat, and then.
Crypto Saint in the building. What's good, man? Welcome to the live stream. Truce, you should boost your guest audio a bit. All right, hold on. I got you. Somebody give me a sound test.
Hello.
Oh, I see what's going on right here. Let's try this. All right, give me a sound check.
Mic check.
Hello. All right,
like,
Saint,
Felicia,
is
do it
that
again.
better? Are they too loud, or do I need to turn it down? I tried to boost it. Let me know if they louder. I'm trying to. Saints in the live chat. He said, "Let me tell Sonny you're live. He wanted to come through." Yeah, I sent the message in the Telegram, but I guess he don't personally see that. I guess I had to comment on his section or whatever his page. But Saint, let me know if the audio for the guest is better when you get a chance. But yeah. So Ernest, you think poor people deserve to be poor?
Oh, that's a deep one. I think that's situational. I think circumstances matter a lot. But if it's a yes or no overall,
I was just about to
my
mute you.
response is no.
You said it's an overall, then you said no, they don't.
Overall, my response is no.
What's that last part?
Overall, my response to that question is no.
What do you think a person deserves? Like when we talk about the word deserve, what do people deserve, and why should people deserve something? Like what's your definition of deserve? He said it's better. All right, cool, that worked.
Well, that's also situational and very multifaceted. But I would say if someone's doing good, they deserve to be treated right.
All right, so basically deserve, you're saying based on how they are, a decision or something that they're doing, is what gives them the deserve of something.
Yes.
So if they're not doing something right or they're not a certain way, then maybe they don't deserve something else.
Exactly.
Okay, so based on what you just said, that conflicts with what your answer was yeah. So if a poor person is not doing something of a degree, how do they still should get a result of deserving of something if they're not doing something?
As I said when I first responded, it's situational, and there's a lot of circumstances that are very applicable to that dynamic.
But you said in order to deserve something, you're doing something, and because of that something that you're doing, therefore that gives you the deserve.
No, I said if you're being a good person.
So you're doing something. You're being a good person. You're doing something. You're not just deserving of it without doing anything.
Exactly. Yes.
Right. So you have to that's what I'm saying. On the basis soul of it, you're doing something, and based on what you did or how you are or whatever, you become deserving of something. So if a poor person is not doing something to be deserving of something, how do you say that they deserve it?
Well, they don't.
But you said they do, though. You said an overall general answer. You said yes.
Well, overall, generally speaking, from what I've learned from individuals I've met in various circumstances in their livelihoods, they're trying, they're doing good, and they do deserve better. I'm not saying. Thanks, Mom.
Okay, so you're saying because what they're doing is being good, they don't deserve to be poor. They deserve to have more like wealth or success. Just because they're being good. So if a person is good, that equates success to you, or what is the opposite end of what they should receive?
The opposite. Well, if they're a terrible person, like
No, not that opposite. I'm saying if you said if a person's being good, do good people deserve to be successful?
I believe so. I believe.
Yes, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, let's ask Alicia. Oh, she said she'll be back. Okay, Truce.
So a good person.
Oh, she's back. You next.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, I was saying I'm about to go get a shot because y'all.
Oh, well, you next. Well, before you take that shot, answer this before you get drunk and disorderly.
I'm already disorderly. I ain't gotta be drunk.
But you're not drunk? Okay. Alicia, do you believe that a poor person deserves to be poor?
I don't have a yes or a no answer to that because to me that is
a cop out.
Very, very open-ended question. Like
it's a loaded question. That's what we call it.
Very loaded. That's extremely loaded.
You guys can't even answer a simple question.
Where are they coming from? What caused them to be poor? Are they just poor because they stupid? Are they educated? Do they have a job? Do they like? It's so many different dynamics in there. If you're lazy and I mean, I guess yeah, if you have no like hope and you just sitting back being poor because you just poor, then I guess you deserve it. But to say do people deserve to be poor or not, that's again, it's loaded. If you
So
busting
you
your
get
ass
what's
and
wrong?
you so happen to, you weren't educated, so you can only get a minimum wage job. So you may still fall in that poverty level.
So what do they deserve? If you only got a minimum education and you only, were able to get a job, minimum wage based on the decision that you made as a human, what does that person deserve? Do they deserve to not be poor?
I feel every person deserves exactly what they are willing to bust their ass and or like strive for.
Right. So based on that, a poor person.
However,
Go ahead.
no, I mean, but however, like even if I can try everything in the book and still end up underneath the poverty level just because of again so many different dynamics. If
I don't believe that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like for some people,
You said
I think
everything in the book, though.
not every single. I mean, I'm just okay. So let me be more specific. I dropped out of high school at in the 10th grade, get pregnant, no support, whatever. So I drop out of school and then I'm like, okay, let me get a job. Let me try to raise my baby or whatever. And then I get a decent job, but I can only get like something under, right around minimum wage or a little bit above that because I don't have a high school diploma.
Child care is $1,000 or over.
Child care, again, yeah, that's a good point. Child care is at the yin yang. So unless I have family support or someone helping me with my baby, then I might be able to make a little bit more. But even still, I don't have a high school diploma. So yeah, can I go and try to get my GED? Yeah, can I grind? So those are just examples. I can grind, but there's a lot of things fighting against my grind. And then I could be again, no high school diploma. I may not even be educated enough to know all of these resources or whatever or what I can do. So I mean, does a poor person deserve to be poor? No. I'll go with just like what Ernest said, like in black and white, just straight up yes or no, I would say no. But however, if you just lazy and you're one of those you just don't want to try, then you deserve exactly what you get because you're not trying. But if you're trying and you still are poor, I don't think you deserve that. No. I mean, you should. I don't think everybody needs to necessarily be billionaires either, but everybody should
You don't think a
be
person should be a
afforded.
billionaire?
Of course, yeah. I mean, in a perfect world, hell yeah, I would like
No,
for
no. I'm
everybody
just
to be
saying. Do you believe?
successful.
Do you believe that a person should be able to become a billionaire?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
you grind it out and do what needs to be done. But some people are billionaires just because of where they come from. They come from money, so they automatically fall into that category, and they didn't have to grind or work for a dime. Then you have some people that were poor and brought up horrible, and they grinded so hard and had the right opportunities and the right networks and whatever they did to get to that point, and now they're billionaires. So again, it's so many variables to it. It's loaded. I mean, it's definitely a conversation starter, but it's not black and white. Like yes, no, a person deserves to be poor or they don't. It's just not that simple.
You think a person born into money keeps their money because they're making the right choices, or is just like automatic? If you just born with money, like you can't lose it.
Not always. It
Oh,
really
okay.
just depends because shit, it's people that born with money and fuck it away or gamble it away or smoke it away or whatever they do. You know what I'm saying? Like there's they come from a bloodline where they get all the inheritance or whatever else, and then nobody overseeing. And that's why a lot of people, if they come from a long line of money, then they're smart about distributing it, upon their death or whatever. Then there's certain like stipulations. You got to be this age or you got to have, be in college or graduate or whatever. They make sure that they set you up where you don't lose a long bloodline of money. But there are also instances where, a family member dies suddenly and it's in the will for you to have it, and then you don't know what the fuck to do with it. So now you broke. So
So
yeah.
that person that was in the will and they got the money and they didn't know what to do with it and they fucked it away, do they deserve to be poor?
Not necessarily. I would still say no in that light, because if they just fucked it away, then probably because that's all they've ever known is money, and they don't know how to manage it because it's always been somebody doing it for
It's
them.
still based on their decision, though. So, what do they deserve? If they're making certain decisions in which they're no longer in possession of that money, what do they deserve? Do they deserve to still have that money, or do they
To,
deserve to be poor?
to me, it's not a matter of deserving in that light. I mean, if their family member passes away, they have no type of smarts with dealing with that magnitude of money, millionaire, billionaire, whatever. There's nobody put in place to help them with that. Say it's like in a trust or something, I don't know. But if it's nobody put in place in their will to make sure they don't fuck it off, it's not necessarily that they deserve it, because I wouldn't blame them. It's not necessarily their fault if they were never taught how to properly manage that amount of money. They just knew they were always rich because their mom and dad or whoever was rich, and now, all of a sudden they died. Now it's mine. What do I do? Like right now, if somebody dropped $1 billion, well, I'm a bad example because I am opening my brain a little bit more to what's out here. But say when I first graduated from high school, if somebody passed down a couple million to me as an inheritance, I probably, I mean, I have a drive to learn and probably wouldn't have fucked it away, but it's a possibility that I could have. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't necessarily know what to do with that amount of money at that age. Now, if somebody step in to say, "Hey, you want to invest this, or you want to do this, or open up a business, or do whatever," the person I am now, I could manage it, and I would probably just reach out. I would go to sources like, "Hey, I just came into a whole bunch of money," but everybody's not like that. Like they don't have the smarts. Because again, 18-year-old Alicia, I would have been like, okay, first I'm gonna go buy this. I want a car. I want stupid shit. We're gonna blow some of it. But I was smart enough to not just blow it all away. I would have hoped. But yeah.
All right, Cash. Do you think that poor people deserve to be poor?
Those who choose to be poor and want that life, I think they deserve that life. Those who are trying and have the drive, I don't think they deserve to be poor. So that's a yes and no answer.
Okay, Ernest. Oh, Brian, you with us, bro?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think that poor people deserve to be poor?
I think so, yes.
Why?
Because you got projects where the mother's poor and she's bringing their kids up poor. So in their mind, that's how they're going to live for the rest of their life. And they're going to bring that up to the next child and the next child and the next child.
So the definition of deserve is to do something or have or show qualities worthy of. So if you're doing something or showing qualities worthy of being poor, then you deserve to be poor based on the definition of deserve.
Yeah.
All right, let me read some comments out the live chat here real quick, and I'll go to the next question. So they're saying, Jensen says money does not judge. James Doe said, do children deserve to be poor and live poor until they can change their own life status? So like I said, are they doing something worthy of for that? If they're not, then they don't deserve that. If they are, then they deserve that. So kind of for the example, yeah, like what Brian said, the mother and father or whatever are poor and they raise them up to be poor and stuff like that. At that time, are they doing something to deserve being poor? No. They're not doing anything worthy of it, but they are acting in a way based on how they were raised to deserve that. I mean, like I said, just based on the basic, simple definition of what deserve is, they actually are doing something worthy of being poor, and that is doing the same things that they see their parents do, which are poor. And once they get old enough to where they can make their own decisions, if they continue to do things worthy of being poor, then by the definition of the word deserve, then they are deserving of that. And then Crypto Jensen says, look at North Korea. They're suffering. We all suffer under government. What if your skills don't get minimum wage, then you're homeless? Well, I believe every person is where they are based on the decisions in their life. And then Jensen also says, if you don't have minimum wage skills, you're screwed. We all work hard and pass to our children. I can spend, but I want my son to have it spend on him. What about teaching your son about how to, manage that type of money? Life is making mistakes. Financially poor does not equate to poor character or poor mind and morals, says James Doe. James Doe says many people are not poor. They become poor through a system that does not support the poor. Earning $20 sounds good until we are dragged in it to pay for lawyer fees at $400 an hour. So there you have it. All right, so Ernest, do you think that rich people deserve to be rich? You're muted. Hold on, I might have to unmute you. All right, try it now. Try and unmute now. There you go.
You got me?
Yeah. Do rich people deserve to be rich?
Yeah, my bad. My nephew running back and forth. My fault. I'll mute myself next time, or if you need to. But it sounds like the same question, just in reverse, and my answer remains the same. Only because I feel like we all have this. Not all, but if you weren't born with a silver spoon in your mouth, you weren't born into millions or billions or whatever the capacity of finances are that you've always known your whole life is there. You can't guarantee anyone that you wouldn't act the way they act. So they don't deserve it because they was born into it, or they don't not deserve it because they was born into it. I'm sorry.
Tell Alicia, tell him we're gonna ask him next too. We want to know what he think too if he got a moment.
He do. I hold him here. I'm holding
do you believe that poor people deserve to be poor?
He's asking.
Do I believe poor people deserve to be poor?
I got to sit on the sink. Let me just raise it up right
there. You gotta wait because someone's answering.
Do you believe poor people deserve to be poor?
James Doe trying to steal my thunder in the live chat, y'all.
He said he's thinking.
I'm not. Well, it kind of depends, because if they're ignorant and they don't know, like, ignorant means like they don't know.
Yeah, ignorant is to not know or never have known. I'm agreeing with you. You said the ignorance is to not know or never have known. So if they basically, go ahead. If they were ignorant to what, like making money or what? Oh, we can barely hear him. He's kind of breaking up. You good, James? Alicia, can you hear what he's saying? Your mic's breaking up.
Yeah, let me move it on. I came in the kitchen. He was basically just saying that if they're, it's a matter of financial literacy and stuff like that. If they just don't know, you really can't blame.
Well, not about blame, is what do they deserve? Like I said, are they doing like I said, based on definition, are they doing something worthy of deserving? Are they, and let me read the definition again so I don't mess this up here. It says, to do something or have or show qualities worthy of, whether it's reward or punishment. So based on that definition, are they deserving to be poor? If they are are poor people doing something or have or show qualities worthy of being poor? If they are, or they do, then based on the definition of deserve, then they deserve to be poor.
I agree with that.
Or if you don't agree, then what do you, and why? And then the second question, well, I'm going around the room now, and I think Ernest, mom wanted a response to that too. The next question around is, do rich people deserve to be rich? So go ahead, Ernest. You had somebody who want to say something?
Loaded questions. Loaded.
I got my nephew.
Well, Alicia, when you start your podcast, be sure that you ask unloaded questions and invite me. I'll make sure I'll come to that. All right. Ernest, I thought you're okay, muted. All right. So Brian, my fault, Alicia. Oh, she muted. Alicia, do you think rich people deserve to be rich? Muted. You're muted.
I thought I unmuted. My bad.
No problem.
Same, somewhat similar to my previous response, though. I don't think it's a matter of deserve, because we know a lot of people are rich just because of their bloodline. And so, say I worked absolutely not a day of my life. I didn't lift a finger, work hard, or nothing, but because my family comes from money, am I deserving of it? I would say yeah, because I'm not. Yeah, it ain't my fault. Like, so to say I don't deserve it because I didn't work for it, like if it's bloodline, that's one thing. And definitely if I bust my ass and made the money, then I deserve
So hold on,
it.
so you saying if your parents rich and bloodline, you become rich, you deserve it because it's your family, right?
I wouldn't say I don't deserve it.
But if your parents are poor and then you become poor because your parents are poor, you don't deserve that though. See, that's hypocritical right there.
I get what you're saying. I mean, but it's different. But it's a difference between being rich and poor, though. I mean,
what's the difference?
Again, it's thought provoking because you got me thinking. You'll never stop me.
Well, welcome to the Truce Show. We here every weekend and Friday at 8. You make sure y'all tune in, like, subscribe, turn on post notifications. We're gonna keep going around the room while she think about that. Brian.
You're trying to talk me out.
Do rich people deserve to be rich?
I deserve to be rich.
Oh my God, Alicia.
Yeah, I believe so.
Why do rich people deserve to be rich?
Because I believe that because they busted their ass and they made the money to be rich.
What if they didn't bust their ass?
Well, then they know. For the people that are trust fund kids and grew up with money, no. But
they don't deserve to be rich, you said?
No. But
damn.
Thing like a Jay-Z, he deserves to be rich. He busted his ass.
A lot of rich people don't bust their ass, though. They just know the formula, but I'm listening.
That's true.
So if a person's parent has money and leave them money, and then they become rich because their parents left them money, they don't deserve that?
That's what I'm about to say. Why don't they deserve it? They didn't do nothing to not deserve it.
Well, let's see what Brian say.
I mean, do they deserve it? I mean, no, they don't deserve it because it's already theirs. It's not like they worked for it.
But they were fortunate enough to be in that bloodline. Is that not deserving? Oh, let me look at the definition again. Let's make sure we stay educated here. Do something or have or show qualities worthy of. So they have the bloodline of a rich parent. Would that fit the definition, or that doesn't fit the definition of deserve?
I feel like they're worthy if their parent busted their ass and made sure that they set their bloodline up, because you have some billionaires that goes back generations, way back. So I feel like the word worthy is critical because, I mean, they're fortunate at the same time because they just so happen to be born into that bloodline. But I wouldn't say they're not deserving just because they didn't have to work hard for it. Now they have to bust their ass to keep it, in a sense, and to educate themselves and be smart on like how not to lose it. And then with time, they become more like they fit that deserving factor of, working hard for it or whatever.
Well, you don't have to fit all three definitions. It says "or" in the definition like twice. So you don't have to be worthy and... Yeah, I mean, you only have to fit one of the definitions in order to
wash his hands.
To fit. Yeah, no problem. To fit the whole deserve thing. Let me read the live chat here real quick. So, Crypto Jensen says, but the minimum wage stops those who don't have skills. What should they do? It's illegal to give less. James Doe said, minimum wage does not even cover minimum cost at full time. Jensen says, James, but if my skills only worth $5 an hour, I'm screwed. It's illegal to give me a job for my skills. This is another good topic where should people get what they, what they're actually worth? Which I can tell you right now, a lot of people get more than what they're actually worth, but truth. James Doe says, if a contract is made like vocational schooling with less than minimum wage, other possibilities of social housing and food assistance are granted. So, welcome Avante to the live stream. How you doing? You got your audio up? Before I move to the rotation to cash, Let's ask Avante the first question. Do poor people deserve to be poor?
Here.
What'd you say?
A lot going on in the background. So I'm just here to be here.
Okay. Do poor people deserve to be poor?
Deserve to be poor?
Yes.
Wow. I would say no.
Okay, why not?
I mean, who wants that life?
It's not about what you want. The definition of deserve is to do something or have or show qualities worthy of. So it's not about what you want. It's about what you're showing qualities of, what you do or you have. That's what you deserve, yeah.
I don't think poor.
You don't think poor people deserve to be poor? Do you think rich people deserve to be rich? All right, we'll come back to you, Cash. So, Barry, we're in rotation. Do you think rich people? I think my camera just froze. 1 second. Let me reactivate. All right, we back. Cash, do you think that we lost Cash? All right, Cash is gone. Maybe she bounced back in. Okay, so Vante, do you think rich people deserve to be rich? Can y'all hear me?
I think rich people deserve to be rich.
Yeah, do you think rich people deserve to be rich?
Both questions, I guess, are circumstantial. I guess you can't really generalize everybody on that, because you have rich people who are rich because their family is rich, and you have rich people who worked hard and they built their wealth.
Well, the rich people that are rich because their families are rich, they have the bloodline. And that's a part of the definition of deserving, is to have something. So based on that definition, do they deserve the riches? Because they have the bloodline. They have something. Not necessarily they weren't worthy and they didn't do something, but it says to have something. So they have that bloodline. Based on that definition, how do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, if it's in their bloodline, yeah.
Okay, so you believe that rich people deserve to be rich? This ain't 2 + 2.
It is with me. I mean, yeah, if it's in your family and they worked hard for it.
No, it's not because they worked hard. It's because you have the bloodline.
So
you have the family connection. Yeah, you have something. There's 3 things of deserving: worthiness, have, and to do something. So they didn't do nothing. They're not necessarily worthy. They haven't proven themselves, but they do have the bloodline. They have the family lineage.
Nepotism.
So you're saying yes, they deserve to be rich.
Why not? Sure.
Okay. But poor people don't deserve that, though. They have a poor bloodline. They didn't necessarily do something to be poor. They were maybe born into it. They didn't do anything worthy to be poor, like make bad decisions, but they were born into poverty. And they have a poor bloodline. Do they deserve to be poor?
By definition, I guess, yes.
But what do you mean, but?
Like I said earlier, I mean, who wants that life?
Well, I mean, that's a different topic we can talk about who wants what type of life. There are people that actually want to be poor and they live in poverty. That's people that live in tunnels in Las Vegas, in Nevada. They live in tunnels, they're poor. So, okay, welcome back to the stream, Cash. Before you got temporarily disconnected, we was talking about the rich. So, Cash, do you believe that rich people deserve to be rich?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Because they have it. They live in that lifestyle. They have it. They already know how. They live in that lifestyle. So just like I said, poor people, it depends on whether you want to be in that status. Rich people want to be rich. They have the money. I believe they deserve it. I believe anybody deserves it.
But not if you're poor?
If you're poor, you deserve to be rich. You don't deserve to be poor.
Why is it different?
Want that life, if you want that life and you don't want to be poor and you have that drive, there is no difference.
Okay, so you feel a person deserves something just because they want it?
If they go and they got that drive and they want it, yeah. And with the rich, they don't have to go out and seek it. Some of them are born with it. Some of them are given it during their life. So yes, if they have the money, they deserve it. It was given to them for a reason. That's their destiny. Hey, Avante.
All right. You believe in destiny?
Yes. I believe in fate. I believe in destiny. I believe in karma.
So that means that you're not really in control of your life then. It's already set for you. You really don't have a choice or decisions then. Is that what you believe?
The choices you make lead you to those are, you take steps to get you to where you need to be. That's karma.
I thought karma was something that happens to you based on the decision that you make, like some type of energy or something that comes back around to you.
Like I said, you did it.
Okay, so what's the difference in fate then? Your fate meaning like, hey, your fate is to die on this day, but that means
you took the steps to get there. It doesn't matter if it's whatever, your path is already written. You're taking the steps to get there. It's written.
All right, so you really don't have a choice. You're just living a pre-recorded destiny, is basically what you're saying.
Your steps are going to lead you to where you need to be.
Right,
you can't change my decision.
Right,
no
so
what you say, babe.
I'm not trying to change anything. I'm trying to understand. So you're saying that, do you believe in choice? Do you think that we're making choices?
Yes, we're making choices to get to our destiny. Yes, I do.
Right, so we can't choose to anything that would take us away from whatever that destiny is?
Our destiny is where we're going to end up.
So it's predetermined.
My gosh, you're trying to change this to something else. My answer is my answer, babe. That's it.
No, I'm asking another question. I'm not trying to change anything. I'm trying to get another. I mean, if you say that as a way out of the question, no problem.
Now you're making this a loaded question. Like,
it's not loaded.
We're taking the steps to get where we're going to get. So we were to jump into the future. It's already there.
Right. So it's already predetermined. That's what I'm saying. It's predetermined.
Yes. That's what fate is, babe.
Right. So you're not making, and what I'm saying, if you're talking about something that's predetermined, so let's say you write a movie, and in the movie, as the author of the movie, you have predetermined that something is going to happen in that movie. That means that nobody that's performing or working or operating in that movie can make a choice or decision. It's going to happen anyway. And if you're saying that, hey, your destiny is already, if you're saying that your destiny is already set, then there's nothing that you can actually choose to alter that.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. All the choices we're making right now are going to lead somewhere. That somewhere in my mind is already written. So we're going to get there. The choices we're making now, every choice we make, it's going to lead us somewhere. So we can jump in the future and see our future. It's because of fate. That's where we were meant to be. It's like you're trying to make this more complicated than it is. Just take this. The choice I'm making right now to talk to you.
You can't say that I'm trying to do it. You don't know what I'm trying to do.
Yes, you are, because you're still asking me questions. I gave you my answer, babe.
Okay, we're going to move to the next person then. Thanks for the answer. Let's read something out the live chat here. James Doe said, if you are blessed with a brain, you can become wealthy in life. Disagree with that first part. Because there's a lot of people with a brain that maybe don't work. You know, there's people that have medical malfunction and stuff like that. Maybe you meant blessed with a normal type working brain. But you can choose what you consider as wealth. If you are blessed with money and then become poor, it could be much harder fall. Let's see what else they said. In the marketplace, rich men can be poor and poor men can be rich. With bloodline, let's say your granddad worked real hard, and instead of spending it himself, he set up a trust. But the bloodline, someone who have to work hard. Look at Kanye West kids. He worked hard. Kids now sorted. Right, similar to what we was talking about. Sagira, welcome to the Gigi, welcome to the live stream. You got your audio up? You good?
Hey.
What's going on tonight? We discussing a few different topics and whatnot. So let me ask.
His bullshit.
Thank you for that content. What's up, Brian? Welcome to the stream. Well, I mean, we can get over here and talk about some boring ass shit like you want to talk about, but that's not how it's gonna happen. So I mean, Truce, like, how you want to do it, Alicia? Okay. I'm just saying you came for me. I'm gonna like you can't shoot at me. It's my destiny to shoot back. So it's already predetermined. I'm gonna clap back at you.
I didn't give any topics, but what I'm saying is you're on your bullshit.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. So you was gonna say that regardless. There was nothing I could did. There's no choice and nothing I can make. Had to get out of that. No, so I'm gonna clap back. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna keep it going. Truce. And I'm just saying we'll keep it going. Truce. So as you see, Gigi, welcome to the live stream. This is what we're dealing with today. Brian, welcome to the live stream. You know what I'm saying?
Hi, Brian.
The game is to be sold, not to be told. You know what I'm saying? So let's ask Gigi first. Gigi, do you believe that poor people deserve to be poor?
Deserve to be poor?
Okay, let's read this. I got the definition up here for deserve. Deserves means to do something or have or show qualities worthy of. So meeting any of those three criteria means that you are deserving of something. So do poor people do something or have something or show qualities to deserve to be poor?
I think that's too general of a statement.
Everybody tap dance on this question.
No, I'm just saying because in most situations, like if you're living in the United States and you're an adult, then yeah, I think that you deserve whatever you just put on yourself because you have control of your destiny to some degree.
Oh, that destiny word again.
But, I mean, because people that aren't putting forth the effort are not receiving anything, you know? But I mean, in certain situations, like if you're in another country where there's no access to anything in certain places, then you can't control as much as you like.
Okay, so meeting those three criterias, you don't feel like, I mean, is it, you're saying, is it situational? Oh, we got some feedback. Hold on, let me mute the other secondary.
Yeah,
Do
definitely
you
situational. I mean, because I could be poor, you know, in 1 year by something that happens, and does that mean I'm going to remain poor? No.
No, we're
I
talking
have,
about deserving. Yeah, like
yeah.
did you deserve that?
No, I mean, no, because and in that instance, no, because it could be an economy hit, my business, like what's going on now. Some stuff is out of my control. My business is just shut down, and I'm losing everything. There's nothing I could do at this very moment. I can strategize in order to get out of the hole.
That's still your fault. You didn't diversify your portfolio. That's what I'm saying. It's still something you did or that you wasn't worthy, for deserving. So you could still potentially deserve.
But it also depends on what somebody thinks is poor. Because I could be thinking, man, I'm in a messed up situation. And I'm maybe over here living off of our stocks or bonds or whatever investments we have. To me, that's poor.
Well,
And then,
poor, yeah, my fault. I don't know if I cut you off, but poor is more so a mind state. There's a difference between poor and being broke, obviously.
mm-hmm. And then opposed to now I'm homeless and I'm living on the street type of deal. That's another level of poor.
All right, so let me give it because we got two questions on the table right now. Let me get back to you for a second. Let's bring Brian into the conversation. I'm gonna read a little bit out the live chat. We on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Live here every weekends. We doing Saturday today. Most of the time, we're gonna do Fridays at 8. Brian, yeah, that's right, because Big B is the other one, but he not here right now. Brian, do poor people deserve to be poor? And please, if you need me to read the definition, I can read the definition. So let me know what you think.
No, not at all and stuff. It just depends on certain circumstances and stuff, and honestly, like I feel like it just kind of like depends on what's been instilled as far as on your family and stuff. Because when you think about poor people, poorness don't discriminate. Oh yeah, let's go. Poorness. Oh yeah, we gotta keep out the 2 drink minimum in here,
It
man.
was the 2 drink minimum. That's old school. That's OG right there. We did say 2 drink minimum.
Yeah, but I mean, poorness don't discriminate, so it just depends on what was instilled, in your background. And sad to say, for us, what was instilled in us was systemic racism, stuff that kept us for trying to uplift ourselves and get, the American dream, getting approved for home loans, getting better jobs and stuff, redlining, all that, and stuff. But I mean, poorness happens with white people. You have white people that had a chance, to uplift themselves, but it's white people that, ride the system too and stuff. They don't uplift themselves or whatever, and the crazy part is they have that opportunity and that chance to do so, but they choose not to.
So give me an example of where somebody does not deserve to be poor.
I mean, the only race that from me going to school or whatever that I see that it's held against you is dealing with Hinduism, where they believe in a caste system and stuff. I think everybody have an opportunity to uplift themselves and get money or better the situation that they in and stuff. But with Hinduism, and I'm just paraphrasing, but whatever life you're born into, you have to do that to the best of your ability. And then when you die, when you get, I guess, supposed to reincarnated, either you move up to the next caste or high level, or you get born again in that same lower level, or supposedly you go to their example of either hell or heaven and stuff. But
And
I
that's your
mean,
example of how someone deserves to be poor?
no. I'm saying
Well, that's
like
what I was
no,
asking, brother. I mean,
no.
I
I
wanted to
understand.
let you finish. That was a
Yeah,
great
I
spiel about
understand that, but I'm
Hinduism. Big
saying
shout
that's
out to Hinduism. All the people out there practicing Hindu. We want to give you a big shout out right now. Everybody take a shot for everybody practicing Hinduism on the next level and, operating as a cricket or as a god. There you go, Alicia. Thank you. Appreciate you. I see you down there, Cash. Take them shots for Hindu. Now that we got that out the way, Brian.
You ain't gotta get
okay.
ready until stay
Truce.
ready.
Give
True.
me an example of a situation where a person deserves, or mess me up, where a person does not deserve to be poor.
I mean, I don't think nobody deserves to be poor. I think everybody should have a chance, to make it up. It's on that person to, overcome whatever obstacles there is and stuff. So I'm not trying to tap dance around, the thing and stuff, because I done
Oh,
been
you
poor.
tap dancing.
No, I'm not. Like I
Because
didn't live.
let me jump in right here because you said nobody deserve to be poor, but so if
No,
somebody got a good paying job and then
no.
they make a decision in their own life, even whether it's fate or whatever y'all want to say, it was pre-recorded, whatever decision you make, this determines your fate. They make a decision with their own brain and consciousness to take that money, go out, buy a bunch of coke and hookers, and don't wake up and go to work next day, and they lose their job or whatever. Did they do something and now they have no money, they have no job, they have no money? You're telling me that person doesn't deserve to be poor? Because based on the definition, it says it's something you do, you have, or is worthy of. So how can you say nobody deserves to be poor?
Hey, players slip up, but it's on that person if they been up to that place where they got money, all that and stuff, whether they pick themselves up and get back up to there or stay where they at. If you got the mindset, the drive to get there, and you be like, man, fuck it, too much pressure. I just want to live life, ball out with some hookers, and then have my nose all bloody with powder. Like, hey, you might need a stress reliever. Like, it is what it is. Like, you need a
Did
break.
somebody say hookers?
Well, I got some sound bites for the next promo, so okay. Uh, Gigi.
I
Excuse
thought
me.
I heard hookers.
You heard a bunch
Like
of stuff that
hookers.
probably need to be bleeped out. Talking about bloody nose and everything else. Gigi. Gigi, the next question for you. Do rich people deserve to be rich?
I don't know if deserve is the correct word for
Well, I
somebody.
mean, like I said, the definition here is, I mean, it fits. It's to do something, to have, or show quality. I think the thing is, our socialistic standard teaches us we don't think about the word deserve the same way. And I'm reading the definition right here. So I think
Yeah.
when people feel deserve, they have this other concept. And I'm trying to filter that out here. I'm trying to get people to see the actual definition here instead of going what they have been feel it was this socialistic understanding or
Yeah,
programming.
and
about deserve.
I'm with you on that because a lot of times we put emotions into certain words,
Right.
and I've been having debates about emotional words a lot this week, where you're just and people take things and make it too much of a strong opinion when it's like this is what the actual word means,
Mm-hmm.
But um, I'm gonna say the same thing. Like again, you put forth what it is. Even if you couldn't say that you're your family, you're heiress or something. Because I have some friends who don't do anything to earn their money. They just happen to have some money. 'Cause
Yeah,
they
but that
family.
fits the description of deserved though, because they have the bloodline, they have the family members that.
That's what I was just about to say. I said, but you know, it's deserved to them because it's deserving to them because of what other people have done. So I'm gonna say the same as before. Like, yeah,
So rich people. So you're saying yes, rich people deserve to be rich?
yeah, whether we like them or not, whether we think they deserve it or not.
And what about poor people again? You said the poor people deserve to be poor, or you don't think poor people deserve to
And
be
I
poor?
also and I same thing as before. Sometimes can be environmental where I don't agree with that. You know,
See, people switch it up so quick when it's talking about being poor, but being rich, you're like, oh yeah.
when there is places that have a strong divide between rich and poor, what we consider to be poor, like you ain't got nothing, you ain't got no water, you don't have a place to stay, you're pooping outside of and on the street type of
I know some
deal.
people that poop outside on the street and they got money, but I'm listening.
But you
That was a joke. Go ahead. I've
but
seen it.
hold on one second. Stop, Manny. Come on. Walking the dog, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, because some stuff where there's extreme environment differences, it's things that's out of your control. Like you really just don't have too many opportunities because there's not many to grasp onto. You know, you look at people in foreign countries that have really, really large communities of poor people. So that's the only time where I would disagree with what I said.
All right, let me read this. This comment seems to be responding to what Brian was talking about with hookers and cocaine. It says, so many misconceptions. Oh, this is from James Doe on YouTube.
Hookers and cocaine? How did I miss?
I don't know, but this is from Brian. Brian was talking about hookers and cocaine. James Doe says, so many misconceptions. Bloody nose. You are either doing it daily and not annually, or you cut your nostrils up with crappy single-use dollar notes or Mickey D straws. So there you have it. That's straight from YouTube.
Did they say anally?
No, they didn't say that, but that's another soundbite.
What did you just say?
I read it again. It says,
I'm muting again.
when Brian talked about that, James Doe said that there are so many misconceptions. Bloody nose. Because he was like, oh, you're either doing coke with a bloody nose, blah, blah. So James Doe said, misconception. If you got a bloody nose, it's whether you're doing it daily or not annually, not anally, annually, like yearly. Or you cut your nostrils up with crappy single-use dollar notes or Mickey D straws. So, Brian, I think the people that you're thinking about use crappy McDonald's straws or dollars that ain't worth nothing, paper cuts. Maybe that's...
This shit just got too deep.
I mean, Brian, you're the expert here. What makes people's nose bleed when they do cocaine?
Yo, if I offended any coke users, I'm sorry. I never used coke. I just say some shit that I've seen on the streets or movies and stuff like that. So if I offended you, I apologize. Whatever your own fight is, I mean.
Brian, do you think? I mean, what causes bloody noses? Is it the drugs or is it what they're using? They're snorting with?
Shoot, I think it's a damn grade of coke here.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, let's switch it up here.
It's
okay.
too early.
All right, back on topic, guys. Welcome, Prince, to the live stream. What's up, Jordan? Yeah, Prince says that Brian is definitely the expert on Facebook. So they own you, bro.
I don't know why.
LMAOS from YouTube says, also remember that short money, talk funny. Okay, so talk to Gigi about that. Brian, did you already answer? Did you already tell why if you believe that rich people deserve to be rich?
No.
Okay, so do you believe that rich people deserve to be rich? Without taking into consideration anything you heard tonight, which I know you're going to do, but go
ahead. I mean, honestly, the majority of rich people either they got it on their own or it's inherited. They create jobs and stuff. You know, most of the companies that a lot of us work for is by rich people or rich companies and stuff. My thing is, honestly, I know I'm going off track a little bit. If we take out the unions and stuff, then probably they would bring more of those jobs back to America because a lot of the unions require that people get paid as much or almost as much as the I'm not gonna say the VPs, but at least like people in leadership that went to college or whatever. And this is just my opinion. I feel that that's what drove jobs away to like Mexico, China, all that and stuff. So if you take the unions out and stuff and start giving tax credits to these rich companies, then that'll bring more jobs back to America. So,
all right. Can anybody in the live stream chat on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube tell me if they think Brian thinks that rich people deserve to be rich based on what he said?
you're trying to get me ate up tonight, man. Dang.
Because I didn't understand it. Is that a yes? No? Maybe?
Yeah, because rich people make jobs.
Some rich people make jobs. Some rich people make jobs. Not all. But I see you, yeah, some rich people do. LMAO says, in my opinion, no. So LMAO in the YouTube live chat feels that rich people do not deserve to be rich. He believes, or he or she believes that they do not do, have, or are worthy of something that is to be rich. Okay.
Then how they get their money?
Look, the same spectrum goes for being poor, but you know, a lot of people don't feel that way. That's why I bring it up. You know, it's like people like, oh, if they're rich, either people say they're rich, they deserve to be rich because they did something, but people that are poor, they don't deserve to be poor, even though they did something or they have something or are worthy of being poor. And so it's like, well, which, you know, how can you use the same parameters, but to switch it up just because it's something that we socialistically desire, which, and like I said, everybody don't desire to be rich. Some people desire to be poor and live in a poor state, and they enjoy that. So let me scroll back up and yeah, everybody's saying no. Oh, he said no. I thought Brian thought that. Oh, okay. Truce. Prince on the Facebook chat says, I don't know what that Negro talking about. He drunk on them Modelo's. What the fuck?
Man, that nigga
Brian, you the star tonight.
What the fuck?
What are you drinking? Modelo's?
Negro.
Bruh, hey. See, I'm gonna have to get it to where y'all can see this live. I could probably do that too. I'm gonna have to get it to where y'all can see the live. Cause y'all, what do you see on my screen? You see yourself in my screen on your phone? Like you can see everybody in the chat on my actual little screen?
I'm on a laptop, so all I see is people in the Zoom meeting.
What do you see on my profile picture?
Your background drop, you, and then the little boxes of people that.
See, I'm gonna get it to where I can put the live chat to where y'all can look on my screen or some kind of way. Sonny's supposed to show me, but I don't know where he at tonight. He said he gonna come through, so y'all can read live because live chat going ham. I'm trying to read all the comments. So let me go back up here. Somebody was stealing my thunder. Let me go back to that question. It's gonna remind me of what I was gonna ask next. Hold on. Dude's about to steal my thunder. Oh man, your name is in the live chat so many times, Brian. What this dude say here? I should have wrote this down when he popped up. I didn't know this many people was gonna be commenting. Okay, here we go. Then who's gonna start it off? Let's kick it off. We'll start with you, Brian, since you just started. Do poor people deserve to stay poor?
Only if they have. All right. So, do poor people deserve to stay poor? No, if they have the will or desire to not to be poor. But I mean, you got people that choose to be poor. So
Okay,
if you choose to be poor, you're gonna stay poor.
And they deserve to stay poor, right?
Yeah, but if you trying to get up and get out and stuff, then no, you don't deserve to be poor.
Okay, all right. What about rich people? Do they deserve to stay rich?
I mean, if you creating job opportunities or you creating like money, because I mean they're gonna get taxed, so it's going back into the economy. So I mean, like, why you think all?
Go ahead.
Why you think all the politicians, as far as the Democratic politicians, always talking about like, oh, let's tax the rich and stuff. Like they trying to get that money, to help stimulate the economy and stuff. So
Yeah, but that's I don't know if I agree with all that because people always like, oh
we
yeah,
got
tax the
tax
rich.
different opinions.
They be like tax the rich, or whatever. But poor people, minimum wage people pay more taxes than anybody.
Yep.
So, and if you even if you tax the rich, that ain't hold on, I got new much. That ain't. It's not as much money to go around just from the taxes from rich people as people think, and even taxes came as it almost it was pretty much a slap in the face. If you look up how taxes had started, it was shown like it was supposed to be helping the poor people, but then the rich people, which were smarter with money, they just used those same rules to not pay as many taxes. That's why Jeff Bezos and Amazon, they don't pay no taxes. Like rich people ain't paying
Paying
taxes like that.
contributions and giving away
Yeah, the
stuff.
minimum wage, middle class pay more taxes than anybody. And that's because they don't speak the language of money like rich people do. Rich people speak that language and they know how to use the tax code and they know how to use businesses and corporations and stuff like that to pay less taxes. And then they get basically shit on. They get talked, oh, I can't believe he didn't pay any taxes. He was smart. He deserved to not pay taxes because he did something to not pay that. He used the same thing, the same codes that anybody else can use, but he or she knew how to use it. So I mean, open platform. I mean, I don't even really go around the room with this one, but I mean, like I said, how do y'all feel about? Do they deserve to stay poor? Like a poor person, do they deserve to stay poor? Or somebody's talking about unions again. Nobody unmute their mic? Okay, cool. So James Doe said unions should be a unity for the complete workforce of the state of the country. Now I don't know much about unions, so I can't really speak too much on this. Oh, go ahead, Alicia.
No, I was just gonna because I was clicking around while I'm listening at the same time, but I don't think anybody deserves to just stay poor though. Like I still keep going back to the same thing. It's kind of open ended. I mean,
what if you're doing poor person stuff though? I think you deserve to stay poor if you're doing poor people stuff.
Yeah, if you just fucking away, like just you not trying. Again, I think a couple people said that as far as the trying aspect. If you're trying to do better and learn, and regardless of your background, regardless of where you come from, regardless of your educational background, your remember Doug said financial literacy, all of that. Take all of it into account. If you're not trying, then yeah, to me, you deserve. That's the deciding factor. You deserve to be exactly what you are. If you're not going to seek, the proper, because there's a lot of resources out here. So if you're not going to seek them, then you almost deserve to, like, to me, you deserve to be poor. But it's still like that thin line to where I sympathize when it comes to that aspect, because I do know that a lot of people are born, like most people, I ain't gonna say most because I don't know the stats on it, but a lot of people are just born into poverty. And that's all they've known all their lives. And it comes to a point, okay, when you become an adult, yeah, you control your destiny. Like we talked about that same word over and over again, but in a sense, some people don't control their destiny. Like if you don't have the educational background or you don't know how to come from that and what to do, like even how to seek resources, then I can't say that that person deserve, like they can control their destiny because they don't know what the fuck to do. Like they just don't. And it's unfortunate. So I don't feel like they deserve it. But the flip side of that, if you are raised in money, money, I don't feel like you don't deserve it because your parents were smart enough to make sure that their descendants and generations after them were comfortable. So yeah, they might be some spoiled brats, whatever you want to call it, but I don't think they're not deserving because it's in their bloodline. So you said that earlier, and I thought on it, and I've been listening to everybody talking.
Right.
But that's why my answers differ, because I'm not going to be mad at somebody and think they don't deserve it because they didn't have to work as hard for it, because their ancestors worked for it. They generations before them worked for it. So we can't take it away from them because it came down their bloodline. Like they deserve it too.
All right. They going ham in the live chat. I wanted to read this one comment I
Not
saw.
come for me. Hold on, let me get my glasses. So I check.
They coming for everybody. Look like.
Not come for me.
Okay, what y'all think about this? James Doe says everyone needs to support the children, disabled, and unemployed. And he didn't say that. Let me quote him correctly. Everyone needs to support the children, disabled, unemployed, and other social installations. Rich need to support more than poor by percent of their wealth or income.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I read that initially. I'm like, I mean, if you're able-bodied by any sort, no. You shouldn't get support.
That relates to me. To me, that relates back to politics because a lot of times, never mind.
No, say it. It's truth.
Nah, because I'm about to start a whole nother conversation.
Hey, we here. We here at 1 o'clock. We here every weekend.
I'm just saying when it comes to politics, in my opinion, then that's kind of like, I'm not saying whoever said that is a Democrat, but that's a Democratic thought process.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? And that's why I said I didn't want to say it because I wasn't trying to like.
No, that's fine. We open platform tonight.
When it comes to that though, like, I feel like if I'm rich, I need to be rich, and I'm gonna stay rich, and I shouldn't have to be.
Do you think you should support the unemployed if you're rich?
No. And that's what I'm saying. If I'm rich, I ain't got nothing to do with like my taxes or my hold on, I'm gonna get the words together.
Like charities.
I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't be penalized. That's the word. Okay, so I shouldn't be penalized for being rich and have to pay into more things for poor people because I'm rich.
And you saying that's a more democratic type of mindset?
And it really is. So you remember a couple weeks ago we talked about this, and that's why I told you I think I favor more. I don't know now because honestly, I've had several conversations even this week.
Brian, you got to jump in.
Parties, but we talked about
no rotation.
We talked about how Democrats. Damn, I'm trying to remember the conversation. Go ahead, Brian. I'm thinking again because I remember we talked about it.
Okay.
I got it.
Go ahead, Brian. What you gonna say?
Nah, I was just gonna ask a question to Alicia. What if you was a rich person and you had a business? What if poor people work for you? Would you still feel?
Now that's the difference. I'm gonna pay them their worth, and that's kind of along the lines of the conversation. Again, I'm trying to remember everything that
you said you're gonna pay them their worth, but minimum wage is what, $7? What if they ain't worth that?
I'm gonna pay above minimum wage. Like I'm not saying I'm gonna just if I'm rich.
Wait, first I gotta ask you this. Have you ever owned a business and had employees? Because I have.
I own 2 businesses right now.
And did they have? Do you have
2 businesses and 1 business before I left Virginia the last time? Then I had employees. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So go ahead. You said you about to say something about what you can afford or whatever.
So when it comes, if I can afford to pay above minimum wage, so he said rich. So to me, rich means I can afford to pay above minimum wage. So that means
that doesn't mean rich. Definition of rich means you have an abundance of something.
I got you, but what I'm saying is, if I can afford to answer your question, Brian, if I can afford to pay above minimum wage, then I will. But I'm also going to pay you based on your work, based on what you do, based on your experience, based on whatever the job entails. So background, I own a catering and event planning business. I paid people to work events with me. So based on like, okay, are you a cook? Are you grinding? Are you doing a whole lot of fucking work? I'm gonna pay you more than a motherfucker that's just showing up and setting up tables or chairs or doing the bare minimum. Are you with me all day? Like I had fellow event planners that had a background in the business, and I knew that I can trust them with my name and say, okay, well, she got this covered. And I'm thinking in my head, like, that's why I said she, because I'm relating this to like actual events. So I can pay this person a little bit more because I know that they know what the fuck they doing, basically. And I don't have to hold their hand. And then cooks that, are you safe? Or what is it called? Serve safe qualified? Do you have a background?
All right, did you ask Brian a question?
Or you just, huh?
Did you ask Brian a question?
No, I didn't ask him a question.
She
get where I'm coming from, though.
But so what if you get a poor person that don't have them qualifications? I'm just playing devil's advocate right now.
I've done that.
What if you get a poor person, they don't have them qualifications, but they're trying to work up to that level,
So
you know,
there's a chick.
penalize
I'm gonna
them and
give you.
not
I'm
pay
gonna
them
answer
their
that.
worth.
I'm gonna answer that. So there was a chick that lived in my neighborhood, and when
That's
she
not
first
true
found out
either.
about my catering business or whatever, then she was like, "Well, I'm trying to make some little extra money, blah blah blah. Whatever you can, keep me down or whatever, then I'm here to help, basically." But my thing is, first of all, my licenses and everything is on the line too, so I need you to have certain qualifications. So I paid for her to be serve safe qualified. That was number one. I'm not gonna let you work in catering if you don't have that. That was the bare minimum because Virginia, they don't require it, but you might as well say it's required, in my opinion, because it's the basics of being a food handler and a caterer, like being around food. If like I wanted all of my employees to have that, so cool. I didn't make her pay for that. I paid for it, and I made her go through the courses. I'm like, hey, it's online, and I helped her through a lot of it and trained her in a lot of it myself. Long story short, fast forward because there's a lot more in between there. What I'm telling you is, I paid her more than minimum wage.
Okay.
I helped her out tremendously when it came to the few events that she worked with me. She made more than she was making because she was working at a hotel like a little over there off Northampton Boulevard.
Okay,
Matter
we
of
don't need
fact,
no location, but all right,
no,
cool.
I'm just saying like she was working like this, and she ain't there no more, so it's fine for me to say that.
Let me
But
read
this
the
was a
live. Let
couple
me read
years
some of
back.
the live chat because they talking about the military here. All right, you got military. A lot of people here have some military experience. James Doe is saying, I want y'all to respond to this. He said two things. He said, it's the same social aspect of how the military system works. There are poor and rich in the military by status and rank, which there are some poor admirals and there are some actual rich, like E5s or whatever. But I don't know what type of experience he has, but this is what his thoughts are. And then the second thing he said was, the higher your value in the military, the more they will spend to keep you alive. But that's not entirely true either, because I know some people of many different importances, and I mean, just flying in helicopters. You have pilots and aircrew. You also have, they're spending the same amount of money to keep those same people alive flying around the aviation. So I don't know what aspect he's talking about, unless he's talking about like, I don't know. He might have to clarify that more. So how do y'all feel about those two things he said? Do you think that it's poor and rich based on status and rank? And do you think that the more higher value you have in the military, the more they spend to keep you alive? Can y'all respond to that? Go ahead, Brian. Open platform. No rotation. Go ham.
Oh,
Either you build like that or you not.
I can say, like the little old term, choose your rate, choose your fate and stuff, I know some submariners or nukes that get paid way more just being an E1, E2, E3 and stuff, that he give me that whole look. I mean, they get big ass bonus and they get, hey, I know some people that was on the subs get paid like way more than me, and I started on a frigate. So I started off undeads and stuff, and I'm asking them like, oh, what's your paycheck like here? Like, oh, like I'm making this or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So and then also it depends on your situation. I know some E5s that had 3 baby mamas that getting hit for child support, and this back in the day, this probably like '03. You look when they used to post a pay stub on dispersing wall.
Yeah, I know.
They paycheck say 0. I'm like, nigga,
Yeah, I remember that.
you got 0 on payday, bro. Like, what the fuck? And they got to stay on the ship.
Yeah.
And eat the damn ship meal and shit. I'm like, what the fuck going on? So, I mean, I can see what he's saying. So,
well, let me read this too. Sagir, Gigi said, I'm just now seeing the chat for Zoom. Says, rich people don't always bring money. My good friend has no job or business because her grandfather owns a mine in Africa. She has not contributed one job to anybody here in America. And what are we considering poor? Well, like I said, poor is a mentality. It's a lifestyle, basically, to where you're doing things, you have a concept in which you struggle to provide for what type of level of living that you're on. That's poor. That's what I consider. Well, that's what is poor. Wealth is different than being rich as well, which is wealth is the opposite of being the opposite of poor, and rich is the opposite of being broke, basically, where you have rich is an abundance of something. It could be anything. It could be love. It could be money. You're rich in that, and being broke is having nothing of the such. Wealth is your extended amount of value that you can basically live off. How long can you go? How what type of generation? What type of generation of money generation is being created? Your actual wealth creation, where a person can have $1 million but not be wealthy, because if you look at it, okay, $1 million, how long can you live on that? Where somebody that is generating income is more wealthy because they have that. Like, I can't think of the exact word right now, but they have the producing assets of wealth. So I mean, that's what we're considering poor.
Well, I was just saying that earlier because they were talking about something. It was a discussion earlier, and I'm thinking to myself, well, what is really considered poor? Because I can say that I've probably been in a poor situation, but in my head, I'm like, well, was I really, really poor? Nah, I wasn't that dang on poor. I had a house, I had a roof over my head, I had food. If somebody else would consider it poor, or if being on welfare, they would say that's poor. But then the next person would be like, well, you're getting money from the government, you're not poor. You know.
Mm.
So what is considered poor? Because somebody in a place where they don't have no home at all, I would consider that poor, opposed to someone on welfare. I don't think you're that poor because you got money. Whether
All
you
right.
made it or not, you got money.
Well, we're gonna let me go ahead and read this. Then I looked up the definition. So we're gonna go and set this in stone. There's two definitions look like that pop up here. It's one, lacking sufficient money to live at a standard considered comfortable or normal in a society. So if your standard of living in a different society, it may not be America, it may be some other country or something like that. If you lack the sufficient money to live at that standard, whatever that standard is, you're poor. So if you're if you're in Dubai and that standard of living is $250,000 a year, if you lack the sufficient money to live at that standard, then in Dubai, you're poor. It is below whatever standard you're living in. The second definition is worse than is usual, expected, or desirable of a low or inferior standard or quality. Basically what the first one says. So whatever the standard is.
Society, because there's people that I know that are like people who don't want to work and prefer to live off the land. Like, people that live off of the land and they're happy in those situations. They don't feel like they need to have the things that everybody else assumes you need to have. And they don't find in their mind that they're poor at all. They feel like they're in abundance of everything.
But does that give them the right to break away from the definition in which most humans have agreed to establish on?
Yeah, because for them, they don't feel like they're poor. They feel like they're rich in everything that they need.
Are they below the standard in which the country that they're living in, though?
Whose standard?
The country standard, so the socialistic standard of basically being able to provide food for yourself, shelter, and have comfort necessities of whatever it is that you desire. So it sounds like
someone who's never been able to provide for themselves outside of buying something, it will be considered low to them. But to someone who knows that they can provide for themselves without having the actual cash or monetary value to get it, they might not see it that way.
And then they're not poor then, because like I said, it sounds like somebody you're talking about, like, say if they don't need a lot, but their standard of living is okay. Well, hey, I grow my own food, or I don't need a car or whatever.
Exactly. Right.
Right. So I mean, yeah, that definitely. I mean, are they below the? They have like I said, the definition. They have the necessity. They do not lack the sufficient money to live at well, it says considered comfortable or normal. So, but it sounds like you're saying somebody that's living comfortably.
Yes, like right.
So then they're not poor. No, that person isn't poor.
Always put monetary value on what poor means. But
Yeah.
that
That ain't right,
monetary
though.
value could only go so far.
Yeah.
Because my rich is not your rich, and my poor is not your poor.
But wealth, you're rich. Yeah, I guess you said it too. Yeah, like I said, so if somebody, lives in a 1-bedroom shack, but they're comfortable in there, because that makes them comfortable, then they're not poor because they're not.
One of my homegirls is living her best life in an RV. And somebody else will look at her and be like, "Ooh, you ain't got but like 6 outfits to wear." She's okay. She decided to take away all those outfits. She chose to only have a certain amount of pair of shoes. Like that's what some people
That
choose.
kind of breaks the second part. That suffices for the first part of being comfortable, but the second one says a normal in the society. So is that normal? Is that below being normal? What are the most
people? I know honestly, when I first heard about it, I'm like, oh, she must be on a struggle life. But then when I'm around her, I'm like, no, she seems.
Well, she might not be struggling because her needs might not be that great. So she's not going to struggle. She doesn't need a whole lot to have to struggle for. If she you know what I'm saying, she eating, chicken and beef, and she ain't struggling to, if she's not struggling to buy that, or she's not struggling to pay rent, then she's not poor. Somebody that's poor, that's what I said, it's a mentality, it's a lifestyle. There are people that make $250,000 a year and they are poor because they are struggling. They're in debt. They're paycheck to paycheck. They got a bunch of liabilities. Like, they're struggling. They're below standard. They're not living healthy. They're stressed out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all right, let me read this live chat here. Anybody want to respond to that before I read these comments? I can't even keep up. They're going off. I can't talk about no unions. I don't know about that. It says right here, I just gonna have to pick one because they having a whole conversation. And let me read this one. Well, this goes back to the Democratic statements. Well, the Democratic leadership has been key to nurturing the mentality. I wouldn't necessarily blame people raised and groomed, believed in genocidal regime change. I guess he was talking to James Doe about that. Same social aspect. I mean, yeah. So that's a tough one, but Cash, what you think?
I do not have a comment for this one. Thank you.
What was the question?
We're more so conversating about being poor and, what does that mean? Like,
Oh, I heard all that. I thought you asked the question.
Oh, no. I didn't ask the question. Tell me why you mad.
I'm mad because I want you to ask another question.
Okay, Alicia. Let's ask a question from the live chat. Yeah, let me see here.
And it can't have nothing.
The question says, are you into flat earth? But that's not the topic for tonight. That's from YouTube.
Are you into what?
Oh, I think that's sad. Well, I don't know if that's Sonny. I don't know. That's OX167 smart contract. That's one of Sonny's contracts, ain't it?
It sounds like what he said last week. But what was the question?
Somebody in the live chat asked about flat earth. I said, that ain't the topic for tonight. Hey, you said that's another question. I went to the live chat. Oh, this is what I was going to ask. So, does every person deserve to be loved? Look, if you want an easy question, you go to somebody else's podcast, Alicia. I know I stress you out.
It ain't easy. It's just not interesting.
Well, log the fuck off then. You want me to block you?
Block me, I'm gonna stalk your ass.
I can block your ass then. All right, let's see here.
I can listen.
Well, do that.
And don't block me.
Grumpy. Let's see.
Does somebody deserve to be loved? Yes. Everybody deserves to be loved.
Everybody needs love. Question. Okay, that was a joke. Okay, golly. I'm trying to read the live chat from YouTube. The United States is actually a republic or popular sovereignty. Roxing, socking, blocking robots. Oh, they clowning.
Tell them to get on the Zoom. Shit.
Yeah, why don't y'all want the link? Who wanted to? If you want the link, you want to jump in the Zoom, press 1. Because matter of fact, I could put the link out here. I got to put the waiting room in here. We get y'all in here. James Doe have a lot to say, but he do a lot of typing. So if y'all want to drop the link, press 1, and I can go ahead and get y'all in here and put y'all on the hot seat. Because Alicia says she fed up with this shit.
Fuck that shit. Turn up.
Where your cup at, Brian?
They talk about unions, rough statements, your kids on the terms. Okay, so this was for Alicia, but she's not interested anymore, so we're not gonna ask her that question from the live chat.
Ask me the damn question.
You said you don't you don't care. It's not interesting.
But you said this was for Alicia, so go ahead and ask the damn question.
Well, James Doe said it looks like it's talking about military stuff. It says your kids are if your kids are rough statements is what we were saying. Your kids in the military, the spouses are in the military, or whatever. They are all insured with the military. Their expenses are paid for. While they're technically not working, unemployed, and kids in school, social.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't remember that. I think
that's in the question form.
I think it wasn't, but it was responding to. It was basically saying that was back when we were talking about, I guess, being privileged or whatever, maybe.
Okay.
You got it. I could drop this link in places you don't want it to drop. Yeah, I know you could. That's why I'm gonna put that waiting room on that ass. So if you drop that link in places you don't want to be dropped, they gonna be sitting there right in that waiting room. We're gonna prove them one at a time.
The police, and I am the police.
Exactly.
They worse than the cops. God damn! I could drop this link where you don't want it to be.
I'm like, come on, man. What the heck? What that's supposed to mean? Oh yeah, y'all was in here talking about hookers and cocaine. I'll drop this link on you. Nah, we good. We certified. We got legal representation.
Who said that?
James Doe. James Doe be having a lot to say. James Doe said he'll drop the link. He said he still have access. I still have access to TikTok. Bruh, come on, man.
Man, who you got finally? You anonymous?
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this
house. Hey, say that when you get on the live chat. I'm about to drop the. I'm gonna drop the. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. Hold on. They typing one in the chat, so let me give them the link, so I don't bore you. Oh, where's my soundbite from Not Entertained? That's for Alicia, y'all. Alicia not gonna be able to hear this though, cause she's on the Zoom call. But I got some sound bites for her. Let me drop the.
Wait a second. I'm in the YouTube thingy too, but I got the volume on.
Are you not entertained? James don't say it too. No, I'm dropping the link. Fuck it. I just gotta enable the waiting room. Oh shit, it's about to get real. Might have to do the rotation. No, I'm just playing. Alright, copy the invite link.
Where's the soundbite?
You can't hear it. It goes straight to the live stream only.
What, in YouTube? I'm on YouTube.
It's a delay too, Alicia. So if you're listening, I just played it again.
I ain't got time for all that.
See, exactly. I'm playing it. I was saying you don't have your volume up on YouTube, Alicia. You drunk.
I did. I just turned it up.
You tipsy.
I'm not. I turned it up. They really tripping in here.
All right, I put it in the live chat. How do I go stealth? What you gotta go stealth for? What the heck you
think? Did they fake Kobe's death?
Said you should. What? No.
That's in the I haven't looked at YouTube in a little bit. It says that they fake Kobe's death. Truce loves everyone at once.
What? I don't see that. What live chat you in?
Yours.
On YouTube?
I'm looking at you. Yes, I'm on YouTube.
Man, you seeing something else. They must have blocked that out because they talking about death.
Saints sent me here.
Oh my God.
I still have access to TikTok. Wait.
You seeing stuff I don't see.
The numbers for. You should go step if you want to continue being annoying. Okay, I'm logging on.
Well, I dropped the link, so if they come in here, we'll fire them up. Oh, let me check my waiting room because I don't even be on that. Okay, I got the waiting room up. Okay, mask off. Let's see what this is. Listen, I don't know what we're about to see. This could be somebody. I just got to be ready to mute them. I don't know who mask off is. Who is mask off in the live chat? The mask off is you.
Just add them. Come
on, they be on here with their dick out. You know they was trolling me last time, bro. Like, y'all didn't see it. I was able to block it, but they was on here wailing.
They better come through with.
Stop.
They're gonna do all that.
Stop. See, we get your husband.
I'm trying to see something.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm ready to kick him.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Who is this? Who we talking to?
Is 0x167.
Okay, all right, yeah, you good. You ain't gonna do nothing crazy.
Mask off.
You don't wear the
Get
Put your real
COVID-19
face
mask?
up there.
You don't wear your COVID-19 mask?
I wear a mask anyways when I go out because of the pollution.
Where you
But I
at?
changed my name last night from the Drunk on Crypto live stream because Sonny was showing
He
one of his
coughing.
old videos. He was showing one of his old videos where he was telling, I forgot who it was. He was telling them to take his mask off. That's why I changed my name.
Where's Sonny at, man? He told me he was gonna come show love in the live stream if I do it on Saturdays, and I hit him up and everything. He ain't in here, and he lost the bet.
Oh, he did.
He lost, yeah. That bet that he did with Ernest, and Ernest is not even here right now. He Ernest did not. I told him, I said he not gonna download MetaMask, and he didn't do it.
Is Ernest not on here?
He was here earlier, but he bounced out. Maybe he'll come back. I don't know. He has something to take care of.
Dang, Ernest.
I got out of that. So go ahead. What you were saying? Hold on. Who is you in the live chat? Mask off. Oh yeah, you said that already. You said you were 01X. Okay.
Yeah, I just been in the contract, in the Gandhiji contract for a few months now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's how I know everybody.
And how'd you find out about that?
Oracle, man.
Okay. All right. Oh, you follow Oracle.
Yeah. He's money, man.
So you think poor people should be poor? I know Alicia don't want to hear about it no more, but whatever. This ain't her show. Like, you think poor people deserve to be poor?
I mean, I don't think I can answer that question, but I grew up poor. I ended up going into the army when I turned 18, so that's
Did
how
you
I got
deserve
my-
to be poor?
Did you deserve that based on something that you had, you did, or was worthy of?
I mean, if we're talking about like
The actual definition?
I don't know, karma, reincarnation.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the definition.
Because in some ways, you know, whatever your circumstances are, you're kind of paying for your forefathers, you know, whatever they did. So, I don't know, man. I don't think I can say if you're poor, you deserve to be poor. But you know, with crypto, I think that's one of the best ways to not be poor.
Well, which cryptos?
That was
Mainly
a plug.
Because there's some shit coins out there that have your ass super poor.
Mainly Bitcoin and Ethereum. The big
Okay,
two.
all right.
You got to trade it, and you got to be in the smart contract.
What about rich people? You think rich people deserve to be rich?
That's like there's no yes or no answer to that question. I don't think I can really say.
Based on the definition that I read.
What was the definition again?
All right, the definition is this.
I'm grubbing right now too. So
No problem.
I'll do my best.
The definition of deserve is to do something or have or show qualities worthy of, whether it's a reward or punishment.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you deserve something because of the way that you are. Because some people grow up poor, some people grow up rich, and that's not specifically because.
That's not what the definition said.
Huh?
It didn't say anything about that. It didn't say anything about that. Or like type of person. It says to either you did something, you have something, or you show qualities worthy of.
Well, some people, they're born like poor, so I mean you can't.
That's having
that
you have the bloodline, you have the relationship or the connection with your parent. You have that bloodline of poor, just like rich people have the bloodline of rich.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, when we procreate, we're kind of like clones of our forefathers. So you know, it's a yes and no. I can't say either with like certainty.
All right. Well. Okay. Can't force answer anybody. All right. Well, thanks for that. Let's see in the live chat. Hey, I'm still wondering about that paraphrasing even till the 10th reference. Well, you must be talking to somebody else about the inner core. Oh, they must be having their own conversation in the live chat. He's going 4gen deep. But as I say, y'all keep bringing up like forefathers and paying debts. I mean, there's ways out of that too, though. I mean, there's people that's born from their forefathers that didn't pay anything. Like, it just depends. I mean, there's somebody that their forefathers may have been from a third world country and they moved or whatever, and they didn't pay any debt back to maybe what their forefathers karma or whatever brought on them too. So, I mean, it's ways out of it. And there's people that are born with nothing, and they make their own decision. Even if they're programmed to be poor, they make their own decision and say, "Hey, I'm going to change this. I don't like this life for myself," and they start doing things to change that. You know, just like you said, you were born poor, but guess what? You did something. You made a decision to change that. You joined the army. You wanted to stop being that way. You made a conscious choice, and you're where you're at based on the decision that you made. Therefore, you deserve whatever is happening to you right now because of something that you did, which is one of the 3 definitions of deserve: to do something, have, or be worthy of.
This subject kind of brings up the question of like intelligent design, creationism, whether, quote unquote, God exists. And so,
are you trying to have us here till 6 a.m?
Well, okay, so like, yeah, because you're questioning reality. What's the point of all of this, right? Like,
that wasn't my question.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about what you deserve, then like, do we have a choice really? If this is all intelligently designed, we're all from the source of creation. Yeah, it might seem like we have choices, but do we really have choices? Do we really have free will?
Cash, do we have choices? Do we have free will? What do you think?
Oh, yes.
There you go, mask off. So she's saying yes, we have choices and we have free will.
I mean, I'm sure it seems like we have free will, but
you don't think we do?
Well, I can't say we do or we don't, but I mean, it could look like we have free will. But I mean, everybody's born into unique circumstances, so that largely affects how you are as a person, how you react to things. And as as messed up as this world is, with all the craziness going on, I'm led to believe that this is all intelligently designed, and that you know um, the creator, which we all come from, you know, he he knows what's gonna happen, and so like if you know what's gonna happen, then do we really have free will?
What makes you think it's a he?
It's just a word I'm using.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think? Who do you think the creator is, or where they at? What do you think the creator is?
So that's why I think the flat Earth topic is really interesting, because it brings up the concept of creationism, and so.
Well, I mean, you could create. He could have created around Earth.
Yeah, that's true, but it just makes more sense, and like
Sense?
it's just without a shadow of a doubt. Once you realize that we live on a flat Earth, then it's like, okay, the chaotic aspect of the spinning balls, Big Bang Theory, Darwinian evolution, all that goes out the window, and it makes it more obvious that this is all intelligently designed.
Yeah, but I have plenty of opposite devil's advocate arguments on both sides of that. I mean, I've heard all kind of things. I'm not arguing either way. I'm not arguing flat or round, but I mean, there's a ton of arguments on both sides that can easily be. I mean, we could be here, but I mean, if you want to talk about, it's an open platform tonight. I'm giving anybody and everybody the option to talk about what they want to talk about. So we're gonna go ahead and allow it. But I mean, you're talking about it makes sense. I mean, around Earth can make perfect sense to a creator of intelligent design. And I could even argue, okay, who created the creator then? If it takes intelligence to create intelligence, and that person or that being is intelligent, then who created that? I mean, we can run
the chicken or the egg question.
Well, not so much, because I looked into that too, the whole chicken and egg thing too, but. So you're saying that are you referring to the creator as like how the chicken develops in the egg almost simultaneously?
Well, no, I mean, the best way that I would think that it is just existence. Like I can't really say what this creator is. If he is a he or a she. Those are all very. It's out of my realm of being able to explain or even understand this existence, but we're all from the source of creation. This physical world is manifesting as we know as being physical, and it can just be a representation of what's going on metaphysically.
Can energy be created or destroyed?
Can what be created or destroyed?
Do you think the energy can be created, new energy, or can energy be destroyed?
Uh, I don't think so. I don't think it can be created or destroyed. It just exists in the physical world. If we're talking about just the physical world.
So if it can't be created or destroyed, then how can something create it?
That's beyond my capabilities of
I thought you was ready to
understanding
talk
or
about it,
explaining.
dog. I thought you was ready to go in. All right. Well, what makes you think? What makes you? And if this is this is your opinion, do you believe that it's a flat Earth?
I can't prove it either way.
Bro,
But
you so either way
I'm led
tonight. You done said 3
I'm
times. You just
I'm
like
led
either
I'm
way.
led to believe that it's
You
more likely to
50-50.
be a flat realm rather than a spinning ball, like how we've been indoctrinated.
You said you believe more that it's a flat. What now?
I believe that there's only one up, one down. We're not spinning on a ball, but we could be inside of a sphere. Um, I don't know, like all these NBA players for like the past couple of years, it's kind of come up in the mainstream media. And when you got people like Kyrie, Steph, like famous people, it's not just the NBA. Like there's other celebrities that will kind of like make it known that they kind of know what's up, but then they won't say it blatantly. But it seems like it's the biggest inside joke in Hollywood.
There's a whole lot of inside jokes in Hollywood. There's a whole lot of stuff that famous people say and act like they know or think or whatever. But just because a lot of other humans know that person, which
Like
makes them famous, doesn't mean that they know what's going on, that they're right.
like hidden in plain sight. Like that's what I see a lot in movies and TV.
All right, 1 second, y'all. Hold on. So what's your one? So what's your one biggest reason why you feel like that? Is it because of Hollywood or celebrity? What's your one biggest reason why you would feel more that way than round?
So when we look at it from maybe like I don't know, like a mechanical perspective, um, like being able to to see things disappear from the bottom up because of the curvature, right? Um, I mean, we're able to see things a lot further away than what we should be able to if the Pythagorean formula for the curvature of the Earth is correct, which is 8 inches per mile squared. So when you got these high-powered like video cameras, and they're out at sea where water is gonna find its level, right? And so the water should curve too. And so if we're able to see like miles away, like a ship or buildings, when they should be like, you know, really far underneath the curvature of the Earth, and that's one of the things that brings up questions. But there's a few other things. One of the most famous experiments is called the Bedford Level experiment, where they do that kind of test on the river, and so they can still see the ship from a certain distance when it should be lower due to the curvature. But of course, this sounds crazy unless you think that like the space agencies, like NASA, all the other space agencies around the world, like you have to believe that they're lying to us, right? With all the footage, all the stuff in school, all the pictures. So that's one of the things that's a big hurdle for people because we've seen all this stuff for so long. We've been told this for so long, and so like right off the bat, if somebody brings this up to somebody, then they're gonna think that's the stupidest thing. But when I actually looked into it, and I've been looking into this for the past couple of years, um, I mean, there's something to it. There's a lot of inconsistencies with the mainstream narrative, and so there's another thing like with gyroscopes, like
So what's the what's the purpose? Okay, I mean, let's entertain it. Let's say it's flat. Okay, so what? Then what? Because what does that prove? Like, okay, that there's an intelligent designer. Well, a round globe can still feel like you could prove that's an intelligent designer. So what's the whole purpose of the argument anyway?
I mean, that's just one of the things. I mean, there's, a lot of people might say that like, what's the point? Like, why would they lie to us or whatever? And so that's a
So
pretty
it's about proving if we're
standard.
getting lied to.
Well, that's one of the aspects,
Okay,
but
well, I tell you right
I
now, we're
mean,
getting lied to about a lot of stuff. So I mean,
yeah. So I mean, once you, because I've been into conspiracies. I learned about a lot of different conspiracies before I even looked into this, and so I already know a lot of stuff that's poisoning us, like the fluoride conspiracy, vaccine conspiracy. You name it. I've researched it, and so it's just another conspiracy, and it's probably the last big conspiracy that anybody will ever look into. Um, and so nothing's ever really topped the flat Earth conspiracy for me.
Anybody else got any comments on this? How y'all feel about this? Anybody else interested in that?
This probably comes as no shock, but I actually agree with him.
All right, Vontae says she
Oh,
feels you.
I can't see who you are because I'm eating right now, but she's looked into it.
Okay, what about you, Brian? How you feel about this? You don't care? You care? What's up? You muted.
Who said ooh? Somebody was laughing.
I don't know because I mean I don't know. I ain't no geologist or whatever and stuff, but I mean if the earth was flat, I mean, where's all the water going? And then like if people like in the Navy they done like traveled and went from one port to another, like why didn't it fall off?
They're saying that it's all being held in by a big ice wall and that the South Pole is not one point. They said that it's a circle.
Be surprised like how many people have looked into this. Like I do my own surveys with other people that I meet, and I would say when I first started learning about this and asking people if they looked into this, it might have been maybe 1 or 2 out of 10 people. But now it seems like more people are kind of catching on. And I would say at least maybe 3 out of 10 people, they might actually not be against it.
Well, I've looked into it very much extensively. I mean, very much. I've done a lot of research about it. That's why I know a lot of rebuttals on both sides. And what's interesting to me is that there seems to be almost the same amount of rebuttals on each side. Like literally anything you can come with, I got you, Brian. Anything you can come up with about the ice wall or the North Star. I mean, it's going to be very few that I haven't read about that you could probably say that I haven't at least heard a little bit about. But I mean, it's like there's other rebuttals too on the other side that are just as strong. I mean, all the way down to, okay, so the Earth isn't a circle, it's round. So why all the other planets out there is a circle and rest? So all those are disks that are facing toward us perfectly that look like circles. Like, I mean, it could be. I mean, maybe that's the intelligent design was like, okay, make all these circles facing toward us. I mean, it's a bunch of stuff that, on both sides that could make sense. And then there's mathematical things that disprove the flat Earth as well. And I mean, it's when you talk about gravity and then some people say, well, gravity isn't real. I mean, all kinds of, they're saying that the gravity you feel is the actual planet moving in one direction, and that's the weight of the movement on your body and on everything that's on the Earth, like when you're in a car and stuff. I mean, I've heard it all. I heard a lot of stuff. So, but like I said, the most interesting thing I found is that for every rebuttal that each side has, there's a strong argument on the other side, and that's the only reason why I entertain it. And then I'm almost. Let me say this real quick. I got you. And then, like I said, my whole big point on the whole thing is this: why? Okay, if we prove one way or another, all right, now what? Because each way we can say and give credit that there's an intelligent design that made it. Each way we can say that the government lied, because we can say that the government, first of all, the government lies all this. It's been lying since it was created. And there was a time when if you said that the earth was round, you would have been completely mocked, where everyone, right. This ain't the first time. Humans used to think the earth was flat and everybody agreed. Humans right. used to think that there was a god of thunder and he created lightning and thunder and rain and Poseidon ruled the sea and all this before we learned more about science and how rain works. So, there was people that used to think that the sun was God. Now we're like, okay, that's not God. It's, that's chemical, it's flame, fire, whatever. I mean, but to some people, that is their God, though. To some people, I'm God. I mean, we can do this all day. No. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like I said, that's what makes it an interesting topic to me is that, okay, at the end of the day, go ahead.
I would like to hear the other girl's opinion about it. The one that chimed in, I can't see who it was.
Yeah, Vontae. Okay. All right, Vontae, go ahead. Tell us, get it off your chest. Tell us how you feel.
I mean, I don't really have anything to get off my chest. I'm open to to the thought that there could possibly be a flat Earth. One, because I am a conspiracist. Two, because I do not trust all air quote truths that come out of our government. And three, yeah, there was once upon a time where it was thought that, you know, the Earth was flat, and then all of a sudden, like you said, you could be persecuted or killed, you know, for thinking that the Earth is flat, and now all of a sudden, you know, we're told it's round, and like it's like this crazy thing when there's been maps and all that stuff, you know, saying that it was once upon a time flat. So I'm just open to the idea. I don't know what's true or not, but I'm definitely open to the possibility of the Earth being flat, for sure.
Go ahead, Brian.
All right. So, and I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to, to challenge anybody, ideas or thought and stuff. But my thing is this, like, so when y'all say like there's ice caps and it's holding the water, so are those ice caps just north and south, or are they north, south, east, and west? Because if you try to say it's east and west, then how can me being in the Navy leave a port from Norfolk, Virginia, and go all the way to Russia? And I'm telling you, like, actually, like, I did that, like, on the deployment, like, we left, like, doggone Norfolk, Virginia, and went to Russia and stuff, and not running into any ice caps. But then when Sarah Palin saying that, oh, when she was the governor of Alaska, oh, we're keeping an eye on the Russians and stuff, and there is a small part of Alaska where you can see Russia, the actual like continent, of Russia and stuff. So, like, is it just
the reason why they're saying that is because they're saying that the North Pole, the people that believe that, feel that the North Pole is the center. Think of a pie shape, like a pizza pie, okay? Yeah. So you imagine a pizza pie, okay? And they're saying that the South Pole is not one single place or a pole. It is actually a circumference, and that's the crust of the pizza. And that the North Pole is the center of the pizza. And when you travel, and they use the flight plans to prove this, which it does seem, this part to me does seem, both sides seem weird, because me as an aviator, I know all about plotting and aviation and stuff like that too. And I have looked and plotted courses of flight plans from like Delta, these major airlines, of how they fly across the map. And if you actually plot these courses on a globe, it does mathematically kind of make not as much sense to go that route. Whereas if you plotted that same course on a pizza pie crust, going from point A to point B is actually better. That's why you ever fly from New York up to like Amsterdam and then down to Africa. Well, that's if you plot that course on a pie-shaped map or circular map with the crust on the outside, it's actually a straight line from New York to Amsterdam or like London area over down to Africa. Whereas if you put that on a globe, you're going up and then back down like a V shape. On a pie shape, it's more of a straight line. So that was a little interesting to me, but I mean, it could still work on a globe. There's also no way to catch a flight from two different points because it won't make sense on a globe. It only makes sense on a pie shape map. But like I said, there's still things that argue against that. But to answer your question in the short aspect, they're saying that the North Pole is the center of the pie and that the South Pole is not one singular point, yet it's actually a large round circle on the outer side it's basically the crust that holds the water and everything in together. And there's like 200-foot ice walls all the way around that hold everything, like the water and everything in on the flat surface or whatever.
Hey, Truth, if you're an aviator, then you must have looked into the artificial horizon gyroscope aspect of it, right?
Hold on one second. I got you, Mascot. Let me hear what Brian said. I got you.
So if that's the center, then how do you explain the equator and how
right. Go ahead.
How it's warm and all that craziness that goes on with the equator?
So their answer to this is that, remember that pizza pie I told you about, right? This is what they're saying. They're saying that the reason why it's warm right there is because the sun doesn't circle around like the ball. They're saying that remember that, keep that pizza pie in your mind, right? Mm-hmm. Now you know how the crust is the outside. Now go halfway in, make another diameter halfway in, right? So now you got another ring inside the pizza pie, right? It's not as big as the crust, but it's inside the pizza pie. they're saying that the sun is actually inside that atmosphere and it's traveling around in a circle around the pizza pie, right? So, and as it's going around, it's going closer to the middle and then it's going back closer to the outsides. And that's what causes the seasons. And they're saying that that's why it's hot at the equator, because the equator is not the outside of the globe. Their theory is the equator is actually that middle ring in which the sun is traveling around. That's what they say for that. And they're saying that's why the ice wall is there, because it's too far away from the sun. And that's why the North Pole is there, is because it's too far away from that center ring that the sun is flying around on that pizza pie. That makes sense. You understand what I'm saying?
If you want to visualize it, like you know how the UN flag, like the light blue flag, it has like a map projection, right? That's basically the same projection that flat earthers like to reference.
Yeah, it just looks at the if you was like if just as reference, not trying to offend anybody, if you was God and you was looking down on Earth, you
It's
would
just a
see.
circle. It's a circle, and the sun, and it's a smaller circle inside that pizza crust circle, and that's what the sun rotates around on. And they're saying like when the sun goes down, really that's just the sun getting too far away from you, because they're saying the sun isn't that far away. It's actually very close to the earth, and it's not as hot or whatever. And it's just getting too far away from your position on that pizza pie, so it gets dark. And that they're saying that's why there's places in Alaska or North Pole where the sun never goes down, is because it's so close going in that circle around the center that you can always see it. I mean, like I said, but there's mathematical stuff that disprove that, because if you take a still photography of the space, of outer space and all the stars, okay, this proves the round Earth as well, because you would not be able to do that the stars would not move the way that they move with not stop motion picture, but you know how you take one picture every 5 seconds or whatever, like that type of camera. If you do that and then look at the pattern of the stars, that cannot happen if it was like, it cannot move that way. So both sides, you know what I'm saying? It's people arguing strong points on both sides. So it's like, how do you debunk that? You know what I'm saying? You can't get that type of star movement pattern if it was flat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so
Well, doesn't it all move in a circle around the North Star? If you take the
depending on the
camera?
depending on the position of where you at on the Earth. See what I'm saying? It depends on where you take the stop motion at.
But I mean, generally, we can predict where all these luminary bodies are at any given point in time, because it's moving so predictably that we can predict exactly where all these uh, luminaries are going to be positioned at any given point in time. So I mean, if we live on a spinning ball that was spinning around the sun, that was also spinning around the galaxy, like if you have all these different motions, like how can we have such predictable generally circular motion with the luminaries?
The answer to that is what they're saying is that this is, like I said, I'm not arguing either point, but this is the rebuttal response to that is that, for one, the fact, and this is from round earthers, they're saying the way you can do that is because, for one, these celestial bodies that you're tracking is just light sources that already happened a long time ago. And we're just so happen to capture it now as we're taking these pictures every 5 seconds or whatever, right? So as this circle is moving and turning and spinning around in a circle, that's where you create your pattern. That's how you can track, because it's just references of light coming in at that exact moment. So you're able to track all these millions and billions of light sources coming in. I mean, some of those stars are already extinguished. Some of those aren't already extinguished. But you're basically capturing, because of the speed of light coming from these sources, it's still going to impact, and it won't make no difference whether it's circular or whatever. That's why you're able to get that type of pattern, because you're capturing these light sources from all these different points onto the earth from wherever. So it's not like that's going to be impossible to do, just because there's billions of them and they're so far away and you're spinning around in a circle that you're spinning around the sun and so forth. You're still going to capture these patterns, because look how vast the universe is. So these sources of light that are coming in that you're capturing at this one little moment in time, I mean, that's not impossible to think.
So what's up with the gyroscope artificial horizon thing?
Okay, you explain that to us. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, given the assumption that it's like purely mechanical, right? Like if as an aviator, if you're relying on an artificial horizon, which relies on a gyroscope to maintain its level. Like, how is it going to maintain its level if you're going around like a sphere? Like, it should maintain that level from where you start, and then if you're tracking the globe, if you're going any direction, then if you want to stay the same distance from the Earth, you would have to ignore the artificial horizon. It doesn't. There's no use for the artificial horizon if it doesn't maintain its level.
But I mean, you're moving on such a small scale that that's not going to affect you. It's not like you're going to crash or go down into the earth. You also have out, which is radar altimeter. I mean, you have a signal going down to the earth. You could tell your distance or altitude. I mean, there's a bunch of different methods and things that you can use for that.
But I mean, specifically, just like from a practical standpoint, like just the gyroscope itself, like how it's supposed to maintain a level. Like,
does it not? Are you saying a gyroscope does not maintain level?
No, well, that's the point of having a gyroscope, because no matter, if you have a gyroscope spinning up and whatever's underneath it, you're moving it around, it just maintains that same level. So that's what they use for the artificial horizon. And that artificial horizon, if you're leveled with the Earth, you're not pointing up or down, left or right. If you're just, quote unquote, looking straight, then it's supposed to maintain that line. And it's not supposed to roll forward or backward. And so, if we're on a globe, then that gyroscope wouldn't be useful, because it's not going to maintain the level.
You're saying the gyroscope is only working correctly because it's flat?
Yes, and there's nothing moving. Like, the Earth is not moving.
Okay, so flat earthers think that the Earth is not moving at all? You think it's stationary, it's not moving in any direction?
Yeah, I mean,
what causes gravity?
Like, there's basically only one up and one down, right? And what the term that they use, gravity, right? That's actually never been proven. That theory of gravity has never been proven. And
so what do you call it?
You can replace the word for the effect that we're feeling.
Mm-hmm.
You can replace the word gravity with density, electromagnetism. But
what do you
gravity is what we use in the mainstream.
Sure, no problem.
It's never actually been proven.
What do you think it is? What makes a phone touch the floor after I let it go from being a certain distance from the floor?
I think it's probably something to do with maybe a combination of density and electromagnetism.
I think flat earthers have a better argument saying that the Earth is actually constantly moving towards the North Star in motion.
Oh, that's the disinfo. So any info that's coming out of the Flat Earth Society, they're actually a disinformation society to make flat earthers look crazy, because they might sprinkle in a little bit of truth, but they'll put in some lies just to discredit the people that are into the flat Earth.
Yeah, you're really adamant about this, man. I hope it work out for you.
Dude, it was the most interesting thing when I first came upon it, and this is probably back in 2017, 2018. And I couldn't stop like researching it, right?
Okay,
so it took me like a couple days before I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm not crazy, maybe I'm not stupid. And it took me a few days to get to that point.
My thing, like I said, I can't help but just to go back to my "but then what" idea, But then what?
Well, I mean, what's the point of life, anyways? If you're gonna say what's the point, then what's the point of anything?
That's what I'm asking. So, I mean, what's the point? Like, if you knew for sure, let's say they came out was like, damn. Y'all right.
The point is, like, it's for whoever interprets this, that's for them to decide. Like, I can't be like, okay, it's like, they're lying to us, this and that. I can't really say, what the point is, because everyone has a different way to interpret this information and do something with it. To me, it's one of the things is it's just an interesting topic. Like, it's a good way to break the ice.
Do you think that's a good way to break the ice?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Shit, all my guests just left the show.
Oh man.
The hell? It's a horrible way to break the ice, man. Hey, Vonta, you got any closing statements? We're gonna shut down early tonight. We don't have no guests no more.
Maybe just talk about something else, but I just think people leave because anytime somebody brings up the flat earth, you get a bunch of eye rolling and are you serious? Are you kidding me? I'm not saying that's why people left, but I mean.
Well, you bring up, like, that's why I asked if anybody was interested in it, because you bring up a topic that no one's interested in, like, they're going to leave.
I'm just saying, I'm with it. I'm open to that whole concept. And
Well,
then plus they have
if
that
you
whole
guys are open to
treaty
that, then
agreement
how
in
come
between.
if you're open to that, then how come are you open at all to the round Earth theory, or is it just because of the conspiracy that you're like, oh no, I wouldn't be feeling like, what if they prove without a shadow of a doubt that it was round or whatever?
Then so be it. But I'm also open to, the fact that there's a flat earth. And then there's that conspiracy where, like most of the countries in the world signed that treaty where you can't fly over Antarctica, or you can only go a certain ways to in Antarctica. So, I mean, it's something to it. That's all I'm just saying.
What's up, James? Welcome to the stream.
I'm with it.
Hey man, what's up? Figured I'd jump in at the end.
Yeah, this is right at the end too, dog. Cause how you feel, man? You think the shit flat or round?
I mean, I'm glad it just keeps on going the direction it's going. It would suck either way if it would stop spinning or, I don't know, turn upside down or something. I don't, it's conspiracy theories, and I think you indulge in some of them, and then at some point you just move on. You're just like, I don't have time for it.
James, we need you to jump in. We was talking about money.
Oh. Well, yeah.
So I think crypto is the best way.
Sorry,
to make
my
money.
girl was working, had some.
Oh, okay.
Truce.
Truce.
In and out a little bit.
Like I said,
Plus,
I think it's interesting on both sides. There's 50-50. There's arguments that I've seen on both sides that made me think. And kind of like what you said. You think about it, you're like, nah, but like I said, I've always been that type of guy too. Is like, all right, let's say I felt unequivocally that, all right, yeah, it was flat and everything. Everybody was wrong. I just be feeling like, all right, well, what now? Like, how can I use this to better my life or improve it? That's what sometimes it boils down to. It's an interesting conversation sometimes. I like learning about it. I have fun learning about it, but other than that, I'll just be like, okay, like, all right, September 11th is inside job. Like, okay. Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I've had people that I knew people from the family that used to work for NASA, and then you get the airplane that carries the shuttle picture. And then on the other hand, you have the neighbor that has the telescope that gives you pictures from the moon. Neither of them have anything to do with flat or round Earth. It's kind of just, they have both to do with the moon and space and Earth itself, and that's about as far as I got into it. It's a lot of movies wouldn't make sense if it wouldn't be any different, on either sides. Yeah. So it's entertainment to a certain degree, but when it starts getting, no, it is, or but
that's when it gets like, all right,
that, then all right, you guys go at it. I'm gonna go do something else.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah, that's interesting. I even looked at stuff in some of the Bible literature, but that comes back from the same time where, like I said, it was a time where people all agreed that it was flat. And you was looked at as crazy if you thought it was round, and now you looked at as crazy if you thought it was flat. I mean, it's...
Yeah, and then you have to put in the aliens.
And the simulation, there's like, oh, it's not flat or round. It's actually all simulated, like virtual reality. Does a character in a video game know that they're a character in a video game? No, they really don't be knowing.
We're all just sheep that are being fed for harvest, Mm-hmm. Or maybe we're too fat and we need to clean up a little bit currently, but
or maybe somebody came back in time in 2020 to fix something and they keep messing it up and we keep getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things where you're just like, okay, well, why gravity then? Well,
like I said, they had a bigger argument saying that the Earth is moving in one direction at a constant speed, and that's why when you throw something up, it's not that the object is falling. Because I've heard this. They said that it's not that the object is falling, is that the Earth is catching back up to the object at the same rate of speed in which it's moving in that direction. But then, I mean, if you have...
that's information from the Flat Earth Society.
Okay, he's saying that the Flat Earth Society started that. So, actual Flat Earthers, non-society Flat Earthers, believe that is more, and I'm asking, they believe that is more electro or other type of, what other type of things you say you thought that they think it was?
Yeah, generally, I think, most typical flat earthers, they believe that the Flat Earth Society is a disinformation organization, because that's the only place that I'll find information about that take on what we're feeling and how everything is staying on the Earth.
Then what do what do they believe that is causing that move on the Earth?
Oh, you're talking about like
Tectonic
when we see
plates.
things in the sky moving around?
No, non-flat Earth Society people.
Uh-huh.
What do they believe is causing my cell phone to contact the floor when I release it from 4 feet away from the floor?
I mean, they're probably either gonna say density or electromagnetism.
Okay. What's up, Alicia? Welcome back to the stream. We was about to wrap it up.
Hello.
What up?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hey, hey, hey.
We was doing our closing comments. We was wrapping up on flat Earth and all that. Did you have anything else you want to get off the chest? You want to talk about racism, injustice, or anything?
Not me acting like I'm just rah political.
You want to talk about Democrat Party versus Republican? Vote for your local mayor.
Hush up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some topics next week though. I ain't gonna lie, I was fairly ill prepared. I didn't have no topics this week. It's been fairly quiet. Maybe
So
that's
I
a good
think
thing.
we should talk about the fact that the murderers of Breonna Taylor have not been arrested.
They haven't.
The killers.
And here recently, it was revealed that first they said that there was no body cam footage, but then there's a picture of that night, like right after everything happened. One of the police officers had a body cam on them. So there's footage, but they're saying that there's not footage. So yeah. That's my biggest thing.
Do you ever think they're gonna get arrested?
Probably not. I don't think they are. I mean, I'm gonna be a realist because I was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky. And I just, I can hope, and I'm gonna continue to advocate and yell and scream, and like ever since that happened, then that's been my hashtag on like 99% of my, posts. And that's just me bringing awareness. And I've blown up the district attorney's office. Like, I don't know if you've seen my posting, but I always tell people call the district attorney, apply pressure, all of that shit, and I do it, and they shrug you off, like they hang up the phone on you.
That's because he in the sunken place hardcore.
What'd you say, Vontae?
Like that.
Because the district attorney is in the sunken place hardcore.
They're not. I don't think they're gonna arrest them on the strength of. They keep saying that it was a justified.
What are they saying that was justified about it?
They were still in the wrong because they were.
No, what did they say was justified?
Their probable cause was flawed. No matter how they try to twist it and braid it, they say, okay, well, they had a warrant for that address, and then come to find out it was the wrong address, but they did have the warrant for that address from what I've read. I don't know because the shit keep changing, and I'm gonna be real because it does keep changing.
Okay.
However, they had a warrant for that address. Got you. No knock warrant. And I know what it means to serve a no knock warrant. So supposedly they didn't announce themselves. Everything played out. The dude that was in there, he fired back because he thinking somebody, running up in there trying to rob him. Because a no knock warrant is just that, like you don't say who you are off the bat, like you just run in.
That's dangerous.
It is. It's a very it's like the worst as far as from a cop's perspective, because I have a unique.
Well, hold on, not to get off, but let me stay on top of here. So they no knock warrant come in, and a dude that was in there started shooting.
He shot back because they didn't.
What do you mean shot back? You said shot back. That means they've shot first. To shoot back means you get returning fire.
From the media. Once again, I don't know what's real and like what really happened, but supposedly he shot first. Supposedly, like the civilian that was in the home, which is the boyfriend of Breonna Taylor, supposedly, and I keep saying supposedly and whatever else because we'll probably never get the real story, and that's just being honest. Like for me, we may not ever know what really happened, but the narratives have changed so many times to where okay, they enter the home, they have probable cause, they have a warrant to enter that home. because they think that that's a trap spot, that's a dope house, whatever, all the slang, whatever. So they go in. He starts shooting because nobody answers and says like they
Who
don't
they are.
identify themselves. And now that's why you have Breonna's law that's going into Congress and going up to the guys that be because I have a problem with no knock warrants. And I'm a cop. And I have a problem with no knock warrants.
So let me back it up real quick. So you're saying allegedly they came in, allegedly the boyfriend shot, then the cops returned fire, and some of those bullets hit Breonna Taylor, or
right?
8 times.
Okay.
That ain't that part there is not even speculating. The media has already and the police department have already
Were
owned that.
there bullets from the boyfriend's gun found?
Yeah, because he hit a cop. And
So at some point he did shoot. We just don't know if it was first or second.
No, I mean, I will pretty much guarantee. I don't know for a fact. Once again, let me keep saying that. But based on the way the story played out, I think they ran up in there.
He shot first.
He shot first because it's a no knock warrant. Like meaning you run up in there. It's in the middle. It's like 2:00 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. He shoots.
They ran up in there. He starts shooting because he didn't know who it was.
He thinks it's a home invasion. Okay.
They shot back.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't hit him. He hit one of their officers because originally the boyfriend was arrested on attempted murder charges for one of the officers that got hit.
Mm-hmm.
However, Breonna Taylor was hit.
8
the
times.
young lady was hit in the crossfire,
Mm-hmm.
and the officer. It's like two, and then that's another thing that I want them to fucking get right, and it pisses me off the more I talk about it. But I need them to get right, like. So they did all of when it comes to I don't know the right terminology and I should, but it was different analysis, like different bullets hit her, right? So I mean several different officers hit her. It wasn't just like one officer shot her one time, like she had several bullets, and I can go back into and again, I don't trust the media though too. So I can't say how many times she was hit, but I know it was enough where even if it was just one, she died.
Wait, how many times you said, Devontae?
8.
I mean, that's eight times, even 10 or 15 times. I'm not even being devil's advocate. I mean, I feel like this is facts. What I'm going to say is, in a gunfight, there's going to be multiple shots, because if a police officer walks in on any situation and gets fired upon, they're going to not only be firing to stop or eliminate the threat. I mean, they're going to let off. They you know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be a gunfight.
But it was a no knock warrant.
Right.
I mean, they ran up in there. So, okay, if somebody run up, like right now, it's what? So it's 10:43 my time. So it's 11:43 your time. Somebody run up in there right now.
Mm-hmm.
And don't say who they are. They run up in your house.
Mm-hmm.
And I can probably guarantee, just because even if it's not the fact that you're in the military, but the fact that I know you, like you're ready to bust.
Yeah, I got my gun right here on the desk.
Exactly. You got guns somewhere. So if a motherfucker run up in your house right now, are you not going to retaliate? Are you not going to like defend your home?
Absolutely.
You're not going to defend. Exactly. So point blank period. Like, them being police, I feel like it's my duty.
Hold on. I got to stop you right there, because you just said that to get me to say that. Like, that proved your point. And you got to remember, if somebody running here right now, if the police running here right now on a no-knock warrant, unannounced, and I start shooting, and they shoot back, and I get hit, did they murder me?
No. And what I said that was not my proof to you. My proof is I have a problem with no-knock warrants.
Okay, all right, and if you hold on. If you got a problem with no-knock warrants, okay, I respect that. But I'm talking about you started with Breonna Taylor. So was she a victim of what's it called? Collateral damage to a gunfight? She was a
victim of, first of all,
or was she? Or did the police officers go in there and start shooting her to murder her?
So Slim, do you know the whole story?
I'm trying to get the whole story out of you. That's why I'm asking questions.
I'm trying to get it to you, but you interrupting. But what I'm telling you is, first of all, they was in the wrong house.
They had the
Had the
person.
wrong
they wanted
intel.
Okay. Did they know they was at the? Did they know they was at the wrong house?
Not at the moment, of course not. I would hope not. Maybe they did though. I don't put. Hold on. I don't put nothing past them because I'm from Louisville. I'm from Louisville, so I can tell you straight up, like firsthand knowledge. Louisville PD is corrupt, and I'm glad I got my look. I'll put my face on here, but I'm just saying Louisville PD is corrupt. And so they say they didn't know that they had the wrong house. I don't know. I won't confirm or deny that, but I do know they ran up there once. First thing, no not warrant. Okay. That's first problem for me is no not warrant. Because I feel like if it's a no not warrant,
you asking for trouble. You asking for trouble with a no not warrant.
You gotta have solid fucking intel. If I'm gonna run up in your shit, like I'm violating every fucking amendment, every right, everything. If I'm running up in your shit with a no not warrant, I don't even give you a chance to read your warrant. I don't give you a chance to say, hey, let me call my lawyer. A no not warrant means your rights mean shit. That means you have no rights. I just took all your rights away. So I mean, as a cop, I personally don't believe in no not warrants on the strength of if I've done my job as a police officer, I don't need a no not warrant.
Why do they try to justify no not warrants? What do they use that for? Like, why would you need to like?
Because they say like, okay, so you have certain situations where it's extenuating or exigent circumstances.
Okay, I don't understand what that means.
Emergency.
Okay.
Emergency circumstances, same word, whatever. But
emergency
for me,
circumstances, what the fuck?
I still don't think it's the same. I don't think it's justified because, okay, so short of, okay, I'm serving a warrant on you right now. Slim, I'm running up in your house. I think you selling weed. Short of me selling weed.
That's not.
No, I'm just giving an example.
Short of me you're giving an example. I'm asking a question. You're giving me an example of what constitute an emergency?
Right, an emergency.
All right, I'm listening.
It's kind of along the same lines as a no knock warrant.
James Doe said child and potential deadly harm. James Doe said child and potential deadly harm. Thank you for that answer.
That too. So I'm at your door. So I have intel that you beat the shit out your girl. Mm-hmm. So domestic. So I'm at your door and I'm trying to investigate this, but at your door I can hear something. I can hear fighting. I can hear screaming. Mm-hmm. Blah blah blah.
Okay, that's no knock warrant.
No, it's not a no. Okay, so a no knock warrant means I went to a judge and says I have this much intel. So in the Breonna Taylor case, they said that her boyfriend is selling drugs and her house was a trap house.
I don't think that's an emergency though.
It's not an emergency. You said it is.
I do not. That does not sound like an emergency.
Exactly. My point exactly. So again, no not warrants to me is bullshit because if I'm a cop and I'm gonna do my job as a motherfucking cop, I don't need a no not warrant. That means I'm gonna find a probable cause. Okay, so
nah, I disagree with that.
Yeah. You say you disagree with
it? Yeah, I disagree with that because if you get a situation where there is a bunch of kids being held hostage in the house, yeah, I say get the no knock warrant. Run up in that bitch.
Like, no. But that's emergency circumstances.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that's not a no knock warrant. That's exigent circumstances. That's what I'm telling you. That's
okay. All right.
That's the difference when it comes to cop lingo or whatever. Like if I know for a fact you holding kids hostages, I don't need no fucking no knock warrant. I can bust in that motherfucker and say I'm the police.
Okay, give me example. Give me example so I understand this. Give me example of right now what they would consider a situation that's a no knock warrant, not emergency.
Okay, so I have a narc. I'm gonna give you, and this is kind of similar to Breonna Taylor because it's very few.
Okay, just tell me. Fuck,
where you use no knock warrants. So I have a narc. I got a source that's coming to me, a fucking snitch, saying, "Hey, I had to have arrested them on something. I gotta have some like solid knowledge that what they're telling me is the truth. What they claim to have done in the Breonna Taylor case is they like surveyed, like they were doing a lot of surveillance and figuring out, okay, this house is a trap house, whatever. But take that out the equation because I'm gonna try to make it where it's not just about that case per se.
God damn, that's a long ass answer.
Boy, because you be talking forever too.
Not like this. Shit, just give me a short version.
My G, yes, you do.
In the end, all I'm telling you is I don't need a whole lot of evidence. You want the short version?
All right, so they didn't need a lot of evidence, and they no knocked her house, which we
Like
know
how
you
you
disagree
feel
with
like
that.
you unbothered, but go ahead. Let's keep talking about the earth is flat and shit.
I mean, either way, at the end of the day, the person they was looking for was
That weak
already
ass cheap shot. You can do better than that, Alicia. Come on
They
now.
That wasn't
they
weak
already
or cheap.
That was
That
weak
was
as fuck.
fact. Let's talk
listen.
about the
They
earth
already
being flat.
It's an open platform tonight. We talk about what we want.
They already had the person that they was looking for in custody
Right.
when they did the no knock thing.
And then they ran
and
up in there, they murdered her in cold blood.
And if you're gonna try to charge oh boy for attempted murder for the police for protecting his home, but then you can't even arrest the people who killed her. Like,
And
it's
he
fucked
had a
up.
legal
It's
weapon.
not the first time this happened.
He had a legal fucking weapon. He defended his home. They killed his girl. They had no choice but to release him. But guess what? The motherfuckers that ran up in there and killed her are still walking.
And you guys are saying that they're operating with the full knowledge and intent. Hey, we're going in the wrong house, and we're here to kill some motherfuckers.
I put it past. I don't put it past. I really
Okay. Why would they? They just wanted to kill. What did Breonna Taylor like? What was their intent then, basically?
They thought
what was their
black
intent for
people
murder?
Dope, and they came up in there ready to kill everybody in that motherfucker because they thought black people was killing, or not killing.
So they were there to kill drug dealers.
That's what they thought they were, but they already had a drug dealer in custody. That was just poor intel.
That's what I'm saying. What was their motive? What was their motive to murder Breonna Taylor? You saying it's murder?
They may not have had no motive, baby, but what I'm telling you is they deserve to fucking be.
Well, every murder. Come on now, we know every murder has some type of intent. You have to have intent. You even have to prove intent. No. So what is the intent for murder?
In this situation, it's second degree at best. It's second degree at best.
Are you saying manslaughter? Okay, so you saying like it was manslaughter? It was basically aggravated from the shit.
Manslaughter. I said second degree. Manslaughter is different. Manslaughter is an accident. Second degree is they ran up in there. Yeah, they didn't have the intent, but they shot that girl.
What's the one for aggravated? Like where you in a situation where it gets escalated, like a shootout, and there's a secondary person that's a victim, like that's an innocent bystander that got hit. What type of murder is that charge?
Point blank. Period.
Damn, you can't tell me what type of charge. Is that second degree? I think it's. Isn't that second, or is that second degree, or is that like some type of manslaughter?
I just told you the murderers of Breonna Taylor deserve second degree at best.
What charge do I get if I shoot at my enemy and I hit an innocent bystander and kill them? What charge do I get?
What he's talking about?
That's what happened. They were shooting. They were shooting at the boyfriend that was shooting at them, and Breonna Taylor was an innocent bystander that got killed.
No, they didn't know who they were shooting at. They shoot in a dark ass house at 2:00 in the morning.
But were they expecting a gunfight?
Well, yeah, but they weren't. They weren't.
They said that it was an accident and they were firing on him. He came like at some point throughout that night. I'm sure like gunfire exchanged. He come out like, oh shit, I was shooting. The one dude he shot him in the fucking leg. Then they claim there's no body cam footage, but then they got all the police officers in the middle of the fucking news media the next morning, and the one cop got a fucking body cam on his left shoulder, but they say they don't have no body cam footage.
And listen, at the end of the day,
footage is on his shoulder.
If this is supposed to be an accident, like they keep or whatever the fuck it is, they lied to her mom about her on the autopsy. It said that like it was blank. It was left blank. They didn't even fill it out. And why they lying about the body? Like, why can't you just be truthful about the shit? Like, why can't you just say we fucked up at the end of the day?
And they were in the wrong house to begin with. If nothing else, I hope Breonna Taylor's family sue their ass to the fucking wall. Like, tear down all of fucking downtown Louisville, all of them courthouses, all that shit. Take all their goddamn money. Because at the end of the day, they will not admit that they were in the wrong motherfucking house.
Exactly.
They went in the wrong place, wrong house, and the person that they was looking for, they already had in custody. There's no excuse.
Somebody gets paid off, and then nothing changes.
That's bad fucking policing. Period. And I'm a motherfucking cop, and that's my city, and I can't wait to return because I'm gonna fuck around and be the chief of goddamn police.
You go ahead. I hope you are. I sure hope you are.
Goddamn work for real, because that shit hit home for me. Like real shit, that hits home for me because if you can run up, okay, so I own guns. So if you can run up in my house right now, like you said, Slim, you got your gun right there next to you. Mm-hmm. So somebody run up in your shit What you gonna do? You on the defensive immediately. So announce your motherfucking self. Who are you? They didn't say who they were.
Mm-hmm.
That man, he did what the fuck he was supposed to do because he defended his home.
Mm-hmm.
He shot back, and they had no choice but to release him because they arrested him initially. He was in jail for like 2-3 weeks before they said, okay, well, we don't have any charges that can technically stick because he had good lawyers. Lord forbid this shit didn't make media attention, and it took for George Floyd to get killed for this to
And
make
see, now let hear me out. Now hear me out real quick. This is my devil's advocate. And this is all unproven, but just hear me out. I know there's a lot of enrage in this, but just hear this part out. If a police officer goes to a house, and that maybe the person that told him to go to that address or the person that drove them there, it was wrong, but let's just say one individual police officer. Let's say James, I don't want to say James Doe, because that's what somebody will say. John, whatever, police officer John goes to a house. He thinks he's at the right house. He knows he got a no-knock warrant, which I know you don't agree with, but right now it's legal. He has a no-knock warrant. He busts in the front door. Completely wrong house. He don't know that though. He receives fire from an entity in the house. He returns fire. He starts going on. He's shooting in the door. He can't even see the person. Oh shit! I'm getting shot at. Fuck! Pop! 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 He starts shooting back. 8 of them bullets go past the guy or around the guy or whatever. Hit Breonna Taylor. She sleep in her bed. She dead. It come out all the smoke clear, whatever. They like, well, damn, dog. Like, what the fuck you should? We got no knock warrant. You at the wrong house, dog. Oh shit, yeah. That police officer, did he go in there and be like, oh shit, I'm getting shot at? Oh, there's a bedroom with a black lady, Breonna Taylor. She kill her.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So what?
At the end of the day, no one's being held accountable. That's all we're asking for. No one's being. If a doctor is up here motherfucking killing people and on the surgery
okay,
table,
so who's?
Don't cut me off.
Go ahead.
Don't cut me off because y'all been talking this whole time. If a doctor is in here and he's malpracticed, your patients are dying left and right, which is in police. Black people are dying left and right. Nobody's being held accountable. The doctor is not being held accountable. That doctor would be, you can't practice no more. You fired, whatever. You lose your license or whatever. These police officers or whoever the head, somebody needs to be held accountable. Overall, yes, it was an accident. Okay, they apparently, allegedly, which I don't think it is, because I just don't trust the police, especially when it comes racially charged, which I feel this is too, the way that it's being handled. If it's so, like I said before, if it is an accident, then why are they trying to cover it up the way that they are? They just apprehended her ex-boyfriend and tried to give him 10 years, or you can lie and say that Breonna Taylor was involved in drug activity and will lessen your 10 years. He didn't take the plea deal. Why are they doing fuck shit if it's supposed to be an accident? Hold somebody accountable. Stop all these lies that are coming out about her, about what happened, this incident or this accident, all of the truths that are coming out that they are trying to cover up. If it was a pure accident, then let it be a pure accident and let somebody be held accountable for that girl's murder. Point blank, period.
So Avante,
it took a minute.
So Avante, why are you not saying arrest the people that was responsible for the misinformation, and why are you saying the cop that went in there? If that cop was in there, hold on, I'll let you talk. No, I don't give a fuck. I'll let you talk my turn. Now you said I don't give a fuck. I ain't trying to hear shit. I ain't trying to hear shit. I shut up. I shut my mouth and I let you talk. That cop that you're talking about, that you're naming, if that cop went in there thinking he was doing his job, and the person that told him he had bad gouge from his supervisor, they went to the wrong house, they issued now no-knock warrants, they got their shit fucked up. Why are you not screaming the names of the supervisor or the people that caused that to happen versus the actual police officer who was in charge of the gun that he used to protect himself when he went into a house that he opened fire for?
I just said either the cops or somebody in charge or somewhere in the chain of.
But you're not yelling those names though. You're not yelling those names. You're saying the police officers that murdered.
I didn't say anybody's name. I said either the police officers.
I can pull the names up if you want.
And that's what I'm saying. You're saying
in charge of their shit.
You're saying arrest the cops. You're saying arrest the cops that killed Breonna Taylor. Right?
If you want specific names, baby, like I said,
but right here you just made it seem like you want the person responsible for that happening arrested.
I want the motherfucker that pulled the trigger. I want the district attorney that ain't prosecuting.
Fuck him.
The one who pulled the trigger because he corrupt anyway. The district attorney.
The person that pulled the trigger, you said is corrupt?
No.
Okay.
I said the district attorney that's not prosecuting the person that pulled the trigger. He's corrupt. And anybody who
You feel like the person, you feel like the police officer that pulled the trigger should go to jail?
Hell yeah. That's like right now. Okay, if I make a mistake as a cop, if I pull the trigger in a situation because it's that risk. Like I assume that risk in the capacity of the job that I hold. And it might be a time. It could come a point where I make a wrong. Prime example, Thursday, I was on a fucking simulator. We did simulator training. Okay, and they have us do this like every so often, but I'm in this class, so we do the simulator. The simulator is trained for you to lose. It's trained for you to shoot when you shouldn't shoot, or not shoot when you should shoot, or whatever. Like it's a mental thing. So if that had been real life, I deserve whatever's coming to me for the simple fact that that's part of my job. If I shoot somebody and I'm wrong, God forbid I'm wrong, and I hope that the Lord and the law shows mercy on me, given the circumstances, the totality of the circumstance. But at the end of the day, I deserve to be whatever is going to fucking come to me. If I shoot somebody wrongfully, then it is what it is. Like, that's part of being a police
And you think
officer,
it's wrong? Do you think it's wrong to defend yourself while serving on duty and you're getting fired upon?
If I'm being fired upon, okay, so in that situation, though, go back to Breonna Taylor, though.
You're being fired upon in a dark house.
Hold on, let me finish. That's what I'm telling you. In this circumstance, we can talk about what ifs all day. But I'm telling you, in this circumstance, they was in the wrong goddamn place. Period.
Your supervisor said, Alicia, I'm giving you a direct order.
Nigga,
Alicia, I'm giving you a direct order. Go arrest this person. Alicia.
I've been given, can you listen to me, though? And I heard what you said.
All right, keep that same energy when it's my turn.
I've been given direct orders of where I don't agree with them. At the end of the day, nobody's gonna make me pull the trigger and say kill somebody or shoot somebody. That's all on me. If I'm going into a house, I need to make sure it's the right goddamn intel. And I feel like and again, because I know Louisville PD, that's another thing. That was laziness. That was pure, like, they don't give a fuck. When I tell you they don't give a shit about Black people in Louisville, I'm Iroquois, West End, South End, East End. They don't give a fuck about us down there. I'm telling you. And I'm telling you that firsthand. My mama hates me for saying it all the time. When I joined the military and I told her I'm never coming back, I left Louisville because my niece got killed. My niece got killed, stabbed to death. It wasn't police related, true enough, but I'm telling you, Louisville's like that. And you know what happened to the girl that stabbed my niece to death?
I don't want to interrupt.
She got 15 years probation.
Gosling.
So that's what I'm telling you. I know, look, we can't talk on the same level when it comes to Louisville Police Department, because I know it firsthand, and you know it from you probably don't even know it firsthand from the news because you're not really familiar with Breonna Taylor case, because we sit here telling you about it, but I know it firsthand. So we're not gonna argue about that. We can't, because we're two separate levels about it. But what I'm telling you is for sure, they were fucking wrong. And if they just admit that they were wrong, they arrested that boy. They shouldn't even arrested him that day. They should not have even arrested that dude. Period. It took for everybody and their mama to come and protest and do all of this shit for them to release him. And for them to admit that they made a mistake. Those are the pieces that you're missing, Slim. And that's, yeah. You all got right. It. Go ahead.
I got it now. I got it now. I got that 8 minutes.
You got it, but I'm gonna need for you.
Oh, I ain't got it yet. She's still going.
Whole big picture.
Still going.
You don't. I know it's a show for you, but this topic here is more than the show for me. I'm just telling you. It's not about a fucking show.
My turn?
Nah.
All right, go ahead. Keep going. Let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna assume you're ready. All right, so like I was saying, if your supervisor give you the Vante, you want to go?
Yeah, I agree. Somebody needs to be held accountable at the end of the day. If it's supposed to be a mistake, like I said before, then claim it's a mistake. Keep it pushing and fire whoever needs to be fired, jail whoever needs to be jailed, instead of just letting this case go 100 past days and all we keep hearing is fuck shit and corruption in it. If it's supposed to be a goddamn accident at the end of the day.
All right, so if it wasn't an accident, then tell me.
The whole operation should have been fired.
Facts.
Everybody who
Everybody.
fucked that whole thing, and I know undercover work, all of that shit. Everybody that was a part of that whole night, and then I still want to see the motherfucking camera footage that they say don't exist because
The
body
people
cam is mandatory
corrupt,
now.
about that shit is corrupt. It's corruption all throughout that shit. If it's supposed to be a goddamn accident, then why is there so much goddamn
Body cam is mandatory now for most 99.9% police department. That's been a couple years now, and you see the pictures that they took of those fucking officers that night. But then they say there's no body cam footage. Nah, fuck that. They fucked up and they need to admit it. But this is me.
And be held accountable for it.
This is like 2000, 2001. I'm standing on a fucking street corner and police don't give a fuck about you, calling you nigga. What the fuck are you doing out here? Because I went to a school, predominantly white area. Louisville PD is corrupt, period. And you can fucking quote that, screenshot it, save it, put whatever. Louisville Police Department is corrupt. Always been corrupt. This ain't new. They've been corrupt for like since I've been alive. And that's real shit. They don't give a fuck about Breonna Taylor, you, me, or anybody in this motherfucker. So don't even try to defend it.
I never tried to defend anything.
It sounds like you are.
Well, perception is a mother. Oh, I got cut off again. Perception is a motherfucker. So I'm a host. I'm sitting up here creating topics for you to talk about, and you can try to make it seem like I'm trying to defend something. I'm not. But if that's your perception of it, I can't change that. Now let me hit the floor for a second. Like I said, I'm just asking. If I ask you a question, I'm not saying saying that should be. I'm asking a question. But you so triggered, like you just think anything I'm saying or asking, that's my position. I'm asking a question so you can state your opinions, because there's people watching on YouTube or people that's going to rewatch the stream, so you can let people know how you feel. If I take my glasses off, I'll get personal. Anything I say, okay, that's my personal opinion. But I'm creating topics for you here. So with that being said, like I said, if your supervisor gives you a direct order to go into that house and arrest that person, you're saying that if you go in that house, in a dark house, and get shot upon, and you return fire and kill somebody, it's your fault because you didn't do the research on your own on which house you were going to go to. And if that's the case, okay, I'm not asking that or making that statement because I'm trying to defend a position. So don't put that on me. I'm asking you, should you go to jail? Should Alicia go to jail if your supervisor, and you standing gate guard as an MA, and it's nighttime, and your supervisor say, go to that car, arrest that person. You get into a shootout, and the car behind that car, gets shot because you was trying to defend yourself from a shooter. Should Alicia be locked up 25 to life? Yes or no?
The car scenario is different.
Okay, house. You go to a house. It's dark.
Okay, so if I go up into a house, then I'm going to announce who the fuck I am.
But you want a no-knock warrant. You're doing a no-knock warrant right now is legal. But right now, it's legal. Right now, it's legal. And as an officer, if you get directed to do that, okay, we can do the shoulda conversation in a second. But right now, we're talking about right now reality. It's legal for you to get a lawful order.
I'm not gonna do it, and I can say that with confidence.
Okay,
I'm not running up in nobody's house.
So by law,
no. Let me answer your question. I'm not.
You already did. You answered. You said no.
House.
You said no.
I'm not running up in nobody's house at 2:00 in the morning and not announcing who the fuck I am and saying, okay, even if I get in the door. So the purpose of a no-knock warrant, let me educate you just a little bit, because this is another way that they fail. Once you get in there, no-knock means I don't have to knock and say I'm a cop. Once I get in there, it does not hurt to say police, because you in there already.
Is it mandatory?
It's not mandatory, but me being who I am, and I'm from Louisville, and most shit, any city. If you running up in somebody's house, I don't give a fuck. You're in the fucking suburbs with elderly people. A lot of people own guns for my safety, for me to get the fuck up out of there. Once I get through the door, it does not hurt to say police.
Okay, for the viewers watching,
show yourself. Say something.
For the viewers,
instead they didn't say anything. He shot, and then they just unloaded. They started shooting. It was fucking bullets all in the walls, like throughout the whole fucking house. They unloaded. Luckily, the dude.
Is that against protocol?
I'm not saying it's. I mean, for Louisville, it wasn't.
What did the cop that fired the weapon that wound up killing her? What protocol did he break? Is it protocol to double check your supervisors or to tell you the right address? What protocol did he fail that made what he did illegal?
what he did was illegal because he murdered somebody, and I don't give a shit.
But but that's what I'm saying though.
And that's why I said everybody in that whole fucking chain of command in that whole operation should be held accountable.
What part of the protocol did he break?
I'm not saying it's just him.
What part did? But you said. But you saying it's not just him, but you said you want him in jail, and that's no problem. So if you want him in jail, what protocol, what law, what protocol did he break? Was he not supposed to return fire?
Bad fucking policing? Because once they got through that door, they should have announced who the fuck.
Well, is it mandatory by law right now to announce yourself? You said you could. It's a courtesy. So right there. So he didn't break protocol right there.
And once again, that's why I say, Truce, my answer's not going to change. You can keep saying the same goddamn thing over and over again. What I'm telling you is that's why everybody in that whole chain of command of that whole operation should be held accountable. Not just him, not just the officer that pulled the trigger. All of them need to stand on a motherfucking chopping block together and account for what the fuck they did because they murdered that girl. Period. They didn't have no problem marching that dude outside and put him in cuffs and say it was attempted murder on the police officer because he shot back and he in his house. They didn't have no problem doing that. But now it's a problem when it's like, okay, you murdered this girl and she had nothing to do with nothing. You was in a wrong motherfucking house. You had the person that you was looking for already in custody. Like, it's too many different factors that was not okay, but it was fine to march him out. And if it wasn't for motherfucking, what's his name? Whatever the fucking the latest civil rights person in Louisville is, whatever his name is. I know it has X at the end of it. Whatever. He started making a big fuss, and then it became, like I said, George Floyd happened right after that. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't even be talking about Breonna Taylor right now. I would, because it's my city. But we probably wouldn't even be talking. It wouldn't have made even that much media attention if it wasn't for everything that was going on around us at that time. Point blank, period. They should. I'm not saying that he meant it. I don't know that dude.
What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong?
He fucking shot and murdered somebody that was innocent in cold blood. Period.
Oh, you said, hold on. You said cold blood. That means he went there and said, I'm here to kill Breonna Taylor.
No, I didn't say intent. I said he went there and he shot somebody in cold blood. I didn't say that he targeted her and said, oh, I'm about to kill her.
What's your definition of cold blood?
What I'm saying is,
what's your definition of cold blood?
It was probably a mistake. It was probably a mistake. I don't negate that. I don't think that he went there saying, I'm about to kill this lady. I don't think that. So if that's what you're trying to twist it,
I ain't trying to twist nothing. I'm trying to ask questions so that you can state how you feel.
That's not what I'm saying, but there's plenty of people that's sitting on death row. There's plenty of people that's sitting.
We can play the compare game all day. We talking about this officer.
There's plenty of people that's sitting in jail right now.
All right, go ahead with the diversion.
Killing somebody that was an accident. And I do think, I would love to think that it was an accident, but I don't know, because I know Louisville Metro PD as well. And I know that they racist as fuck, and they don't give a shit about nobody. West End, Iroquois, like I told you, East End, that's where I was fucking born and raised. And I know what they think about me. I already know. So, I mean, it could.
So, okay, so I see what you're saying. So, as a police officer, if you're defending yourself and returning fire, if you hit an innocent civilian, you should go to jail 25 to life.
No, what should happen is they should take accountability. And if it was...
that's not what I'm asking. That ain't what I'm asking. That ain't what I'm asking. That ain't what I'm asking.
Black and white.
That ain't what I'm asking. I'm not asking about if somebody should take responsibility or not. I'm not asking if somebody should. I'm talking about the police officer that fired. Tell me why. Because he allegedly was defending himself from gunfire. What did he do wrong to where he is now a murderer? When he's I'm almost done. When he's on the police force, on their job, serving a warrant that he was told to go there for, he got fired upon and he fired back, and an innocent bystander died. Why does that person tell the viewers, this is not for Slim Cutter, I'm not asking this, tell the viewers why he should be held responsible.
Slim, explain to me. This is what I want you to understand. You keep talking about this one police officer. Did you not? So that lets me know that.
What did the 18 police officers do?
Listen, you have not read into the case, because it was not necessarily just one person that just fucking unloaded. They came in there busting. It wasn't just one officer. Now, when I reference one officer, I referenced the picture of one officer that had a body cam
Can't get
on
a
their
simple
left
answer.
shoulder, and then they claimed that there was no body cam footage. However, several officers fired when the one young man was defending his home, right? They ran up in there. He's defending his home. Well, even if he don't own the home, whatever, it's his girl's home, whatever. He laying his head there. Several officers fired. So it's not just one person that's guilty. I don't know of those bullets because they keep saying they don't have footage of who shot what, who did what. Guilty because several people fired into their home and several of those bullets hit Breonna Taylor. Like different people, from my understanding. It wasn't just one officer.
Who
it was three different officers.
And
so
she got
again,
hit 8 times.
If we're gonna spearhead this conversation, Slim, then I want you to know all the facts because it's not one officer that I'm targeting. I want to target everybody who's involved. From the motherfucker that was in dispatch that day, from the motherfucker who
that makes sense.
Chief of police who said let's do this.
That makes sense.
Like the intelligence.
That makes sense.
Who arrested the wrong person? Like
that makes sense.
One person over here.
That makes sense.
In the wrong house. From the motherfucking provost marshal or whoever that signed the warrant.
That makes sense.
That said it was okay. Like I'm not saying just target him, and Lord help him too, because I'm not racist. He white, but I don't feel like he did it because he's white. I feel like he ran up in there and he shot his weapon, and he did, like you said, he was told to go serve his no-knock warrant.
They got fired upon because it was multiple officers.
I got you. So it's not just black and white, meaning like.
So why are you penalizing the officers that return fire? Oh, I got cut off. Why are you trying to penalize the officers that return fire when they got fired upon?
I want to penalize the whole goddamn.
But no. Telling me what you want is not telling me why. Nice diversion. I'm ready for that debate tactic. Tell me why you want. Tell me why. I didn't ask if they was right or wrong, if you felt it right. I said, tell me why you want those officers that return fire to be penalized.
Can I speak?
Because
Alicia,
hold on. I'm finally about to get my answer here. Finally. And I hope I'm about to.
Other people on the
damn, I was just about to get my answer. Go ahead, Avante. Just about to get my answer.
I mean, because she gonna speak regardless. Alicia's gonna speak regardless. So let me just double jump in here.
I might have to block my
I can't speak for Alicia, but all I'm saying is I would like to say I agree with Alicia and everybody needs to be arrested, like she just said. Including at this point, including the officers. I think if they would have handled it differently when it first hit, when it first happened, if the officers or whoever would have just been like, it was a mistake, we gonna arrest the whoever upcharge or whoever then the rest the officers could not be held accountable. But because it's gone on for so long, it's like everybody needs to be held accountable because, like I said before, it's fuck shit going on. If it's supposed to be an accident, then why is it being covered up so much? Why is it not being the truth being coming out so much? Or why is the truth not coming out so straightforward? Why are they investigating the way that they're investigating? They're not being truthful if it's supposed to be an accident. If this shit, when it happened, and the head of charge or whoever would have been like, yeah, we messed up. We had who we had. It was a mistake. We're not going to charge the officers. I'm going to resign. I'm going to get fired, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Fine, cool. But we are now going into 200 days since this young lady has been murdered and no one has been held accountable. So at this point, all y'all need to be held accountable. So it's infuriating that nobody is being accountable. I understand what you're saying.
And that's not real justice though. No matter how much time it goes on, the increase in time does not mean increase in punishment. Increase in time does not justify increase in people that need to be accountable for. That's not how justice works.
I hear you on that, but they're still covering up shit. They're still doing fuck shit.
I didn't ask about that. I'm not nobody. Yeah. Okay. Roger that. That's
so.
But she didn't say that. It ain't got.
She just said that. She said it's been 200 days, so now all of them and more people.
But that's
time does not time.
That's important because how can it
time
go
does
that
not
long
equate to
without
more
anybody being
people.
held accountable?
Time does not equate to more.
Give them the right to be doing fuck shit on this case.
But time. Okay, we can talk. That's separate than what I'm actually pinpointing out right now. All I'm saying is, one, increased time does not mean increased people that need to be in trouble. Two, that's what I'm saying. I can't imagine. And like I said, this is allegedly if this how it happened. It probably was more to it. Let's say that was right. I mean, we could play different scenarios. But could you?
Did you just say allegedly?
You don't even know what I'm alleged without because I haven't said it yet. So allegedly, if officers walk into a house, get fired upon and fired back, and see, hold on, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you cut me off. I don't give a fuck what you saying, Ryan. I ain't trying to hear it. I'm speaking. I'm gonna let y'all talk for numerous minutes at a time. So I'm gonna keep talking no matter what. So let me say my finished topic. Allegedly, if officers went in there honestly, got fired upon, shot back, and then spent 25 years in prison because they went in there and felt like, okay, this is the alleged part. They allegedly went in there and felt like they was doing their job. Hey, I'm a police officer. I'm at work. I'm here to serve a no-knock warrant, which is currently legal. I bust in. I get shot at. I shoot back. My bullets miss because it's in the dark house. I'm trying to defend myself. I kill somebody. Now I'm in prison getting butt fucked by Big Bubba because I thought I was doing my job. Now, if that's bad police work because he didn't research what address he was going to, and as a sailor, if your commanding officer tells you to push that button to fire the missile on that city, and you push that button, turns out ain't nothing but civilians there, yes, the commanding officer is going to pay the penalty. Should the E3 that pushed the button spend the rest of his life in prison?
Somebody need to fucking pay the penalty.
You and I answering what I'm talking. You heard what I said and said, oh shit, duck around that. Talk about what I'm saying.
You know what?
Don't keep saying stuff that ain't addressing what I'm saying. Should an E3 go to prison for 25 years of life if he press a button to launch on the innocent city?
They shouldn't go.
Or should the CO be fired?
They handled it correctly in the very beginning. It wouldn't be we wouldn't be pointing the eyes on the people that actually.
Longevity does not increase penalty. Longevity does not increase amount of people to be penalized.
As a cop,
longevity does not increase penalty.
Officer, and I'm from Louisville, and I'm not going to negate the fact that Louisville, again, the biggest thing I keep trying to drive home, the motherfuckers is corrupt. I don't give a shit. And that's fact.
What did they do corrupt? And that's what I say. If they did something corrupt there,
Slim, you won't know it because you have never lived there, period. And I'm not going to try to persuade you. I'm not going to try to make you understand where I'm coming from.
So then say that they should be going to jail because they're corrupt, not because of murder.
Allegedly is null and void. Them motherfuckers is corrupt, period. So when this shit happened, once again, what she said, like, it's an accident. When Avante was saying it was just an accident, blah, blah. If it wasn't for everything that happened right after that, when George Floyd got killed, we wouldn't even be talking about Breonna Taylor. And that's enough for me. That's enough to piss me off in itself. So but at the same time, I'm not seeing.
There's a bunch of stuff that happened and don't get talked about.
Yeah, and it was more.
Oh, hold on, Mask Off is trying to say. Let's give somebody else the mic. What you gonna say, Mask Off?
I want to finish my thought.
All right, finish your thought, and we'll get Mask Off on in 30 minutes. Go ahead.
All I'm telling you is point blank. Period. I'm not trying to go after the motherfucking.
Such an asshole.
I want to go after the whole motherfucking police department when it comes to this incident. And I'm not one to say defund police and none of that shit, but I'm telling you. Louisville Police Department is fucking corrupt. And when that whole operation went down, they didn't give a fuck who they killed. That was another black motherfucker that they didn't give a shit about, period. And if everything that was going on in the world wasn't going on at that time, I can tell you about Mike Newby, a dude that I grew up with him in high school. He got shot in his back by the police. You don't even know that name. He got shot in his back right in, like across the street from my mother's house. And that was in like 2005, 6 time frame. They shot him in his back, killed him in cold blood, laid out, done. That ain't never make the fucking news because he wasn't important. And Louisville PD is fucking corrupt. Period.
All the PDs is corrupt.
I just want to put this out there. I'm not familiar with this particular case because there's just so many cases that you hear on the news about either police brutality or some kind of terrorist event. But I mean, how possible is it that regardless of how true these news events are, whether they're completely fake, completely true, or somewhere in between. How possible is it that like the objective of the news that's being put out there is to cause public outrage and to stir emotions, and that this is more of a psychological operation against the masses?
No, what? No, I mean I understand what you're saying, but it's
Because I
double.
mean, there's so much emotion here, right?
There is some.
And,
Yeah.
and so I don't know these people personally, and regardless of if you think certain police agencies are corrupt, like whatever, like a history you have, like yeah, I just feel like the agenda of the media, whoever controls the media, I think maybe
I
that
mean,
it
there's.
could quite possibly be a psychological operation to cause public outrage.
I feel you on that mask off, but at the end of the day, facts are still coming out on this case of corruption, and that's the main thing that me and Alicia are trying to highlight in this. It's a corrupt system, and in this case, they're doing corrupt fuck shit to cover up or whatever. I don't know what the agenda is, but like I keep saying, if it was an accident, if that was the case, then why is no one being held accountable for her murder? And that's why we feel like it's a murder, because there is corruption with it. If it was an accident, if it would her incident happened back in March 13th of this year. And Alicia is right. I don't think if what happened with George Floyd, it wouldn't have gotten as much media attention had George Floyd not had happened. But if it was an accident, then how come nobody just came forward from the top or whoever and just been like, we fucked up, we had the person that we needed, it was the wrong address, blah blah blah, I'm resigning, blah blah blah. Don't hold the officers who shot back in retaliation from being shot at accountable. It is what it is. But no one's being held accountable for this young lady's death. No one. And it's like I said, we're going into 200 days. And she's one of many situations across America. So that's why there's so much, passion or, frustration with it, because we're not getting any answers. And at the same time, we're getting corruption and convoluted evidence. And it's just, it's fucked up. It's fucked up at the end of the day. That's why I use the example of a doctor. If a doctor was doing this shit, the doctor would have been let go point blank and period. You don't keep a doctor practicing and he's doing murdering. Because that's basically what it is. If you're killing people on the table and you've killed 5, 6, 7, 8 people, like what the fuck? And you're not being held accountable for it. What are we talking about?
And the
Hey, what's up, Saint?
What up, Saint? Welcome to the live stream, brother. How you doing?
What's up? I raised my hand because.
Oh, ain't no hand raising tonight. We ain't no rotation, dog. You just got to fire it off the hip, cuz.
All right, listen.
When it comes to Louisville PD,
you said they had the right address?
Yeah. Listen.
No, they didn't.
Hold on. Listening to this was like painful, man, because I get where if that's the assumption, the anger or the emotion comes out. But I mean, I can give you a link to the article. The family attorney already acknowledged they were at the right address. Her name, social security number, address was on the warrant. There was another guy who was the main target.
It was a bad warrant. It was
hold on though, but that's listen. To say that they were at the wrong address is factually incorrect.
No, it's
not.
Well,
damn.
Yes, it is. Her name, hold on, I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm not trying to be like combative with you. I just want you to understand that, because a lot of what you were saying. I want you
to understand that what you're saying is wrong.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Listen, it's factually correct that her name, social security number, address, a picture.
Yeah, that part.
Hold on. Can I finish?
The wrong place.
Let me finish. Listen, I understand your position. I listened to it for like 15 minutes, but hear me out. At least try, It's factually correct that her address was the target of that warrant. There were 3 other apartments as well, but hers was one of them. Her name, her social security number, her man, and I'm not sure if it's her man or a friend of the family that was using her address as well. And it's all in the warrant. This is something that's being like spread on social media as like a reason to be up in arms. But it's okay to be upset, but at least predicate that on the right basis. They were at the right address. So to say that they went there.
Okay, Alicia, what are you putting as a rebuttal to them? No, they weren't. What evidence or factual stuff?
Okay, so in their warrant, yes, for the face value of the warrant, yes, they were at the right address. But in all totality, like if you look at the bigger picture, they were not at the right address because they should have been way across town in South Louisville for the motherfucker that they had already arrested. And keep in mind, bro, whoever you are, that's my city. So I've already done my research.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you really did, though, why would you continue to say that they were at the wrong address when they weren't? It was on the warrant. Once
they were at the right address in which they were supposed to serve the warrant. You're right. Listen to me. I'm gonna answer your question. They were in the right location for where they got the warrant for. You're right. But that was a wrong fucking warrant. They should have never got that warrant to begin with because they was at the wrong goddamn place. See, they should have been across the street.
That's something. Is
that Breonna Taylor's fault that they didn't have their paperwork right because they served the warrant to the wrong fucking address? They had a legit
they weren't at the wrong address.
Yes, they were.
What are you basing this information on?
I'm basing it on the fact that they had already arrested the dude that they were looking for, the dude that they had an intel on that was supposed to be selling drugs in trap house, whatever, which was her homeboy. True enough, it was a known, not accomplice, but a known person.
And he was using her house as a stash house.
No,
and that's why they had the warrant.
They may have been at one time. They may have been at one time. They may have been at one time, but that night when they got in her house, there was no drugs found. Number one,
it still doesn't matter if they listen.
And it does matter because the place that they served the other warrant, the place that they served the warrant on the.
Oh, come on, man. Listen, it's okay. Listen.
Place that they served. The other place that they served the warrant, and I'm gonna quiet down because my husband get mad. The place that they served the warrant to the dude that they arrested earlier that night, that's where they found drugs. So why the fuck was they?
Okay, that's fine that they found the drugs. Hold on, it was okay that they found the drugs in another location, but they're police officers. Aren't you a police officer too?
Yeah, I am, and I don't agree with nothing that they did.
So the thing is, but listen, when they do police work and they investigate, this is a possible stash house. We know he picked up a package there. They're going to search that house and get a warrant for that house too, if they're being thorough in their investigation. So to say that, oh, just because they didn't find drugs there that day, but they know and having the warrant that he was using their home to stash drugs at some point gives them the lawful basis to apply for the warrant to go and search their home. Because they were involved in it.
I never nullified the warrant. Slim been in here, Avante been in here, anybody who's been in here all night since we've been talking about this for like at least 30, 45 minutes.
Okay, let me ask you this, Alicia. So you're saying they're at the wrong house because they should have been at the house with the drugs? Is that why you're saying they're at the wrong house?
What I'm saying is that they were in the wrong location, which should further. Now, say for instance, they arrested her and seized pounds of fucking crack or whatever else they was looking for, and then the dude was like trying to fucking fight his way out type shit. Like, okay, I'm a drug lord. That's different. Even still, though, her life.
So you're saying they were in the wrong location because there was no drugs there? Is that what you're saying?
It was no drugs. They was in the wrong house and they had the wrong suspect. They didn't meet not their element.
Well, that's the purpose of the warrant, though. Listen, that's the purpose of the warrant. That's the
okay. So arrest the motherfucker who gave them the warrant. Okay, I agree with that too. The judge who signed that warrant,
hold on.
I want his head too. The motherfucker who signed that warrant, I want his head too.
All right, we established that. But at the same time, if that's their place, and the police suspect that there may be drugs there because they know the individual's stashing drugs there, at least at one time, it's within their right. Like once the judge signed the warrant, they're gonna go and search that house.
You know what?
There's nobody. Listen,
with your logic of thinking, then they need to run up everybody in here. It's like what, 7 people in this motherfucker? With your logic of thinking, they can run up in all that shit right now.
Exactly.
Could they not? Alicia, could they not?
If they know that somebody, if they know that somebody,
let the police.
If they know that a known drug dealer is stashing dope,
then where's your rights?
Oh, come on. Listen, if they know and have evidence and proof that a known drug dealer is stashing dope at my house, they are going to be within their rights to apply for a warrant. They ain't just, they said, oh, we know he stashed it there. They ain't go kick in the door for no reason. Like we saw, we know he took the drugs in there.
Okay.
They had to go get a warrant. They did it the right way. And just
No, they
at the time they executed the warrant,
Where you
it just
from,
so
baby?
happened.
Who are you? What's your name? Where you from?
Crypto Saint. I'm from New Jersey. Why?
I'm just saying. I'm telling you, this is my city that I'm telling you about. These
I mean,
motherfuckers
it
is
could be your city. I respect that it's your city, but that doesn't change any of the facts.
And the fact that you from New Jersey,
it's more,
like, hell, y'all got the same shit going on up there. Like, you falling for the shit that they want you to fall for, bro. And that's what I'm telling you. If you feel like they have the right, just because, okay, put it like this: we in a conversation.
No,
right
what
now.
I'm telling you is they had the right because the judge signed the warrant.
Real quick, Saint, whatever your name is, hear me out real quick, because me and you cool, right? I come up to New Jersey right now, and I'm giving you this cop brain. I come up to New Jersey right now. I sell dope. I sell weed. I sell whatever it is.
Yeah.
I come up there, and then by coincidence, we being surveyed by police. Hold on. We being surveyed by police, and they see, oh, well, Alicia's up there. She got drugs, whatever. She's selling drugs to him, to Saint. And then they run up in your house, and you completely oblivious. You don't even fucking know. They get this no-knock warrant. They don't announce themselves. So they had a right to kill you just on guilty of association. But that ain't even the Breonna Taylor case.
Nobody's saying.
Well, that was return fire. They returned fires while somebody died.
Yeah,
it wasn't no return fire. They didn't even announce themselves.
They were saying so. The police shot first.
Wrong goddamn house.
Hold on, and that's another misconception. Now this is a point of
misconception. They had a wrong fucking house.
Listen. I heard you out, but like every time I say three words, you already blah right over it. So let's be respectful, no doubt, right? That's another point of misconception. Along with the idea that they were at the wrong address, they did announce them. Hold on, they did. See how?
Let them finish, Alicia. Goddamn, I'm about to mute you, Alicia. You're gonna be the first person to get muted. Let him finish this. But you ain't, but hold on. People let your shit ride though. Hold on, you gotta let people shit ride. We let your shit ride too. Just let him finish his spiel, and then when he's done, then give him whatever you got.
They didn't say who they were.
All right, now let him go. And when he's done, give him everything you got. But just let him finish 2-3 statements. Go ahead.
As the police came, they knocked. They stated that, and the prosecutor stated, and I'm gonna imagine he's basing that on body cam or whatever evidence he has, that they
there's no body cam.
Damn, she ain't making 2 seconds.
Hold on, you don't know that.
I don't like when if you gonna speak to me as like
you gotta give him his turn, but you gotta give him his turn. Yeah, but you know what though? Hold on, because Saint sits there unless you say stuff that he don't agree with. He hold back till it. You know what I'm saying?
It's about agreeing. It's about facts.
Yeah, but they'll say he not gonna. If you say something while you talking, he gonna give you a chance to finish your statements. Just give him. That's all I'm asking. Give him a chance to finish his statements. Go ahead.
Allegedly.
Even if it's wrong.
Allegedly.
I don't know. I think mask off.
All right, we went over the fact that they were technically at the right address. Signed warrant for that address. Her name, she's a target. She's named on the warrant. All right. Whether we agree, if we agree with whether she should or shouldn't have been, that's a point of argument that could be had. But factually, factually, they were at the right address. That's not up for debate anymore. Whether you think that it was right or wrong for them to add her to the application is another story. I can probably agree with that. We could talk about that. But when they came to the house, they announced and knocked. And mind you, it's a no-knock warrant. So they didn't have to knock. They could have just rolled up, busted the door off the hinge, but they did knock. They did knock. Whether they said, knock, 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 police, open up, or whether they said, knock, 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 come to the door, hopefully. Hold on. Hopefully you'll just open the door so we don't have to break the door off. Understand that the warrant signed was
Alicia.
Hold on.
God damn.
Understand that the warrant as it was signed was a no-knock warrant. They were under no legal obligation to do anything but bust that door open for whatever reason they thought they were going in there for. But they did not. And either they were upstairs asleep or whatever the case, they took too long. So they busted the door open. All right. Somebody shot first, they returned fire. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not into all that. All I'm saying is what I don't like is hearing everybody. Hold on. What I don't like is hearing everybody argue the most fact, like the information is out there. It's not like it's hidden. Where you say, well, they were at the wrong
must
house.
be because you got the
She
wrong
wasn't
info.
even the target. They killed her in her sleep because she wasn't doing nothing wrong. No, she and to your point you were saying earlier, if somebody come to my house and I know they're a dope dealer, if the police come and serve a warrant at my house, well, I know what I'm getting into because I know that person sell dope. Either we cool and you be hold on, either we're cool with that person and they stay where they live, but once they come to my house, I'm inviting that kind of trouble.
Ooh,
And that's
but
just the way it
nobody
works.
deserves to die. At the end of the day, nobody deserves to die. And like I keep saying, it's still corruption in this case. It's still corruption. A young lady lost her life, whether she was selling dope, prostituting, whatever the fuck she was doing in that house. She did not deserve to die. Point blank.
All right, the definition of deserve. The definition of deserve.
Nah, we don't need a definition
Well,
of deserve.
I'm just for the chat. This ain't for you, Alicia. This for you're not the only person here. Don't revolve on you. For the new people joining, for new people joining, we already defined the definition. Hold on, I gotta mute her because she ain't gonna overtalk the host. Okay, the definition of deserve is to have, to be worthy of, or to do something. So remember, when we're using the term deserve, remember to do something, to have, or to be worthy of. So if you do something, if you associate with somebody that will shoot at the police, or maybe not the police because they don't know who it was coming in the house, they thought it was a robber or whatever, then just keep that. I'm not saying yes or no, right or wrong. Just keep that in mind when you use the word deserve. All right, go ahead.
So Breonna Taylor didn't deserve to live that night. Like y'all really losing me.
Nobody said that.
I made no statements about it. I didn't make that statement. You just put that in there as a debate tactic.
That SKU77, whatever, Pop Rocks, whatever his name is.
Crypto, you can call him Crypto.
I'm just telling you, many of the things you said in your synopsis are wrong, and I'll tell you first. Okay,
based on what?
I look based on the fact that I can look at the real case. Like I looked in I looked in the real fucking case. I'm not going on media. I'm a cop.
Okay.
Again, I can look at the real fucking case. No, not warrants exist. I don't necessarily agree with them. In this situation, they were wrong. I don't give a shit. Like you can.
Okay, you can say that more.
Oh, let her finish. Saint, let her finish.
You can twist it or braid it however you want. And guilty by association, nigga. If I'm guilty by association, we could all be dead, like right now.
We could all be dead.
Because I know somebody who sells drugs. So that gives somebody else or a cop a right to fucking kill me because I'm guilty by association. That's what you said.
Alicia, you hang out with people that sell drugs?
The dude that was in his house, hell yeah, I was raised around it.
Why would you
look at my security clearance? Like it's in there.
Why are you hanging around people that sell drugs? You need to. I'm gonna advise you to stop hanging around people that could endanger you.
Anyway, because now y'all taking it as a joke. But
I'm not even taking it as a joke. Be careful out there.
I'm trying to have.
I'm serious. You be careful. Be careful.
I'm just trying to have a. I'm trying to have a.
No, it's not nothing because you're going on what you've seen in news articles and media and whatever else. What I'm gonna tell you, fact number one, there is body cam footage, but they claim that there wasn't. That's like
okay. And what's on the body cam?
I don't know, and I'm not done. That's the biggest thing.
I guarantee you right now, it's gonna be of them knocking on that door.
But I already know that you didn't because the news media is saying that news body camera footage does not exist.
You can say you did the research, but then you sitting here saying that that's the wrong address.
They ran up in there. They ran up in her home and they did not announce themselves, which is the whole reason. Like
they didn't have to.
Breonna Taylor's law is trying to become in effect now because they didn't. You're right. They don't have to, but you just said they did. You said they opened the door and they said who they were and they didn't.
They knocked on the door.
They did not.
They knocked on the door, and that was a courtesy because they didn't have to.
And then you're right. They didn't have to, but you're saying that they did. But what I'm telling you is,
I said that they not, and I'm gonna stand by that until I see evidence otherwise. Did you see a body cam footage that showed they didn't?
So you saying they announced themselves just on the
no, hold on. Don't answer a question with a question. Answer it, and then I'll answer your question.
No, I'm telling you what you said, bruh. When you just went through
I know what I said. I said it. I'm asked you, did you see body cam footage? Since you could see everything we can, did you see footage? Hold on, did you see footage? Did you see footage?
I'm answering your question.
Did you see footage
I'm answering your
of them not knocking on the door?
I'm answering your question because now I just feel like you just talking just to say that you fucking talking. What happened
You just
You
too upset. Like
said
I'm trying to
you
be
sit there and said that they announced themselves. Did you or did you not? You said that they announced themselves. What
I
I'm telling
said
you
that
is
is what it said. Okay, you gonna let me talk? You asked me a question. Now let me answer you. Because you're just going over yourself back and forth. Relax. Just a little bit. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Okay, I didn't mute her. She's muted. I didn't even mute her, so she did that herself.
Because what I'm telling you is in the official report, it says that they did not announce themselves because it was a no-knock warrant. So you're right. They don't have to. You keep screaming, I ain't have to. But what you just
I'm not screaming at all.
That's what you were screaming a few minutes ago. That's what you was just screaming a few minutes ago. And you
I wasn't
said
screaming.
that
I
they
was
did
speaking
announce.
because we
Said,
wasn't trying to go over top each other.
Slim, I'm not even about to because good shit.
Alicia,
I mean, I can moderate this, but I'm trying to let y'all have an open discussion. Would you like me to moderate you guys' time?
Alicia,
I can moderate and do 60 seconds. Hold on.
Alicia,
hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I can moderate if y'all want. If y'all want an open discussion, no problem. If y'all want to have this as a civil discussion, I can moderate. It's up to y'all. I'm gonna unmute everybody. I'm gonna unmute everybody when everybody can decide that, and I'm gonna let y'all tell me what y'all want, and I'm gonna go with that. All right, I'm unmuting everybody now. All right, what do y'all want? Open discussion, or do you want me to moderate?
I would like to answer. I would like.
So Alicia wants a moderator. What do you want, Saint? Alicia wants a moderator. Saint, what do you want?
Yeah, you have to, honestly.
Okay, I'm going to set my timer. I got a timer right here on my OBS Streamlabs, and we'll moderate. We'll give each person 60 seconds to get it off their chest. Okay, Alicia, I'm going to let you go first because you was the last one talking. Let me go to my menu. Let me go to my Truce Show. I'm going to my Truce Show. I got my timer right here. I'm going to set my timer to 60 seconds.
All of this is a show.
All right.
But for me, this
go ahead.
This topic is,
your time starts now.
Is serious for me in the sense of that girl was murdered, period. You can't negate that. You can't change it. You can't fucking justify it. You can't do shit. Anybody in this fucking room who's trying to, you're fucking wrong. I don't give a fuck what you are. It's not about black. It's not about nothing else. She was murdered, period.
You relinquish your time?
That's really all I got to say. I just want to put that out there. That she was fucking murdered, whether it was a no-knock warrant or a serving a warrant. I've served warrants. She was fucking murdered, and it was wrong.
All right, you got 27 seconds left. You relinquish your time? I'm just trying to moderate. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Okay, so she left. She relinquished her time. All right, I'm going to ask Saint to unmute. He has unlimited time. She relinquished her time, and she logged off.
I have unlimited time.
She logged off.
No, listen. I think
I can't moderate one person. What do you want me to like? There's no.
No, hold on, Truce. I think not. I mean, I love her. I've been watching y'all a couple weeks. Alicia, right? That's who just left.
Yeah, that's Alicia.
Yeah, she's just emotional about it. I respect that. Everybody's upset about it. All right, for whatever reason, whether they're right or wrong. You know, I get it. I don't think you need a moderator. It's just her being so emotionally charged. I think to have discourse with everybody, with her is gonna in that kind of emotional state. You're gonna have to moderate. But I don't need to talk over anybody, so it could be free time now or whatever, But for me, let me just say what I'm gonna say. To see so many people feed on the idea that the warrant is wrong. All that false information is very sad. And I got a lot of respect for Alicia because I saw that she was a police officer. That's what interested me. I'm like, damn, there's a police officer on the stream with Truth. So it's like, all right, that's a different perspective. But to see even her repeat this factually incorrect information, like, well, they weren't at the right house, and they, that stuff is sad. Like they were in the wrong place. They weren't in the wrong place. And the thing is, people, when even say someone like her with a badge on, if she were to say it, it makes it even more believable than seeing it in a social media post or something like that. And it fires people up to a level where you can't reason with them anymore because they believe what they already heard.
Well, I got a question for you about that, Saint. When you're ready.
Excuse me?
I got a question for you then, Saint.
What'd you say?
I got a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so devil's advocate. So, and I was trying to ask Alicia this, but she wouldn't clarify whether it was how she felt or not. But I asked her, I said, well, why do you think she's saying in the wrong place? Because when a person says that they were in the wrong place, they may not be talking about necessarily the name and social stuff on the warrant. Maybe they're, and I don't know because she left. I was trying to get her to expand on this. Maybe she, and this is maybe, I'm not putting words in her mouth. Let the record show I'm not putting words in her mouth. Maybe she feels it was at the wrong place because remember the discussion. Okay, yeah, her name and stuff was on the warrant, but she may feel that they were wrong for being there because they already had the person they were looking for. So why go search for drugs or whatever or that person at that house? And I see what you're saying. Do police work? You got two houses. Okay, the suspect or the drugs or whatever might be in one of these two houses. They go to one house, they arrest the guy. Okay, we got the guy and we got the drugs. Okay, do we need to go to the second house and search? You know, so, you know, what, maybe, I don't know. This, I'm not putting words in my mouth. I was trying to get her to say, why are you saying that wrong house? Wrong house could mean technical problems, or it could mean, hey, like, we don't need to do that. Like, we're wrong. We already got the guy. So what do you say to that?
What I'm saying, all right, the first part is, all right, the fact is the judge signed the warrant. Whether they misidentified her house as a potential drug house or a potential stash house, okay, that's fine. If the police come, let them search the house, and it's not a big deal.
Are they required to serve a warrant if a judge signs it, or do they not have to
Well, I
serve
mean,
it?
they intend to in the first place, which is why they asked the judge to sign it. So even though they
But
were
is it
after,
required though? Is it required to serve a warrant if it's signed by the judge?
I would imagine, but I'm not a legal expert.
Okay,
on that
no
point.
problem.
What I'm saying is the intent is already there because the judge doesn't request the police to,
Right.
you know,
The police request for
carry
the
that
judge
out.
to sign it.
Yeah, it's the other way around. But let's say they did get the suspect, the main target that they were looking for. They're still going to be thorough and find, because they want to, obviously, if he's a drug dealer and they
They want to try and get all the drugs.
they want to get all the dope too. So all right, you know, the good news would have been if no, listen, here's the problem too. That my man had a gun, okay? It would amaze me if you went from somebody knocking on the door to you got the gun in your hand already. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong for going to answer his door in this manner, but what would even predicate him to do that already? That's a matter of thought process. At the same time,
I don't know, because if somebody busting my door right now, I'm busting.
Hold on.
Okay.
It's a matter of thought process, right? But what I'm saying is, if we give him the benefit of the doubt, hold on, if we give him the benefit of the doubt on all those things, you like, well, to be fair, you likewise have to give that to the officer that fired back into the home once he fired. Because the assumption is, oh, I don't know who that is. I just happened to have a gun in my hand when I went to answer my door, and somebody blew my door off as I was going to answer it. I thought we was going to get robbed. Typically, you know, I can make assumptions, but what I'm saying is once it happened and he shot, you got to give the benefit of the doubt of the person on the other side. Well, I didn't know he was just scared. I thought they knew what the fuck we were there for, and he tried to kill the first person came through the door, so we shot back. This is the type of stuff. Now again, we're going into thought process. But what I'm saying is, like, if they were there, and what I'm saying is, if he had no gun in his hand, they would have came and served that warrant whether they blew the door off or not, and everybody would have went home that day. But he had the weapon and fired it without seeing who he was firing at, without seeing if whoever kicked the door had a gun. I understand the point of, well, I'm in my house, I'm gonna ask questions later, but everything has that consequence. And it so happened that she was the one murdered, and that's unfortunate. But was she murdered or was she killed in during the course of a police action? A legal one.
That's why I've been trying to ask people. I've been trying to get people. I've been asking questions all night as the host to get people to talk about this. I'm not sure where we got. You know, everybody's response is, well, okay, go ahead, Avante.
I said at this case, and this is where you said the amount of time you know
does not mean an increase in people irresponsible.
Yeah, it's going into 200 days, and I keep saying there's corruption in this case. If it was an accident, and I'm sure she wasn't the intended target, unfortunately, she lost her life in this incident. How come nobody is being held accountable for this? Why is there so much corruption in it? That's my only beef with it. No matter, I don't know the exact, you know, whose warrant or, you know, whose house it was. All I know is they bust up in there. He shot because somebody busted in the house. They shot back. She was killed. But why did they lie to her mom? Why did they try to, you know, get her ex-boyfriend to say that she was selling drugs to get him a lesser plea deal? Why did they fill out her police case? Why was that empty or like filled out incorrect? Like, it's a bunch of fuck shit with this case, and nobody's being held accountable for this young lady losing her life. Her death, whatever, was not warranted at the end of the day for selling drugs, no matter if she was selling drugs or not. And nobody's being held accountable for it. That's my issue.
Yeah,
It's not, you know.
I don't agree that she should have lost her life for selling drugs at all. That's never part of any of like the motive in me saying any of the things I'm saying today. Just for the record, I don't think she or anyone else should have lost their lives for selling drugs. But the thing was, that's not what happened. But people keep framing the argument around that. But that's not true.
All right, so let's reverse. Let me reverse.
Held accountable for it. That's why.
All right, so reverse engineer. All you have to do is reverse engineer the bullet. Move backwards, and I'll ask you a series of questions. Reverse engineering backwards to find the responsibility. Okay, so she was shot. Okay, why was she shot? Who shot her? The police. Why did the police pull the trigger? They got shot at. Okay, why did he pull the trigger? Okay, he thought somebody was busting in the house. Why did somebody bust in the house? You can reverse engineer this back and say, okay, where did we go wrong? Where was the weak link in the chain that caused that final event where she unfortunately lost her life? Okay, well, they was at the house, they busted in the house because they got a warrant. Okay, why they have a warrant? Because somebody that was in connection, and some of this stuff may not be true because I don't know all the intricate details like y'all know, but they got a warrant because there was some drug houses that had her name on her, involved with her or something like that. Okay, well, why was her name? Why was she involved with somebody with drug? So, I mean, you can reverse engineer and be like, okay, well, how did this all come about? Because, like, it has to come out. If not, then was it this person just completely not on no warrant, completely just like me right now at my house, just streaming on live stream, just somebody busted in the wrong address and start busting up? You know what I'm saying? Reverse engineer it in your head and ask yourself, what's the weakest link? Where's the responsibility at? Did they go to the wrong house? Was it the wrong house because they didn't need to search for drugs at the house? Or was it the wrong house because their name wasn't on the warrant? But, you know, whatever. Go ahead.
I feel you. I
said it's just an opinion.
Like I said, there's so much corruption in this case. If it's
Separation. If there was some paperwork errors or some foul activity behind the scenes with paperwork X, Y, and Z, yeah, that needs to be dealt with. But just because there was those type of clerical errors or intentional errors or whatever, that doesn't equate to, you know, a cause and effect event equaling murder at that point.
I feel you, and I'm talking. I do agree that, you know, there may have been some clerical errors or whatnot. But what about after? I'm talking about now, the stuff that's happening after her murder or her death. No, again, no one's still being held accountable.
Where's the accountable? Which part of the link in the chain to her death, Avante, do you feel is responsible? The person that issued the warrant.
I think I'm with Alicia. Everybody should be X'd out because I feel like there's so much. I keep saying there's so much corruption with this case, and I feel like it's gone on for so long. Why is it gone on for so long and nobody has been held accountable? If it was just an accident, or if it was just a cause and effect, or she was, you know, like an innocent bystander or whatever. Why are the police putting so much effort into hiding it? What lies more beneath this case? That's really what I'm getting at for me.
I wish. Go ahead.
I wish she was still here because she's an officer there, so she would probably know legally. If there was no, I'm saying legally, if they were going to charge the officer with something, what's the time frame they have to do it, or whatever the case may be, or for like investigation stuff? Because what I suspect is the prosecutor has been able to review all the evidence that we are not privy to see. And they've come to a conclusion that factually on the case, even if everybody's right and they assume that there was some foul play, like speaking of evidence, they're not going to be able to prove that that case in court based on what they actually know, not like whatever everyone's emotions about it are, you know? Like to say, okay, did he just blindly intend to kill her? Of course not. Or you can't even, we can't even leap to that because there was an initial gunshot at them. They're just doing what their profession is to do, which is we got a warrant, we're going to go serve the warrant. It happens every day, most likely in that county or in that city, and these incidents don't occur. So they're doing their job. Once you establish that they're doing their job, they're not targeting her specifically to like murder her, then how do you even prove that?
Okay, and Saint, not to cut you off, but that's what Alicia was trying to say, was that that's the part that's hidden. This is what I got from Alicia. Not necessarily she's saying this. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she was saying that part is the cloud of mystery, because that's the conspiracy part, to where it's like, okay, look, yeah, they were doing their job and stuff like that, but where they went wrong at is they went in there with this racist mentality, like, hey, look, we got some drug dealers, whatever, we go in this house. All right, like, for example, let's say, or like I said, this is speculation. Let's say the police officers go in there, no knock warrant, they knock, they don't answer quick enough, they bust the door in. Dude come out, he start busting, or he shoot one time. Their mentality already is, anything pop off, dog, if a match get lit, we airing this bitch the fuck out, because fuck all niggers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's that shroud of conspiracy that maybe she's trying to insinuate. Yeah.
How do you... How does
Brian,
what is she framing that on? Like, what is?
Well, like I said, I can't spell.
For example,
go ahead.
No, I'm saying forget even that she said it. What I'm saying, let's say we assume it.
Okay.
What are we basing that on?
Okay, what they're basing that on is what she was trying to tell you. She's like, hey, I'm from Kentucky. I know how the police are there. They're very undercover racists. And there are.
We could even say that, but where are we getting that in this case specifically?
Because those police officers that were involved in this case are Kentucky or whatever police officers that are a part of that racial stimulation, that fucking dark cloud of racism that happens, and she experiences this because she's from there. So that's why she's yo, I'm telling you, the police department, they racist there. So that was their motive. They went in there, they don't care about black people, whatever.
Now listen, this could go both ways, and this is why people need to stick to like actual solid instances. It's like, let me not say it because that's gonna start a fire. But
saying you don't think there's racist police officers where they
hold on, who said anything like that?
I'm asking. I didn't say you said it. I asked a question. I asked a question. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, of course. There's most likely a racist person, but to assume that they had to be there and specifically predicated every action they took on just racism is a baseless accusation.
It's tough to prove.
Hold on. Even if we do know that some officers are racist, okay? I live in, here's the thing. Once they're there for a valid legal reason, you can't really sit there
it's hard, yeah.
on the fact that, they were just racist, so they were targeting me. Once you gave them the excuse because you are dealing in dope or you associating and allowing people in and out your house that's stashing dope in your house, you opening the door to actual legal. You can't go and default on that racism shit. If you squeaky clean and you go do your 9 to 5 every day and they doing you like that, that's a whole nother story. But we know factually that's not what happened there. You understand what I'm saying? And what the thing that's wrong is, okay, the way we could say, well, we know there's racist officers, so anything they did, they must have went in there with the mindset. We're just making a bold assumption that they went in there with the mindset of, I'm a racist today, and if like you said, if a match light, I'm just gonna shoot anything moving. Bullshit. And you might even be able to get that off if no one else shot at them first. But the fact that's just it's an undeniable trigger that you shot and fire was returned. But in the same light, we could say, well, since we know that black people, I'm just speaking in the terms of I'm a police officer now, because now we just taking leaps now, right? If it's good for one side to do that, then it's good to say, well, if I'm a police officer and I know that people think we're racist, they're prone to shoot at me. He shot at me because he thinks I'm a racist cop.
How many times was the gunman shot? Huh?
What, Brianna's boyfriend?
Yeah, the one that actually shot at the police officer. How many times did he get hit?
He didn't get hit at all.
He didn't get hit. So the actual shooter didn't get hit, but there was 8 bullets that found their way into a bedroom, into a human body.
Yeah. And it's probably because he retreated to the room. Because how else could that happen?
I know. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, you kick the door in, somebody's shooting. You at least shooting near where the sound of the flash is. Like, I mean, that's damn. I mean, like I said, those are facts of the case that we may not know. If he retreated to the bedroom and then they started shooting at the door, that area. I mean, but he still didn't get. Well, I mean, if she sleeps, she not gonna move. But I mean, damn, a gun just went off. Like, she ain't wake up. Like, oh shit. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of factors in the case. I mean,
What I'm saying,
it's crazy.
and that's in that split moment where, let's say you serve the warrant and a shot comes. A lot of that logical, like where we think that people are going to have this eloquent, deep thought analysis of what could really be going on here, goes out the window.
Yeah, there's a lot of fight or flight.
Only thing you know is somebody shot.
Like, oh
shit,
shit, flap out, yeah.
Police training take over. You know, oh shit, he shot at me. It serves me. My friend is now.
Yeah, go
if
ahead.
I run in there and try to grab him, he can still shoot.
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
So
I know.
gotta
And the police mentality too. You got to remember, a police officer. Well, I don't know. I'm not a police officer, but I'm assuming that their mindset is that, hey, I'm here illegally. I mean, I'm here legally. So if somebody starts shooting at me, they kind of probably feel like I can go more off. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause like I'm probably gonna be justified. Like, oh shit, I'm getting shot at. Like, shit, get this motherfucker. Like, you know. I mean, it's a bunch of factors that we could play into it. But like I said, I mean. That's a tough one.
The last thing I want to say is I don't really have a problem with anyone feeling however they want to feel about this. The only thing I really want to see though is people
get the facts straight. You a big fat guy, yeah.
Yeah. Restart the conversation based on what's really known here, not like, well, it was at the wrong house. That's an opinion. You could say morally or ethically they shouldn't have been there, but legally and based on paperwork, they were in the exact location they meant to be, and things happened. It wasn't a one-sided, like, we just went out there, we're gonna kill somebody today. And that's sad. And to see that there's a lot more stuff happening because of this. Like, I think it was Louisville. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody forgive me. But when the NFAC went out there last time, they accidentally one of the militia members, because they wanted to demonstrate, and all this is over Breonna Taylor in that location, is, you know, they went to demonstrate and one of them accidentally let off fire. I don't think anyone died, but I think 2 guys were hit out of them 3 bullets. They shot their own militiamen by accident. It was an accidental gunfire incident.
Let me hear from Brian. Let me hear from Brian real quick. He's been trying to jump in here. Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
All right, so if you know that they're going to do a raid on your house, if you watch any like Cops or any of those shows, you know that they're ready before it happens. They get ready, you know, so many minutes out. So weapons are already drawn. So they're a fast strike. So once they get to the house, it's hit and go. So once that first shot lets off, they're going to defend themselves, no matter who's in the line of fire.
Saint, what do you think Alicia meant by wrong house? Because I'm feeling like maybe she wasn't necessarily talking about the name on the one. What do you think that she meant when she kept saying wrong house?
I hope she meant that she didn't think that they should have targeted her in the warrant. But that's not really up to her. If it was her investigation, then it would be at her discretion to say, you know, they're probably just getting caught up, but they ain't really involved. So we ain't gonna fuck with them. That's her.
Alicia was saying.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's up to, that would be her discretion, but that's them officers' investigation. If they had a good enough sound reason, and the judge read their affidavit which was the request for the warrant, and they agreed, they signed the signature to say yeah. So when she said wrong house, I believe she means like morally she wasn't the one really dealing drugs, and it wasn't like they was permanently staging out of her house, so they should have left her alone. Okay. But that's a matter of opinion. But to say it like that, like, oh, they were at the wrong house, instead of saying I don't agree with her being a part of the warrant, it's 2 different things that gets taken and ran with. People, when people say it, I don't know how she meant it, but when people repeat that because they see people, even someone like her who's a police officer, say something like that, they think, well, wow, they wasn't even supposed to be there and they killed her. Oh my God, this is crazy. And that inflames shit to a level that it shouldn't be. You know, it turns off people's ability to reason.
I thought they go for it.
Which is what Mask Off was saying, but or Alicia was saying that there was a warrant. The warrant that those police officers were given to Breonna Taylor's house was expired, but I do remember her saying something like that. She did say.
I'd be interested to hear about that.
And then also, I think when she's saying that they're very racist and the way, I mean, I can't speak for her, but I think when she's saying like how it's racially charged, the way that they're handling this case, how it's just like haphazard. You know, because it is a Black person, I can assume that's what she means by like, you know, the racism that's going on. Well, of course, I wasn't born and raised there. I didn't grow up there, but there's been case after case after case after case with the police and Black people and how they handle it, and it's a pattern there. So I don't know. I wish she was still on to speak for herself, but it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, I totally understand where all of y'all are coming from and what you're saying. Like I keep saying, my gripe is after her murder, killing, death, the way that they're handling it is hella suspect. If it's supposed to be what it was, an accident or whatever, then why isn't it?
It's like if you had all your facts straight, it shouldn't be hard to say or come out or show or do anything if it was super smooth.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
I mean, there's probably was some fucked up shit in the operation.
After her murder.
I mean, I could agree too. I mean, personal opinion, glasses off. I'm sure that everything was not 100% protocol. I'm sure there was some shit that's fucked up, and this happens every day. Is even in the military. So you know, doing a sting or operation or warrant, I'm sure every dot T, you know, because everybody cuts corners until their time to close the books because a mishap happens, and then they gotta close all the books and say, "Oh shit, we gotta review it." You know, a lot of people cut corners, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was corners cut in some way, shape, or form. Those ways, I don't know, but you know, that's my personal opinion on it.
I believe they have 72 hours to do it for the warrant. If they don't do it in 72 hours, they got to turn it in and get another one.
Do you think this was within 72? Do we have anything that says that?
That's what Alicia said. So I wish she was still on.
All you got to do is check all you got to do is check the time of application or signing, and then the date of the time of the incident. That son is probably easily verifiable. I mean,
if it ain't on the blockchain, it ain't verifiable. No, it's
blockchain. Boy.
It got to be decentralized source.
But I know in Virginia, it's 72 hours.
Yeah, it depends. Well, yeah, it depends. Are you there too?
I'm in Virginia.
I'm in international waters.
Stop.
Don't dox me. My crypto people trying to get my crypto. I got to tell them I'm somewhere I ain't.
Everyone else in here in crypto also?
Y'all know I'm worth $10 million in Bitcoin.
Being held accountable for her death. That's all I'm saying. And they're doing fuck shit.
Well, you know what though? Okay, this is my personal opinion. If anybody should be held accountable, it's whoever cut a corner, not somebody. And I'm not defending anybody, but all I'm saying is if you're doing everything by your book correctly, then you shouldn't be, there's nothing to be held accountable for because you're legally operating within the means of the law. But whoever cut a corner somewhere should be penalized. And just because it takes longer to get this open doesn't mean more people should be penalized. It doesn't change the facts that happen. I just think that, okay, if there was a corner caught in the warrant or the location or the reason why, who caught it or whatever, or, you know, maybe, you know, the dude ran to the right and Breonna was all the way on the left. You know, if something was messed up, yes, they should pay a penalty. But I don't know all the intricate details of the facts. But based on what I heard right now,
can I ask what for clarity? What corners were cut allegedly?
Okay, let me respond to that, and I'll let y'all answer that. I'm saying that I do not know what or if corners were. This is my glasses off. This is my personal opinion, not as a host. I do not know if or what corners was cut. I'm just saying if corners were cut, then those that did cut those corners should be held responsible. But I don't know. 100%. I don't know.
100% though. I agree with that. Well, I was just saying, like, if we, I'm just curious because
Avante, don't throw up.
Avante,
it's sad. It's sad. It's really sad.
It is sad. It's sad. I didn't know you was in that mode.
Is it because they haven't released body cams and all that type of stuff? Is that what's kind of fueling?
But that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. I don't, when I say I don't care, it's not like I don't give a fuck. I don't care about how it happened or the retaliation or whatever. Like I keep saying, someone lost their life and no one is being held accountable for it. And fuck shit is being involved, from the body cams to all this stuff. If it was just straight, clear, and concise and legal, then it shouldn't be an issue. But my issue is, why are you trying to hide stuff, police officers?
Okay, she's saying because they're tap dancing, she feel like there's something ain't right.
That's what makes me think it's more to the situation.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian. What's up?
So, I don't really know much about the case, but what I want to know is, when the first shot went off, what happened? Did they move? Did they fire right back, or what happened?
No one knows.
No one. I mean, that part. If there's no body cam showing what happened that somebody can see, then we probably can't speak on that. But that is interesting what Avante says, and this is kind of to Saint question to Saint. Like I said, I know in the military, if everybody's doing everything right and a mishap happens, say a bird crashes, a helicopter crashes. When a helicopter crashes in the military, all the records, all the books, our computers, everything gets locked up and sealed at a timestamp, and nobody can go in and alter it, can do nothing. And no matter what you do or what you say, all the records are closed and shut, and it will be disclosed. There ain't no way around that. So if for some reason somebody's trying to hide or tap dance or change a record or do something that's not just blatantly, this is what happened, here's the body cam footage for everybody to see, or here's this or whatever, then that does maybe be like, okay, well, why would y'all not?
Exactly.
If everything was A-okay and everybody's operating under the legal bounds of the law and their protocol, and you got sealed the camcorders and the books and all that, the logs, the radio logs, all that. If everything was doing their job, it should be undisclosed, like Bitcoin transactions. Anybody should be able to look at it and be like, okay, well, hey.
Now let me say this. No, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but what I would say is, I mean, something to consider might be, with the current state of things, the fact that everybody is a little emotionally charged.
Okay. I'm next.
Let's say I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, because of the initial George Floyd fervor, this got probably magnified a bit more than it would have normally. So based on the current climate based on that current climate and the way things are, perhaps it's been determined, for whatever reason or another, that maybe it'll only serve to inflame individuals. Because like with other body cam footage that come out, people don't really care. Like say the George Floyd thing. When those, for some reason, you got the worst possible bit of footage you could get that make you say, oh man, hell no, this is some bullshit. They fucking killed them, blah, blah, blah. But then when you get the rest of it, any reasonable person is gonna say, okay, I see how this happened. And now it explains. Hold on. Now, well, maybe I'm just.
No, I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe reasonable in my regard.
I see, right? Brian. It's open platform, Brian.
People ask for additional evidence, but their mind is already made up. And when they get that additional evidence, no matter what it is, that speaks to the frame of the mind and individuals involved, their mind is so already made up, it's not going to serve to help anything. And then what I mentioned the George Floyd thing was because you would wonder why these officers were on this man. This one guy don't want to hear shit he talking about, and just staring at the person that's fucking, filming him. Well, there was at least, 10, 20 minutes of footage before that where he was already screaming he couldn't breathe and nobody was on him and he was just resisting, basically.
Yeah, but I still think the cop was wrong for that, because that's just bad police work.
Listen,
yeah, that's bad. I know you're saying right or wrong.
Hold on. I'm not going to try to argue with anybody's opinion on that. What I'm saying is, when I saw that, I said, okay, because at first I couldn't get it. I'm like, damn, this is some fucked up shit. When I see that. But when I see that, hold on, they tried to do all this extra shit with him, and he was already screaming that I can't breathe shit when he was just sitting in the back of the car and only had to go to jail. That when he kept fidgeting and fucking around and acting stupid, what else were the cops going to do? he start trying to act the fool in the back of the car, they're gonna pull him out.
But
He
that's
want to sit there and
when you first saw it, though, right? You talking about when you first saw it? He's still talking about when you first saw it.
I'm a
Hold
big
on,
job.
hold
Let him
on,
finish.
hold on. Let me finish.
He
When
just
go to
talking about when he first saw it. He gonna talk about after he looked at the whole
Yeah,
thing.
when I
Avante, he
first
ain't
saw
done.
it.
He just telling you what he first saw. He
No,
ain't telling you how his final film.
we all saw the first 8 minutes footage, right? And you say, okay, your immediate reaction is, damn, that's fucked up. But when I saw the rest of the footage, I said, okay, I'm losing my patience, and I ain't even an officer. I'm like, dude, I would have probably did him way dirtier.
Oh no, I don't agree
That's
with
why.
that, bro. That's bad
But that,
police work.
hold
No,
on,
I ain't feeling that
you
one.
don't have to.
As a
You're
police
right. Yeah,
officer,
Listen,
you should
don't
go
have
to jail then. Well, you should go to jail.
Hold
You
on,
should
hold
go
on.
to jail for not
Listen
doing
to
your
what I'm
job.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. Just
I
like
know
nobody.
that.
I don't have to disagree or agree with anything, and you don't have to agree with what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
What I'm saying is my opinion. I'm black too. I know it's harsh to hear, but what I'm saying is I seen cops really do people dirty, and they was nothing but courteous as fuck to this man, and he kept fucking around till he asked to get put on the fucking ground. And once they tell you to chill out and stay still, man, you gotta chill. You can't just sit there and do whatever you want to do when you're in custody. So they put him in a place where they was, there you go. Now you secure. Oh, I can't breathe. You were saying that 10 minutes ago. Nobody was on you. So when you cry wolf too many times, nobody want to hear that shit.
Nah, it's bad police
What I'm
work.
saying, yeah, and I mean, I saw that, and what I'm saying is, maybe in the case of Breonna, if they release that footage, people minds are already way too made up. So they see, like, for example, my mind was made up about the George Floyd thing based on what I saw, but then I saw the rest, and I said, oh, okay.
And I'm not gonna argue. Oh, go ahead.
When I saw the way dude was just chilling on him with his hand in his pocket, staring at the camera, I'm like, man, this dude is off somehow. But then I see everything else that happened, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I still didn't say, oh, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to say you're right or wrong. I'm just saying me.
I did because no, what
Not
I'm saying,
me. And we agree that we have different
if I'm
stances.
somebody, I'm trying to understand frame of mind. Like, how could he sit there callously and just sit there? Why was he doing that? So the why is answered in the other questions for me. I see that he was already playing that game way beforehand, and they got frustrated. And okay, we're not gonna try to accommodate you no more because we tried to.
But I think that the reason why he was sitting there is that he's had bad police work. He didn't have, I don't care if I don't care if a suspect gives you a hard time for 5 hours straight. I've seen, you have people calling it. Oh no, I'm not arguing whether you're right or how you felt was right or wrong. I'm just stating my opinion, just like you stating your opinion. I feel like as a police officer, and this is because I'm military minded too. As a police officer, I don't care if you out there, you got to wrestle with a crack, which this is why I don't understand why the police can't even do what they do. It takes a special type of person to do it because they out there wrestling with a crackhead for 5. Now I'm not calling George Florida. I'm just saying they will go out, but I legit wasn't even thinking about that when I said crackhead. I'm just talking about police officers that go and trace down people on that, just the wildest people that are insane. They have mental problems, all that. Whatever the case, you can give a police officer a hard time for 5 hours, but you're a police officer and you're there to do a job, and that's part of your protocol. And when you break that protocol, I don't think that's right. And I personally think that he broke protocol. That was not correct to do. He could have been fed up. There's things in the military that I do that I'll start to feel like I'm fed up, but I still have a job to do based on how I was trained in protocol. And I think that he got fed up. Hold on, I'm almost done. This is right here. I got 2 sentences. I think he got fed up, and when he got fed up, he broke his protocol, his oath that he swore to defend and protect. That's why I think he was wrong.
Hold on. I agree. I agree as well. If their paperwork said he shouldn't have been on him like that, no doubt. But also, if that wasn't the proper cause of death for him, then you can't assign his death as a murder.
You're right. I mean, you got to look at cause of death. You got to look at cause of death too. What caused him to perish. You got to look at that too.
That's
but
what I'm saying.
if it contributed, but if it's so much, it's like contributed to his cause of death too, because you broke protocol because you're frustrated, then you're a part of that.
Well, here's the thing, right?
It was he was, while he had his knee on his neck, he had all these people around him yelling at him
to take it off.
He's trying to do his job and make sure these people over here aren't coming to hit him or do all this other stuff.
No, he had a cop protecting him from doing that. The other cop was protecting him from doing that. Like I said, if they have the suspect on the ground, unless he was like trying to get up when handcuffed. He didn't even look like he was trying to like kick his legs. Or I've seen suspects frail around a whole lot more than that, trying to get up and fight and twist and turn on. I mean, he was laying there, you know, a crying wolf, or whether he was crying wolf or not, whatever, like Saint said. But still, like as a first responder, that he still should have checked. I don't care if you cry wolf 800 times. Follow protocol. And they tell you this about being a police officer: check for life, make sure that you stop it, whatever. Even a Marine that can go over and eliminate targets all day long with his eyes closed, he's still going to follow that protocol and handle a prisoner of war with the Geneva Code and all this stuff that we have. So don't break protocol is all I'm saying. 100%. I think he broke protocol.
And, you know, if someone's saying they can't breathe, so like when I was a corrections officer, if an inmate was like, you know, I can't breathe, protocol was whatever time of day or night to pull him out, take him to a nurse, or take him at nighttime. We didn't have nurses. Take him to an officer, like a lieutenant or sergeant, and let him check. If he really says he can't breathe, he's got to go out to the hospital. Now, with him saying he can't breathe, you need to let up. There's only so much force you could put on somebody.
Yeah.
Plus, he wasn't even spinning in circles. He wasn't doing alligator roll or nothing. Like I mean,
you guys are talking about George
Floyd. He's not swinging on you. You're not supposed to kneel on him like that.
Hey, let me ask you though: have y'all seen the extra footage? Anybody?
I've seen all the footage of it. I've seen it all. I've seen where he was resisting and he was like, "I can't. I'm claustrophobic," and he was. I've seen all the footage where he gave him a hard time. Yeah. I don't care if he did that for 10 hours though. You don't break protocol.
Well, hold on. I know. What I'm saying is, I would say the problem that led to an issue.
Oh, Sheree and J. Gold trying to get in.
They said that he couldn't breathe, right? And okay, they're gonna call for EMS or whatever. At the same time, they got a duty to keep him secure, right? And so what happened was he started acting up in the back of the car. He asked, they said, "Listen, we'll let you out. Calm down." He didn't calm down when they let him out. You know, like if we know he was in a fentanyl rage, I mean, man, unfortunately, I grew up around a lot of addicts in my city, all that type of shit. Man, these people, when they high to the sky, there's no reasoning with these individuals. And it's unfortunate. I'm not saying anybody should have an excuse to expire someone's life over that. But what I'm saying, they do have a duty. And if he was wrong for being on his back, he should be dealt with for that, of course. But if you could see from front to back where it's like, okay, yeah, we addressing these things that he can't breathe, and the problem might have been that they was being too soft. He said, "Listen, man, you're gonna sit your ass back there whether you can't breathe or not till the ambulance get here or whatever." Like, because they was being super accommodative, in my opinion, they was handling him with kids gloves from the start. Man, I done been in a situation where the officer done put handcuffs on me and told me don't turn around again. But he was doing all kind of numbers.
He was going ham.
Yeah,
but on the ground, when he just laying on the ground, he wasn't doing an alligator roll. He wasn't kicking, scissoring his legs. I mean,
that's the part you can't. But that's the part we can't really see from that perspective what he was or wasn't doing to put them all on him. Like, they ain't all just jump on him for nothing. They was being cool as a motherfucker with him from the start. And for long into the incident. So it was after a point where they had him in the car finally and they let him out. Frustration gonna kick in. I'm not saying they right for
breaking protocol. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a reason they all got him on the ground and then went to holding him still. You know, because we only see the part, but there was the other two officers on his lower half of his body. That means
they should have tried to find a way to hold him different. Not anywhere near his throat or whatever, or like, you know what I'm saying? So
I mean, I'm of the opinion they should have just hog-tied him and put him in the back and waited for the ambulance. Yeah. Check his vitals. He good or he need to go to the hospital? Let me know, and then we'll act.
It's not supposed to be on the neck though. It's supposed to be.
And that's where it was just bad police work. He put his knee on his neck and was holding it there. Because he felt like that was the best way to just make sure he was trained. He could have put it somewhere else or whatever. Or if he was going to keep his knee, and I'm not justifying saying this is a good protocol to do as an officer or whatever, but if he decided he was going to keep his knee on his neck, at least keep checking down every 5 seconds. Like, okay, is this dude eyes open? Is his talk? Is he still? It was a point where he was nothing. He was just, Like, you know what I'm saying? And he's still just on there. He wasn't looking down. He wasn't. And I'm not saying, okay, you got people yelling around you. You can look down and be like, okay, nah, he's still good. Okay, all right, he's still good. He just sit there and didn't look and check on him or nothing. That's breaking protocol. That's not good protocol.
Yeah, that shit look cold as hell. I'm not gonna lie, because that's what got me upset. I'm
do
like,
you guys know who Steven Jackson is? He was on the Spurs. He's like a media head now for the NBA.
Nah. Welcome ENJ to the stream, though. I'm listening.
Talking about the
Hey,
former
what's up,
NBA
ENJ?
player Steven Jackson.
Yeah, he used to be in the NBA, and now he's on like he's one of the I don't know TMZ, but he's one of the talking heads for the NBA.
TNT. I meant TNT.
Hey, Truce.
Oh yeah, maybe. But yeah, I mean, the first time that I heard that Steven Jackson was friends with George Floyd and how he was part of the activism that was going on around that time, that was the first time where I thought that this event could possibly be like an Illuminati false flag event. If you guys know what I'm talking about.
I hear a lot about that too.
Yeah,
it's strange. If I see that's gonna fuck with a lot of people's heads.
particularly like the big ones that get sensationalized, like the Trayvon Martin and the other guy from Flint, right? You know, all these terror events, all these police brutality events. I feel like the more publicized they are, I think there's more of a chance that there's a lot of choreography going on.
I believe the same thing on that. I believe like 90% of the shit's just like camera angles and just, you know, saying wordplay. Everything's chopped up and played to their like narrative of whatever angle they're pushing. What up, everybody in Truce?
What up? Welcome to the stream, ENJ. ENJ in the building.
They're trying to give it to you at the worst form.
Yeah.
Well, I'm particularly saying that maybe like it could be completely fabricated. Like that's kind of.
I ain't feeling
listen,
that.
hold on. I did see a guy who went to school with George Floyd say that wasn't his friend. That's crazy.
Oh, you're saying that that Steven Jackson? He was saying that Steven Jackson wasn't his friend?
No, not Steven Jackson. He's saying that there's a guy that's a lawyer that went to college with George Floyd. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm gonna look into it even more because a lot of people was trying to share that post, but they're just flagging it, so people don't get that information. They're saying that that's not even him. That his homie died a while ago.
You're saying that he knew George Floyd, and he's saying he died a long time ago.
He's saying that he was good friends with George Floyd, and he knows that the guy that was there that day was not George Floyd because he's represented him. He went to college with him, and he represented him as an attorney.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that dude looked just like the dude on the porno, though. You know, he did the porn thing. That would look like George Floyd. Was that not him, too?
Like the psychological
Could be that
operation.
Man, I don't know, dog.
You ever see deepfake?
Yeah, the deepfake.
So like, especially with porn shit on the porn sites, it be deepfake. They're putting fucking everybody's face on these porn stars if they look remotely like them.
Oh
like,
yeah, that's true. You can't app somebody's face on it. But I mean, damn, dog, how deep are they trying to go with just making an incident?
I used to follow this guy on YouTube named Russian Viz. And
Well,
he used to cover all these kind of things where he's kind of pointing out these major news events, terrorist events, police brutality events, and just kind of pointing out like the weirdness in the footage.
What would be the goal of them doing that?
Exactly what's going on today. Now we all a step away from trying to tear each other apart.
Yeah, the stir.
Okay, so they want businesses to be burned and people to be tearing people apart.
Did you see what happened?
What does that do? How does that benefit them?
Just social unrest. I mean, you could speculate how it could.
I mean, I'm saying if the conspiracy theory is like, hey, it's fake, they set it up, there has to be a motive behind that. And what do you think? How does that benefit them for them to do that?
Part of it with the police brutality event is so that they can give more power and more more reasons for them to give more power to the police and to normalize.
I think they could do that anyway, though. They don't need that to give the police more power.
Oh yeah, but
no, but that's like shit public opinion, though.
If you take the 9/11 event, for instance, right?
Now this is a little different. I firmly believe in that, though. That's a little bit different, though.
You can equate it to that, though, but just more on a police level, right? And so.
All right, so 9/11 they did that so that we can go to war, and all war has been about money. So is it about money?
Even more than that.
I mean, there's more
control. It was a lot to that, but that's why we did that to go to war.
We're talking about
and to hide a bunch of stuff.
we talk about TSA and how we have to do all this extra shit now going to the airports when, it doesn't necessarily increase safety, but it's another big reason for them to use so that,
No, I think that we're not just late, unlike all the security. A lot of our security should have been up and running 10, 15, 20 years for any of this happened, though, I believe.
But
security should have been a lot tighter.
NDAA, the
Oh yeah, the
NDAA,
NDAA.
anti-terror laws, all that was normalized because we were afraid of that terror event.
Yeah, and
Whereas,
if you look back even further, like you can technically say that this particular iteration of the United States of America Corporation, like we're actually probably technically under martial law back from way back, like this
yeah,
this
just not that
conspiracy, it runs way back, man. Like the history of the US itself, like technically what we were taught in school about, the United States of America,
Oh yeah, you know
it's
that's some
not
bullshit.
it's not exactly the same entity that it was back then that that's being represented now. It's
yeah,
more
exactly.
corporatized now. And actually, in 1913, President FDR, he declared bankruptcy on behalf of the United States, and so this conspiracies, it runs deep, and like I don't know what to say. Like
I
you
mean,
gotta
but
like
I
kind of
mean, I
look into
feel you
this
on that type
yourself.
of. See, that's the thing. I feel you on that type of scale. I feel like for them to pull that off on this level of scale, it would be almost like they could do that probably some other ways. It doesn't seem like the smartest tactic to try to
It's the
fake.
easiest way though.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking
It's
on
the
a
no, no, hold on.
military aspect, like to do that like that, like.
Look.
Okay,
I wasn't into any of this stuff before I got out the army, right?
Fake George Floyd.
I went into the army in 2006, right? I was an 11 Bravo. I was an infantryman. So when 9/11 happened, I was in high school. I just saw it on TV, and then that's it. I never really thought about it, right? But we're kind of conditioned to be patriotic when we come into the military, and
Yeah, I'm got 20 years in the
9/11
military right now.
9/11 is kind of a big part of that, especially during my era. And so once I got out and I started YouTubing and I started looking into that whole conspiracy, I went to Iraq, I went to Afghanistan, kicking in doors and shit. And so, I never thought about it until after I got out and I started YouTubing and I looked into the 9/11 conspiracy, and then I went even further back to all these other events, all these other wars, and really putting together a more clear picture of what's really going on. Um, like for me to have gone to Iraq, Afghanistan, having these assumptions about what really happened, and then getting out and then like looking into all this stuff, like yeah, I mean, I have a totally different perspective on history and what's really going on in the world, just from YouTube, and also just the fact that I was a soldier, that I did go to these places, and I had these assumptions, and yeah, man, it's just this is all a conspiracy. There's so many conspiracies, and you gotta
I would
look into it.
I would say Truce, like you were saying, like why we do it on this type of way or whatever. But to me, it's the easiest way. You like if you can influence people by showing them what you want them to see, and all that type of shit, then if you can extract the reaction or an expected reaction and continue to feed that, then you get kind of what we have today. We already going through coronavirus, but right, all that shit's like
And that's a
taking a back.
conspiracy too.
It's well, hold on, it's taking a back seat to all this unrest where people forgot that we had coronavirus. They're like, nah, let's get together in the biggest crowds possible. I get the need for social justice, right? Let's say all this is on its face as it is, as we think, it's not a conspiracy. These things are really happening and people are really upset. At what point do you throw our sanity away and say, you know what, let's march? We can figure a way to deal with this, but you know what? Forget all that. Let's take the biggest risk we can and get together and march and all this type of stuff. We're not supposed to be socially gathering and all that. See how it's like it to me, that is another part of the giant psyop. Like we got this medical emergency going on. You can't go to work, you can't go to stores, you can't do this, you can't do that for a time. But now everything's off the table. You can do whatever you want, actually. You can go wherever you want, block traffic, bust stores up, do anything you want, basically, in the name of whatever justice this is, and get together even though there's like, you'll see people getting ticketed for opening their businesses or prosecuted for opening their businesses, for selling stuff, for doing any type of normal activity. And you see the enforcement of law on that level based on the corona guidelines we got. But you can see all the anarchy and unrest turning, like some of the protests turning into riots, and all that activity that goes on, and nothing happens. And you see where that's leading. You got one side that doesn't want to see this happening, and you got one side that's like, fuck it, we're gonna raise hell. And that's the kind of effect of it. But listen, nobody even had to get their hands dirty. They could just influence social shit by showing you bits and pieces of shit that they want to. Like, you never saw that
I got next.
Let me just say Facebook, right? It studies you, and they run little psychological tests on people. Like, for example, they'll show you only negative posts just to try and and they find that they can get that person to post a negative post.
Yeah, I know. I agree with all that.
Yeah, all that psycho shit, right? But they'll do it. And now imagine if somebody had control of a lot of these platforms, which we know is really centralized.
Yeah, all of them are centralized and controlled by the US.
They can shadow some information, and then they can push other information. So, like, say the boy in Minneapolis, he shot himself. You know what got out and pushed on the media? The short clip of people running up as the officer responded saying, "You killed him." He's like, "Nah, it's a suicide." And they're like, "Nah, you killed him, bro. You counterfeit. You do this, you that. You so fake, blah, blah, blah." That got spread virally almost instantly. But there were so many people around with all the real angles of the man really killing himself. It was too late.
Yeah. But let me jump in here real quick, though. Thank ENJ. Go ahead, ENJ. You ain't really supposed to. Go ahead. I'll let you go. I'll go after you.
Oh, no, I just want to jump in and just support, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I just want to jump in and say, like, I'm here, dude.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
I love Crypto Saint's videos and shit like that, dude. Like I say, one thing I love about Crypto Saint from the beginning, he always said the whole world's a stage. And like say, this was like a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, and I still feel like it falls to this category today. You know what I'm saying? The whole world is a stage and stuff like that. And just as far as what the stage is right now.
Everything
and what I wanted to say
from the media.
And what I wanted to say was this, though. Devil's advocate, or however you want to put it, how I'm putting it out here. Yes, there is a lot of conspiracies. I think people would be a fool to not believe that. I feel like that's confirmed. There are a lot. But I think that some people, because they know that there are conspiracies, they start to look at everything like a conspiracy, and that in itself becomes a conspiracy, because now any little thing that happens, you're like, was that a conspiracy? When hold on. Yeah, and when you're like, well, damn, George Floyd, maybe that's conspiracy. So now any news, anything that comes out, I got two things I want to say. I'm making this point. I got a whole different second point I want to make. Now anything comes out, you're like, well, shit, somebody, that's Illuminati, or that's the government, or that's something put it up to it. Well, maybe that's just legit something that happened. And so now all these little things that are happening, you're like, that's conspiracy. And then that becomes this conspiracy, and now you're on edge, and that in and of itself has all this momentum and crowd, because this ain't 1988. Social media is what's powering this, whether they're centralizing sources, shadow things, or promoting things. Social media is a big part of this, because it's a crowd mentality where it gets to moving. And the second point I wanted to make is, yeah, you're right. Certain things get shadowed, but if you look at the algorithm, and saying you're more professional on this and knowledgeable on this than me, but algorithms, how it works is still programming. Yes, there's a centralized source behind like Facebook, YouTube, but there's still, most of that stuff works on an algorithm. So it likes to promote things that it thinks people like to see, and it pushes that. And people like to see the drama shit. They like to see if there's some other angle that's innocent or make it look this way, like that way. But if there's a clip where somebody's like, shut up, or whatever, like that is probably going to get more traction on the algorithm and get promoted out there, because more people are watching that, clicking on that, sharing that. A lot of times we do it to ourselves by sharing these types of videos that may be misleading, and that becomes a conspiracy in itself. Oh, look, Facebook wants us to only see it. No, motherfucker, 200,000 people liked that video and shared it, and it went, you know what I'm saying? We did that.
But what if if that's half of the scam though?
It's possible. That's possible. That's completely possible. But I'm just saying, like, I don't want people to always look at, if you start thinking that way, then you will make a mistake and think something's a conspiracy that's not, and now your judgment is clouded because that's your filter. Go ahead.
I would say personally, I do tend to believe that major news events are, like generally speaking, most news events, there's a conspiracy behind them. But that's the reason why I'm not on edge. Like when all this outrageous stuff is going on, terrorism events, police brutality, like I'm not outraged by it. I'm just like, well, maybe I'll look into it if enough people are talking about it. But I'm just
if enough people are talking about
it, it's some conspiracy behind it, and I'm just chilling. I'm just doing my crypto, trying to figure out.
But that's one thing with social media. There's so many people out there who are actually investigating, fact checking, on a lot of these reports and stuff like that. So
keywords getting typed in.
You know what I'm saying? So they might not have all the facts when it went viral, but like a week, 2 weeks down the road, then the truth comes out. They ain't even trying to hear the truth of like what was really going on with
That's so true. The Saint was saying it earlier.
So they try to put a pause on the truth really coming out.
Man, that's what I'm saying. You saying and not. Oh, go ahead, Maskoff.
No, I would say if you are more on the conspiracy side, you may go through a phase where you might be on alert. But I've gone to like a place where nothing phases me. Like whatever the news event is, it's COVID, George Floyd, like nothing phases me. Nothing boils my blood.
That might be part of conspiracy too. They want you to get desensitized to it.
Well, I'd rather be desensitized than
that's what I'm saying. That could be a part of their plan.
I would say, like you were saying, Truce, like say half of it is a lot of us and the algorithm wanting to promote X, Y, or Z or whatever's getting engagement, but that might be only half of it to harness as many people's attention as they can before they go ahead and hit the switch on you, boom, and give you what they want you to see, stuff like that. Whereas my thing as far as conspiracies are concerned, I don't see a problem with starting there as a basis of your next part of your, like, I'm not saying take everything as a conspiracy, but always be on the idea that it's plausible. And then that should kind of get you to do some investigation, and you should be making those decisions based on what you really find to be the truth. But when you turn yourself off to the idea that something could be a conspiracy, well, then that's a form of control. Like, don't worry about, even if you see something and it look totally flawed, that happened. Like 9/11. No matter what, think about it. Even still today, that's still true today. Where they telling you what happened, but physics.
That shit is so fucking conspiracy. They did a horrible job.
Yeah, it's flawed as hell.
God damn, they did a horrible job.
Yeah. And but the thing is, you still can't go out and say that.
Yeah.
Or you like, oh, so they're like, oh, so you woke.
Yeah.
With how many years have passed by, now kids these days, like, they don't even really think about it. It's just something that happened in the past, and so people just.
And that's great. In September is 11th in a couple of days. Well, Agent Smith, we got him. We got Crypto Saint here. This whole show, my whole channel has been a conspiracy. I finally nailed y'all. So we sending agents to y'all house right now. We gonna seize all y'all
we're not
crypto.
that important.
Oh, okay, dang. I failed, Agent Smith. Sorry. Like, now we gotta wrap it up, guys. I appreciate the inputs. Any save rounds?
You
Thanks
see,
for hosting.
Yeah, always. And when you see Alicia, please let her know. I still got mad love for y'all, man. Her.
All right, she gonna be on next week, and she gonna be like, she probably be over it, but
she Saint, you with that book,
man? Yeah.
I always support the channel, Saint. I always support your channel, brother. No matter what's going on, I always got love for y'all.
Big shout out.
All right, bro. Y'all be safe, all right?
I know.